There we go. How are you doing, guys? Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
Welcome, Ashleigh.
Hello again.
How are we going?
I'm good. Been a while since I was on. I disappeared and got married.
Oh, really?
So yeah,
Congrats.
we went over to Vegas to get married.
Oh, very cool.
So we
Very
did
cool.
like California, so all LA, San Fran, Vegas. We've got our actual wedding in February in the UK, but we just wanted, we thought, why we're there, why not? So
Yeah.
disappeared for a little bit. Realized I'm not great trading 8 hours behind.
Yeah.
So I had to, it was, if I was in the UK, I would have done very well for them 2 weeks. But
Yeah.
no, while I was away, trading at like Asia time wasn't the best. Have you
So
been?
Vegas wedding, like
Oh yeah, the little
the
Whitechapel,
Vegas. Yeah,
everything.
that thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nice.
We
Nice.
hired
Nice.
a photographer and I was going up and down the strip in a wedding dress, but no one cares. There's 10 other
Yeah.
people doing
Yeah.
the exact same thing. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Like where we got married, there was 70 other weddings that day. And that's
Yeah.
one
Really.
chapel, and they've got hundreds of chapels in Vegas. It's
Wow.
crazy.
Cool.
It's
That's
absolutely
insane.
crazy. But no, now
Yeah.
back to it, back to the real world.
That's cool though. That's a bit of fun. So
Yes,
yeah.
it was definitely needed. Because our plan is from August next year is to go traveling for 2 years.
Mm.
So I need something that I can use on every, like in Asia, in
Yeah.
London, because at the moment my strategy is normally only for London session.
Yeah.
So I'm just messing around with it a little bit. So I think America really opened my eyes
Mm. Mm.
to
Mm.
what it's like. How have you
Yeah.
been? How's trading been for you?
Good. Today's been awesome, actually. It's been killer today.
What have you
I've
got?
had some good moves. So, across the board. So, last night, some NASDAQ trades. Today, Aussie dollar with the RBA announcement.
Yeah,
Then some of these euro dollar moves. And I also caught the gold sell just earlier, which has come
lovely.
in.
Stay away from
Right.
gold. I'm still no,
Yeah.
still can't do it.
I jumped out. I jumped out a little bit early. We'll go over it soon. But we've just fallen off a cliff now.
Yeah,
So, I could have held this right the way, but either way, happy, very happy. So going well, going well.
I've only caught the one this morning. I caught one win and one loss, but it happens. But I trade obviously a little bit different to you. You're more fundamentally a fundamental
Yeah.
view, whereas I'm very, this is my setup, this is what I look for, this is all I look for, very low time frames. I don't even take in consideration the high time frames. So
Yeah.
my strategies are a little bit different. So as long as I see the pattern, I just go for it, and that works for me, especially with a day job. So for me,
Yeah.
I only normally trade between 7 and 10. So my trading will stop in 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, mine's a combination of both, depending on the day and what's going on, that kind of thing. But I always
Yeah, but you
have
don't sleep, so you trade in the middle
the
of the night.
combination. Yeah, exactly. That's fair. That's a fair point.
No.
But yeah, hey guys, how we doing? Hello. How we doing?
You got
Aram, Abdullah, Cesare. I think that's how you say it. Cesare. I don't
what
know.
happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah, Kavika before. Yeah. Classic.
Very well behaved.
Morning.
My
Gold has been
partner
amazing.
realised that you
What
could
you
lose a
saying?
lot of money in Vegas very quickly. So I
Oh, definitely.
think it took 5 minutes for him to just lose $250.
At the casino.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
stayed away. I was like, there's no
Yeah.
point, because I've got my personality, I just keep going. So I was like,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna stay away. I watch him lose all his money and I'll just stay away. So it's not too bad.
Hey, you can do it vicariously, through
Yes.
someone else, right?
Yes, exactly that. But no, it's a great. Have you been before? Have you ever been?
No, I haven't been to America at all. No.
So
So
that
definitely
was
have
my
to get over
first
there
time in
sometime.
America. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
definitely do it
America would be
again.
cool. I have cousins who live over in California.
Okay,
They moved over. They actually moved to London and then moved over to the US after that. But
go
yeah, so
over.
at some point, yeah,
Go
I should go
over.
over
You've
and
got no
give them
excuse.
a
You've got
visit.
people there that you know.
Yeah, they live in San Fran, so yeah, it'd
Oh, that'd
definitely
be
be very
nice.
cool.
We did a couple of nights in San Fran, and that was lovely.
Mm, mm,
So no, you've got
mm.
no excuse not to go over.
Yeah, no, I don't. It's definitely on the list. I've got a whole bunch of places.
Are
Japan, US. want to get over to Europe, obviously the UK. At some point, I'm going to do a big
All of
sweep.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
We've
So
got Japan planned for the back end of next year because we've not done that side, Japan, China, and we want to do Asia. So I've just not seen that part of the world. Europe I've done to death, but it's obviously easy when you live in the UK. It's a £30 Ryanair flight to get somewhere.
exactly.
A little bit different trying to
Super
go to the
easy.
States or Asia, but no, that's our plan. That's the plan. Are you
Yeah,
looking at anything at the moment on the charts?
I'll jump over to my chart. So first of all, we'll check out gold because I mean,
Lovely,
look at
lovely.
this. That has absolutely died today.
So talk me through
mean-
what you generally look for. So
Yeah, sure. So like I've got up on here, I always have the sort of pivots running. Then I've typically got the moving averages. So I've got like the grey one up here is a 10. Then you've got the blue as a 50, 100, and then 200. So I always have them as sort of retracement, mean reversion sort of points. And also just a good visualization with momentum, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
it
a
helps.
trending market as well. Overall, though, gold in general, I was looking more so. If I bring this up, this is going to look like chaos, but let's get rid of that. So this higher level I'd marked out quite some time ago as the main stop point.
All right, okay. Nice
And
straight line.
Yeah, beautifully straight line. All my lovely drawings up here. So we had finally approached those levels, and I was still looking for close to 4K coming towards year end. But we've just had a bonkers run, and now this month has made this run in gold has been the best run since 2011, I believe.
Jesus,
so in 14 years. So which was basically around the European debt crisis.
Yeah.
Now I've got all the reasons for gold to run and keep bubbling up, but at this point, I was going, okay, we're getting a bit overcooked, a bit overstretched. We had the massive run yesterday in Asia, another big run in Asia.
Yeah.
Effectively no pullback, and this was built on top of that large multi-$100 run prior to that as well. So we're perfectly square on with the levels I marked out. I'm like, look, 38.70. Okay, I think this is a decent, point to take a shot at it. We could hit 38.90 or something like that before coming off, but I think starting to layer in here was the right way to go. And then beautiful, right off
Your squiggly line.
Yeah, and the other my squiggly line, yeah. Which, funnily enough, it's perfectly dead on, isn't it?
It worked. No, it is perfectly dead on. So what do you look for?
Yeah.
So once it hit your point, just for obviously people in the chat, what are you looking for to determine where to enter your trade?
Yeah, so from there, basically I'm looking for the degree of movement for the day, considering the ATR. Now, obviously, gold has been punching these kind of numbers daily pretty regularly. Today was exceptionally strong. It was also on the back of the government shutdown news. We've had that sort of stuff. At this point, I was thinking that's kind of priced in. We've had this massive run up in gold. We're coming into the, obviously, month end and quarter end flows. If you argue the government shutdown is probably priced in, we've also got some general progress in the talks between Netanyahu and Trump with the whole Gaza situation. So just sort of coalescing all of it, I felt as though from a macro standpoint, we're probably fully priced now, plus the month end, quarter end flows. And then also from a technical standpoint, just how far we've run, you don't go up forever, right? So it's pretty much leaning on that level. Again, gold very much likes those round figures, each block of 10 and blocks of 20, typically. So yeah, it was pretty much just run the trade off that, see if we come through. If not, that's fine. And basically just coming down to a touch above the earlier highs through last night and early Asia.
What's your reason for not holding?
Because gold can so easily like snap back.
Yeah.
Right. And we still do have some of these risks on the headline. So quite easily, you pull back, rip back up. I'm just looking to get in and out of gold at the moment. I haven't been holding trades very long. That was probably the longest gold trade I've held. I ended up that was what we mapped out with Dirk. I ended up getting in up
That's
there.
lovely.
Just after. So I held that through to today. What did I get out? It was just below 60 there at about 59. So yeah, obviously given where we ran through here, I was looking for some kind of potential pause off that angular line through there. And then potentially another sort of a rebound, flick higher through there into the 10, and then later on into the session to come back off. But we just stormed right through.
It didn't. It just stormed through, yeah. So generally that's where I get in. So on that little pullback that you see there, that's where I get in.
Yeah.
So it's just for me, I just need to make sure that it is going in that direction. So I normally get in the trade a little later than most people. But for me, it's less trades but more wins, so I'm happy with that.
Indeed.
It doesn't look like I'm getting anything else today, though.
Yeah, what have you picked up today, then?
So there's just a small one on NAS. Do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Share. Can you see? Yeah. No?
Can indeed. Let me just,
There we go. So my charts look a lot more simpler than your charts. I've not been trading as long as you, so obviously I only look for a couple of things. So I have a look at news, but I don't take into account much news because I'm in and out of a trade quite quickly. So as you can see here, we was in and out of a trade within 10 minutes. So for me, higher time frames don't come into it. It's just a small bit of momentum that I'm looking for. Very simple. So I have my own special indicator that I made and then a couple of EMAs. So for me, we're looking at the 5 minutes and we're looking at the 1 minute. We're just making sure that they're correlating with each other, looking for a little pullback on the 1 minute in the 5 minute direction, get in and get out. And it's always the same risk ratio on that one. It's a 1 to 1.5. And then on NAS, there's enough away. So as long as if we've had a 5 minute sweep just before, that's when I can go for a 1 to 2. So they're obviously higher risk. I go on a higher contract size. So that's where I get my bigger wins. So for example, now we've had a 5 minute sweep bearish. If we did go bearish on the 1 minute, I would look to take 1 to 2 because I would see that the momentum is carrying back down bearish. So for me, that's all I took this morning. There was a loss that I did. So we go back to the 10 minutes. Probably shouldn't have got in here. So we're looking around, probably around 7. So I got in on this push here. So as it was pushing up, I thought we'd take a little bit more from up here before we pushed back down, but we didn't. Unfortunately, it stopped me out. So no, there was a loss there. And then a win this morning on NAS. So no, I'm quite happy. And then I've got 9 more minutes of trading and then I'm done for the day. But no, I'm quite lucky. I can switch off. I don't need to look at the charts again. I disable all alerts on my phone. So no, I can then crack on with a day job after that. But one loss, one win. No, it's not too bad. But as I'm a little bit different in that regards because I only look at NAS and DAX. I don't look anywhere else. So for me, I know some people can look at 25 different indices and be absolutely fine with that. But for me, no, I stick to the 2. I'm locked in with the 2. I try and zone out everyone else and what they're doing. I don't try and go against myself. So there's a lot of time where I'll see on Instagram or wherever that somebody's in that somebody's put a sell on, but I'm in a buy. But no, I just stick to my rules. My back testing over the last few years says my rules work. So yeah, I'm just a little bit different, but it seems to work for me. So I'm just gonna, keep going.
No, perfect. That's good. Like I definitely still have like the core sort of assets I look at. I have the fringe assets more as because you get those days where nothing's really going on. You want to sit down, play some stuff, get some stuff on the board, and that's sort of where that comes into, I guess, and opportunistic stuff. But I definitely find the more you nail down to just like a core centralized couple assets,
you start learning how they move, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I often see traders that run a basket of, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 15.
Oh, I've
sometimes
seen
20.
25 plus, and I'm like, how did your head even know? I like to know a pair inside out while I'm trading it.
Yeah.
So these are my two go-to pairs. These are my two that I know where I'm happy to get in and get out. So no, there's where my rules work. So no, I'll stick to these two for as long as I can. I'll obviously have to change it when we go traveling. Start seeing what I can pick up during Asia, etc. So no, if anyone's got any hints and tips, that could help. Because NAS for me in Asia, it just moves a lot slower than what I'm used to. So you just got to change your risk settings that way. But no, it seems to be doing something.
You could pick up the ASX,
Okay.
so the Australian stock market, because you do get all the flows coming through there. It sort of often replicates a lot of the NASDAQ and the S&P.
Okay. Do you want to pull up your chart from last night on Asia and let's see if we could have pulled anything? Stop sharing.
Let me run over to mine. Yeah, there we go. Also, how are we doing, Akram? Good to see you, man. Let's just bring up this. So I guess here through Asia, as far as the times, Asia would have started about here.
Yeah.
Right? So not so dissimilar to sort of the NASDAQ moves we've seen, sort of sideways, a little bit up, a little bit down, and then come right off, right? Similar deal. So sometimes it'll mirror the current price action, and other times it'll be reflective of the previous night, like the overnight session from the US, which then leads on. Differences you'll have is obviously you got to consider some of the things like China, and some of the commodities space that will influence the market here. But yeah, definitely something to look at. I mean, run over it. Oops.
Might add it into the mix to actually have a look.
You can see how it trades, pretty. It behaves. Put it that way.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I want.
So,
that's what I need.
Yeah.
Whereas gold doesn't behave. So gold
exactly
moves too quick. Many a times I've passed or failed a funded account because of gold.
Because it's too chaotic.
Way too chaotic.
Say we go down to 5 minute. I mean, I feel like in here the structures they're pretty clear. Ding, ding, ding. Break up through here. Boom. Run that. Come down. Do it. Broken through there. Down. Right. So as far as your sort of approach, I feel like it should be complementary.
Yeah, definitely. No, I'll just write that down.
Yeah.
That's what I'll be doing till like midnight tonight.
Yeah. So it's probably that and the Japanese stock market. So JP225. Those would probably be the two for Asia.
Are they the two that you trade on Asia, or do you trade a lot more pairs on Asia?
I haven't been trading Asia as much recently because I try to keep that portion to get done with the rest of the things I need to do sort of during the day and also whilst other people are awake.
Yeah.
Sort of get that stuff done. And businesses are open and that kind of thing if I need to run around, go to the shops, that kind of stuff. So I've been trading less in Asia recently.
Okay.
More London and New York. But occasionally catching some of the afternoon trades for Asia, just ahead of London Open. So
they're always nice ASX, before London Open.
Yeah, exactly. ASX and Japanese stock market, so the 225, the Nikkei. I haven't traded in a little bit now, but mainly because we've had that focus on Trump and everything on. So yeah. But yeah, definitely beautiful to trade. So yeah.
Is that today there, euro?
Yeah, this is what I'm still sat in.
Okay.
Looking for a move up to about 117.70. So I've got the TP just below that, about 68.5, just at the minute. If we go, so we've gotten through the 200-hour moving average just here, and the previous day's highs. We go out to the daily. That looks chaotic.
Daily is something that I never venture into.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically after, we've kind of pushed on beyond that candle now.
Mm-hmm.
And, some strong momentum through here. Another strong close yesterday. And I'm looking for us to come somewhere up towards 117.80. I don't know if we'll quite get that high. I feel like we'll falter a little bit before that. So I'm going to look to tap out at about 70. That said, if we start approaching that, get the full run on towards 118, we'll see how we go. We've still got US data, everything to come through tonight. So
yeah,
I've already had a good day across the board. So I'm happy to just jump out.
Like I said, today's not a great day. It's quarter end in most places, especially with the stuff that I look at. Even with my day job, it's quarter end, it's month end. There's a lot of stuff that can manipulate the market. So no, guys, be very careful today. So no, that's why I like to be in and out by 10 o'clock, and I just like the rest of the day, let the news do what it wants to do to the charts.
Yeah, precisely, because a lot of those flows come into the London fix.
Yeah.
So just at the end of London.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm already.
Yeah. And then some from the Friday prior, obviously, because, FX is like T+2. So for large commercials, that kind of thing, they're going to have to, they did that last Friday. But still then coming into that rollover period, you do get a lot of funky.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Funky business. So yeah, I'm looking to kind of punch out these trades, get through here. I had the Aussie trade earlier today with the RBA, expecting they'd, obviously no rate cut was very much the expectation, but the further comments on inflation, seeing that come a little bit higher. We're seeing commodity prices start to rise as well. And it was, 2 weeks ago or something, when we had Jordan on, when we were doing the comps. I was talking about the slight outperformance from the Aussie dollar versus like euro and the pound, which we have seen that come through. So
how did the comps go? I missed it while being away. Did you compete?
That was good. I did. I lost out to Will.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What round did you lose out in?
So I guess we're doing 4 total rounds. So first round, so second round.
Okay, at least it wasn't first round.
Which, funnily enough, Jonatan came in and was like, "Oh, run this on, Aussie, whatever, and then me being silly, I was like, "All right, I'm pretty sure I'm already ahead, so I'm going to punch this and just like make it even larger of a gap." But then this was in the final 5-6 minutes, and then we just hit this bar, and then later ran on.
How long did you have to trade? What was the period that you did it in?
1 hour.
All right, so it was just trying to make as much as you can in 1 hour.
Yep.
So were you completely changing the way you trade then, just to scout the market?
No, so because I do scalp regularly as well, or scalp I call the kind of 5 minute, 15-minute type like you talk about. I tend to lean more to. I find those accounts that I do that on are a bit more scrappy.
Yeah.
And I sort of run those accounts to sort of pay myself as general wage stuff, and then I have the other things that sort of compound a bit more.
Yeah.
So my ideal pocket average trade time is about 1 hour 40 minutes.
It's nice. So, 10 minutes.
Yeah, that'll be some that are kind of half an hour to an hour, and then there's a bunch that'll be like 4 hours or 5 hours. And then so it averages out somewhere about an hour and a half. But then I do have the scrappy accounts, which are much shorter term. So definitely used to it. I've just found that the pocket for the best gains and approach to let them sort of mature, sort of sit in the pot for a bit is that longer time frame. So
No, I get what you mean. It's quite easily to you have a few bad days on one of your scrappy accounts. It's quite easy to lose it or your head
yeah,
totally go. Whereas, like for me, on DAX, I don't trade it every day. Whereas NAS I do, so NAS is quite easy for me to go and draw down quite quickly. Whereas DAX, I can easily see it compounding. And for me, I've got past the point of looking at what I'm making. It's more if I'm hitting what I say I want to hit every day. And then you making the money comes alongside that, which is what I've learned. So I feel like I've had a little bit of a shift in mindset. I'm not trying to aim for a certain figure every day. I'm just trying to aim to tick every box in my strategy that I'm getting in the trade correctly now. And that seems to be working. And then on the plus side, it's obviously making some money on the side as well. So no, that's just my aim for every day, just trying to stick to my rules and go from there.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can do, really. You can't force things out of the market. So, I mean, that's the way to go about it.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
I'm trying to read some of the comments. Supposedly, I've got a crush on you, they've just said. Guys, I have just got married.
I'm scrolled like way up.
LJ looks so handsome. I think Ashleigh has a crush on him. Guys and girls can talk. What else are they saying?
Off to Vegas again in another sham wedding.
Ashleigh's husband is lucky. Yeah, he is very lucky. Just so. Trying to see. Somebody was asking, LJ, do you trade multiple markets at the same time? So I think we just went through this. Yeah, you trade quite a few. LJ never sleeps. He's looking at quite a few different areas. He puts a squiggly line on a lot of different areas and waits for it to hit that squiggly line.
Yeah, I will have a few things going on at once. So Aussie dollar, Euro dollar, probably the main proxies that I use to trade certain ideas. But then I'll be watching pound dollar, dollar yen, some of the other yen crosses and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But typically I express the view in Aussie dollar, Euro dollar, then it'll be NASDAQ, and then gold. That's sort of the core four.
Have you got any complete outliers that you look at?
Not really.
Okay.
Nothing crazy. I mean, there's other things like gold. Sorry, not gold. Oil on once we come to certain levels, and I'll buy that as like a long term sort of swing trade. Oh, there's all sorts of squiggles all over here, but
that's lots of squiggles.
Yeah, and then the idea is like you hold that as like a carry trade, gain the swaps over the days you get positive swaps, and I'll just sort of sit in that, but nothing too wild. I tend to stay to more liquid markets as such. So yeah, I don't go too crazy with the exotic pairs. So.
No, I stay away from them completely. I don't know why I'm still looking at the charts because I'm out of here for NAS. So NAS is the only one that I trade up till 10 a.m. And then DAX, I'll have alerts on throughout the day so that I can still trade it while I'm working. So DAX is the only one that I'll be looking at for the next few hours. Looks like we're getting some momentum.
Yeah, NAS would be an example of one of the more shorter term trades I typically take. So I'll often, okay, let's bring this back to like, I don't know, let's go to 15. So I was in for a little bit longer because, we had the momentum, but generally I'll look at the 0 days to expiry options for that day. And you tend to get a cluster of the expected pricing coming into New York Open.
Okay.
Price sort of tends to bound back towards that because of the gamma exposure. Those clear, you get a bit of a gyration, and then the NAS will kick one way or the other. So same thing going towards the expiry, depending how we're positioned and what other like news, geopolitics, whatever is going on. I'll look to take a trade, returning price to that point. Yeah. We didn't get that yesterday. The number was, I think, sat down here. So we did end up making that directional move. We didn't get the full distance. But you do get that, basically the pull of expectation towards that. So
what time was that? What time we were looking?
This is my time, 1 a.m. So that would be 2 hours after New York Open.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
No, I stay out of New York on NAS. It's just these bigger moves. My stop loss needs to be bigger. I stick to what I know.
Fair.
So no, I need to stop, which I've trained myself the past few months, stop looking at what everyone else is doing, stop looking at other people's strategies, just drill down, stick to my own, stick to my rules. And it has helped. So if that's what people are struggling with, I would suggest unfollowing quite a lot of people and not going on social media as much to watch what other people are doing, because it does dishearten you if you see people make it. All people are putting on social media is the good stuff. Nobody's putting the 3 or 4 losses or the 20 blown funded accounts that they've had or how much of a crap day they're having. They're only putting the big win that they've never had before, but you're not seeing the 20 losses that they had before it. So it's not actually a win. So you just need to stay in your own lane and realise we're all trying to get to the same place, but don't try and follow what other people are doing.
Yeah. Definitely. Given you trade NAS and the DAX, do you also invest at all? Around like sort of, I guess, strategically buying at certain levels for like long-term stuff.
So no, the only thing that I actually do invest in is just your standard S&P. That's my dog going to start barking now. Hector, come here. Just the postman. Just my standard S&P. I delved into the crypto world. Did all that, bought NFTs, did all that, made a bit of money off that side of the world. I was really interested in it, but you can quickly lose as quickly as you can gain. So I took my profit and did what I needed to do. So now I'm just standing in the market just with an S&P. So a good chunk of money just goes into that every month, and I just want to leave that compound in there. What about yourself?
So myself, NASDAQ and NASDAQ Gold and Bitcoin,
Bitcoin's in there,
bits and
I've
pieces.
still got some of the basics of crypto just sat there, so I'll leave that in. But I've stopped trying to go for these ones that you think are gonna 20R within 10 seconds or whatever else. So I'm just I'm just staying away from meme coins and whatever else. I've been there, made money, lost money. So no, just stick with the basics. Stick with the level of knowledge that I know, and try and stay out the rest.
Yeah, I think those days are largely gone.
Yeah.
Like the whole you needed that hype portion around it. It's the same as the meme stocks. Like it's kind of just died off. Everyone's figured out that game. Institutions start coming into it and
completely
reversing and then that just kills the whole thing. So
no, which I'm glad for. Because people can actually start making money now, because I think it was very easy to lose a lot of money in them times.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. A lot of people made a lot of money. That also means that a lot of people lost a lot of money.
Oh, yeah. Because people see that they can do this, but they're not seeing that it's only the 1% that are doing that.
Yeah.
So you've got to have some kind of knowledge to be able to get in early and whatever else. So no, for the likes of your standard people, like most people that are trading here, you've not got that inside knowledge to be able to get in somewhere. You're already in it when it's about to dump. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
It is not worth it.
But yeah, no, I was just curious because I find a lot of people that trade indices then strategically invest other portions at certain levels because they're watching all the time, trading it. And then so they're very selective in when they buy and, or buy and hold. Say, when they actually jump in.
No, I'm just in for very long term. So just for me, the S&P helps. I've got other bits and bobs going on, but no, put a good chunk in there and just wait for that to consolidate for the next 30 years and see where I'm up to.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
What are people buying? Ashleigh, you're not running late for work. I am running late for work. My work started at 9:00, but I did jump on work at 8:00, and I've had 3 missed calls from my manager. But he can wait.
Need to go there.
He can wait till 5:30. No, so I've blocked out 9:30, 10:30. No, it's absolutely fine. So I've jumped on and already done an hour, so we're all right.
Fair.
See what else anyone's put. So there's some people entering a competition. Let's have a look. My best position was 100th. Somebody's entering the second contest tomorrow.
So I gotta scroll up to where you are and try and click them for you. Sure.
I knew you'd click on that one. All for you, LJ.
Good laugh.
I saw that somebody mentioned from Morocco. I'm there next month. So if you want to...
Oh, really? Good Morocco.
Great. So yeah, I've been a couple of times, but I'm having my hen do in Marrakesh. So I know I've just got married in Vegas, but before people join the chat, I am actually getting married again in the UK in February. So we're having hen do's and stag do's. So he's going to Poland, I think, in a couple of weeks while I'm in Marrakesh. So now there'll be 16 of us in Marrakesh at some point. So no, if whoever was that mentioned that from Morocco, if you could reach out, that'd be great. Where can I follow?
I feel like I'm lost.
What was that? Sorry.
Where are you in the chat? I feel like
so
I'm lost.
I just scrolled up. It was like 24 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago.
Okay, that's why. That makes sense. It was a bit ago.
Where are you? Oh, I am Morocco. Here we go. And my origins are Jewish, yeah. 26 minutes ago. Oh, where can I follow Ashleigh? My Instagram is Ashleigh __ trades. It should come up on if you look on the 5ers and go on their followers, you should see me on there. Trying to see if anybody's asked any. Do you use indicators? Do you want to run through what indicators you use?
What was your thing? I'll put in the chat for you.
I'm just going to double check.
Or you can throw it in the chat. I'm sure that's fine.
How do I throw it in the chat?
Yeah.
Where Ashleigh and then __ trades.
There we go.
So somebody's asked what indicators you're using, LJ. So I think we briefly touched on these before.
Where are we now?
21 minutes up.
21 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Oh, I scrolled right down again.
We'll get there.
Hang on. Do I use indicators? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, as far as what I have on here for you guys is just the basic moving averages, just to get a read on price, and then I keep it pretty clean. The rest is all sort of some of my, good old scribbles or Picasso drawings, as we always refer over here. Outside of that, I do have a bunch of, proprietary indicators that I've built, and then I use a couple of the other standards on various charts. I kind of comb through the lot. So I typically have like Bolly bands, I'll have Keltner channels. I've got longer time frame charts like hour, 4 hour daily with stochastic and RSI. What else do I use? The yen pairs, I'll use Ichimoku clouds. Reason being, they're very heavily used in Japan. And with such a large retail trader base, they do influence the market there. That, and then a standard deviation channel, right? So like a regression channel. And that's generally what I'll run through.
So a lot more than the three that I use.
It sounds sort of confusing and with a whole bunch of bits and pieces, but for me, it's kind of just a very quick overview that I can see momentum, where we are, what the general expectation of price range is, same with the pivot points, the ATR, and then delve deeper into the overall structure myself after that, and then some of the macro backdrop. But yeah, that's where you guys can follow Ashleigh, by the way. So that's 2 underscores. It looks like they're linked to one, but it's
Looks
2
like a very long line, but it's 2 underscores. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So that's all right.
So for me, I'm just using EMAs and sweeps. So I've got an indicator that I made, well, not that I made, that I outsourced and spent a lot of time on the phone asking someone to make it for me. It just alerts me when we've had a certain type of sweep that I'm looking for. So for me, just a continuation. So I just use the free. So it's just two EMAs, standard 20 and 50s, and a sweep. I need to keep it quite simple. So I think people think when they come into trading that they have to have 12 computers, all these indicators, the charts look like that right now. Whereas I've been trading, God, about 4 years. It's took me to get to this point, and I'm finally at a point where I'm making money, and I still do it very simple. So I have a girl that I have a very small group. I keep it very small. There's like 15 of us in there that chat. I want to keep it that way. And I had someone message me a couple of days ago, and they was like, "Oh, do I need this type of computer to trade on?" I was like, I trade walking my dog off my phone because I walk my dog for an hour every morning. So it's if I get an alert, I trade off my phone. So I have like my laptop, but I can't remember the last time I traded on my laptop. I do my back testing, so on an evening I'll go through and log what I've seen, what the market did, if I stuck to my rules, etc. So I'll do that every night on the laptop. But in regards to trading daily, no, it's just on my phone when I see an alert. If I get an alert and I'm out driving for work, I'll pull over and have a coffee and hopefully get in somewhere there. So no, I think people have this expectation that when it comes to trading, you have to have all this wealth of knowledge and you have to have all these, like I said, all these screens and whatever else. But it can work doing it the way I'm doing. I'm probably 1% of the way compared to the knowledge that you've got. And I'm learning every day and it's going to help me. But people still can make money and still do well at zero level of understanding. You just need to know the basics and go from there. You need to walk before you can run. So I think it's nice, especially coming onto this, I think it's nice to show people that you don't have to have the level of knowledge that you've got, LJ, and how well you're doing in the markets to be able to look at a chart and have some sense of which direction it's going to go in. Keep your strategy simple and just go from there. And then as you progress, you'll get an edge to your strategy. And that will depend on, you'll start seeing where outside influences come in, how the market changes month in, month out, at quarter end, between different news sources, etc. And you gain that knowledge as you go. But you can just start small. So it's easy to do. So hopefully that's what people can take away from myself on this, that you can, be like me, have it very simple and still find a way to make money from it.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you definitely can. And especially those lower time frames, like you don't need the computer because you're not needing to go back to past highs, lows, various key levels that we pulled away from, and news announcements. Was this because of the Fed? Was this induced because of non-farm payroll?
That knowledge will come in time from speaking to people but you don't need that knowledge to start. You don't have to have, like I said, a million indicators or whatever. You don't even need an indicator. You just need to see a certain pattern, a certain setup, everyday forming. Look at the charts every day and you'll see the way it moves. At a certain time, it'll move a certain way. And that's just your edge. That's all you need to do.
Exactly. And especially because, like you said, you still have your regular work. So, when you have that, chances are you're not gonna have the time to sit there, comb through everything. Because that is literally it's a full-time job doing.
Oh, it is. No, that's what it definitely is.
I'm going through macro. I'm going through the jobs data. I'm looking at
it's a full-time thing.
This, that, blah blah, putting it all into spreadsheets and all sorts of stuff. So
no, it's a full-time, and I don't have that time. So I'm up at 6, gym for an hour, then I start trading from 7. So 7 till 8, I'm walking the dog, trading. 8 till 9, I'm back here. I'll just, coffee, start the day job, but I've got my alert set. So for me, I don't have that time to be looking into everything that you're looking into, but hopefully the knowledge is coming and I'm gaining quite a lot to the point where having an extra edge to my strategy. So the next year I can keep doing that, and hopefully when we do go travelling, it'll help. Are you going to jump up? My dog wants to say hello. I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
Come here. Come on.
Is it he or she?
It's a he.
What's his name?
Hector.
Hector.
Have you watched Troy?
Great. I like that. Yeah.
So my partner wanted his Troy moment where he can stand and scream Hector. So that's his name. So 2-year-old Payne. Yeah, I know.
That's beautiful.
He's a good boy.
Oh, still young.
Yeah, he's still a pup.
Little
Still
papa.
a pup. He spent the weekend at the beach, so we had fun, didn't we?
Very
So
cute.
he's really good though, because we'll walk in the morning and then he'll sleep till lunchtime. We'll go for a run or go for a walk at lunch, and then he'll sleep till tea. He's a very sleepy dog.
Yeah.
So he just decides to bark whenever I'm doing something.
Yeah.
That's
it's the same as my cat. I have a crush on LJ's cat. She always ends up in the back, right? She's a terrible trader though, so just be careful.
Your cat's a terrible trader.
Decides to trade, yeah.
Do you know how many times I've been watching a trade on my phone and I've gone to put the lead on the dog and I've gone into the trade accidentally and I've not realised, and then I've walked down the street for 15 minutes and I'm in a trade and I've...
Because you tap the phone
accidentally. Yeah, I've tapped it by accident.
Yeah.
So I blame him.
See, at least dogs aren't going to necessarily jump up on your desk and walk over your keyboard.
No, there is that. There is that. I just have him. He just wanted to be on a podcast, didn't you? Yeah. Right, you're going to get down.
Very cute.
No, he's a good boy. Right, I might have to love yous all and leave yous to actually get to the day job. Who's on next?
I think Jonatan's coming in soon.
Okay.
I think he's doing a trader interview or something. So he'll be jumping in.
Are you staying on till 5:30?
I am. I'm here for another hour or so. So
all right, okay.
I'll be around. I'm sticking around.
Enjoy. Right.
See you, Ashleigh.
Lovely to speak to you. I think I'm on again next Tuesday, so I will speak to you then.
Awesome. Cool.
See you all later. Bye. Bye. It will go off.
How are we doing, guys? Now there was one. So, what we'll run through now is, first of all, any trades or markets you guys want me to look at, throw them in right now. Been pretty busy day, pretty active session overall. Obviously, we got month-end flows, quarter-end flows. We've had the news out from the White House that they're expecting government shutdown. That's thrown a spanner in the works as far as all of that. We did have a couple of Fed comments last night that, there's still more concern about inflation rather than the jobs picture. That keeps going back and forth. And now we've got the situation that if the government does shut down, it's meant to be tonight, we may not get non-farm payroll on Friday. So there may be no non-farm payroll because government's shut down, meaning that potentially everyone will just be looking for ADP on Wednesday, and that'll be essentially our payroll for this week. Because then the question after that will be, how long would Trump potentially keep the government shut down for? Which he has done so in the past for extended time. They went 30 days, I believe it was, the previous time when he did this. And right now it is technically sort of in his interest. Saves money on the government. He's not spending money. There's other portions where he may look to use it as a reasoning to basically fire people further from the government. And then also to fluff some of the data, say from the non-farms, etc., that does come out later. So people are going to be very skeptical around any of the data that does come out following that as well. So euro dollar, Zima, we can do euro dollar, no problem. So euro dollar, I'm still sat in this long for the euro. So right now I am looking for some kind of move up to this higher zone. I'm willing to take it a touch early at about 117.70. So I've got the TP right now for myself at 117.68.5, right? This top area is a volume area that we had in the past through various periods, and some of these high points through here. Where we're getting the cluster of the VWAP as far as tick volume pretty much runs through sort of like that midpoint here, top point, just up through there. So this is going to be your cluster to actually work through, and we'll see if we can get through that. Right now, we do have the specter of the government shutdown still looming. See how that actually plays out coming through to US New York session. If we get any more information out on that, I press that and delete it. There we go. But right now, so I do have a slight tilt as far as USD downside. We are starting to get extended. What I would like to see is for dollar yen to continue to break a bit further, which right now we're coming up to, I think this on the hourly was about the 200 moving average. No, the 4 hour it must have been. So I'd like to see this last little burst for the dollar yen punch through to the 200 moving average there, potentially down to these bodies just here. And then that's probably going to be the total shout for the dollar for now. So given that, if we go back to the euro on the 15, I'm looking for us to have one further spout through here and then hit the TP. If not, we pull back into here and just sort of trade around sideways. I'll potentially just exit the trade. Right now, we do still have that tilt to the upside with the government shutdown in play. As far as data, we've got Lagarde's going to be speaking shortly in about like a minute. How much she'll actually say, I'm not sure. I haven't looked up where the speech actually is, where she's speaking today at all. But we do have the German CPI coming out later. We had French CPI earlier, which came in a touch lower. I don't think the CPI data is really going to matter that much. Europe's much more concerned with growth. So, if the French CPI came in a touch lighter, if we do get the CPI coming in a touch hotter, people start to price out that we will get the final rate cut from the ECB. Hence, you could see the euro come a touch higher, but it's not going to move anything major right now. So, yeah, overall, still tilted to the upside for euro dollar for the meantime. When we come to New York, we'll see where that is, and particularly pre-New York coming to, obviously with the US data, the other bits and pieces coming out later on, plus the London fix is what you're going to have to look at. So end of London, basically, because we'll get the month-end and quarter-end flows that could, gyrate. We've capped out market reverses because typically we do see US dollar buying coming into month-end, quarter-end. A lot of those flows would have come through Friday, and we didn't see that US dollar buying particularly there. So pound yen we can definitely have a look at. So pound yen, obviously, as far as the pound's been pretty beat up lately as far as the other majors. Right now, we're moving basically off the yen component primarily. So we've seen US dollar yen, as an example, come right off. So that's the majority player just there. This is on an hourly time frame. So you can see we've got some of these levels coming in down here. Right now, I would say it's hard to call as far as the pound yen itself. The major influence is going to be coming from the dollar yen side of things. So I would look to dollar yen for that positioning as far as the pound yen. And what I was saying with dollar yen is I'd like to see just a touch lower, and then we probably come up. And potentially this, the US government shutdown stuff is going to be sort of unwound, right? Market's been through it before. It's a bit scary, but it's probably priced in now, and we start to unwind that. How are we doing, Pedro? How are we going?
Good, man. Good morning. How is
Going well?
everyone doing?
Going strong, brother. Going strong. Been active. I will come back and say hello in a sec. I've actually been waiting. I've been needing to go to the bathroom for a while.
Okay, sorry.
I'll come back.
1 second. Let me just swap to my monitor. All right. What's up, everyone? Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? Let's just fix my camera a little bit in here. Okay. Mario, bom dia. What are you guys looking at? What is your expectation? How is your month of September going? Today is the last day of the month, correct? So if you guys want to share how is your month of September and what is your expectation for October and what is your expectation until the end of the year? So we are getting into the last quarter. Who's ready to get a strong end of the year in the markets and to basically start 2026 in a good way? What's up, Void? And did any of you went into the expo, trading expo on Saturday? I didn't, but if any of you did go, if you want to share as well, how was the experience? That would be great. Kabik, are you saying that you had 35% gain in September? That's amazing, man.
Nice. Dude, that's solid.
Yeah, that's really good, man. That's fantastic.
That's so much better. Thank you. Dude, I've been sitting here for ages, just like.
That was a quick one, either way.
God,
but welcome back, LJ. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Oh, RC, did you go to the expo? Yeah, I didn't go, to be honest. But how was it? How was the experience in the expo? If you did go into last Saturday, as I know, I think Abe went. I think maybe Victor and Rich also went there. I'm not sure. Is that what you tried to go to do, the LJ? Kind of just to fix your hair? Or?
It's like alfalfa. No, I just realized I got this big piece jutting out.
What's up, boys?
God. Why does it stay down? God. There we go.
Yeah, it's good. You were actually, just before I came in, you were talking about the potential shutdown of the government in US. What is your expectation on that? And they are saying that where did you go now? Where did LJ go? Okay, let's forget about it. It just left. Yeah, and saying that he didn't manage to go because it would be way too far away from him. Yeah, guys, what you need to do is to kind of scream everyone constantly and repeatedly in the chat for the 5ers to actually organize in-house event, basically just an event from the 5ers. Just keep on repeating, like every now and then, maybe not every day, but every now and then. It's just to keep reminding Jonatan. So then Jonatan passed the message to Saul, and then kind of as the more times you keep repeating the message, maybe eventually you end up doing that event just for the 5ers. That would be massive. Even LJ would fly from Australia just to join us.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll do it as well in the UK.
Yeah, so I can get there.
Yeah,
it's like a 22 or 23 hour plane trip.
It's okay. You kind of scream, record, trade at the same time. Like that to be.
Sorry, I had to get my.
It's okay, man. Oh, good. Yeah, I was just mentioning just before we left. I don't know if you hear my question about the shutdown in the U.S. government. Like, what's your expectation on that? And are you not going to have an FP if that happens? Like, what's going on in there?
Yeah, I mean, if it happens tonight, we're not getting NFP, which means everyone's probably going to look at the ADP, so the private payroll. It's hard to say. I mean, the market has kind of gotten over the whole shutdown thing. We don't really care anymore, right? In general, when it happens, we have this every single year, multiple times a year. Trouble is obviously with Trump, he's done it in the past where he's made it very extended. And then that'll mean that we're not going to get a bunch of the other data pieces, which obviously is important for the Fed. Expectation is that it would probably last like 5 days. So that means we should still get the CPI data coming out later on next week. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard because it's sort of, there is certain benefits for Trump to actually shut it down and try to use that as leverage and
yeah, exactly.
What
are the jobs
yeah,
like to yeah?
It's very hard to call.
When I read about it, I thought like this could be kind of more a chess play from Trump to maybe to get some things done on his own way. And he has been complaining so much about the data, the NFP. So if you don't really even get that data, maybe it's even better for him as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see.
And then I think when it does eventually come out, once if they come back, and then we'll have NFP on some random day. I think everyone will be calling doubt on the numbers in general, right? Because they'll be going like, oh, what's the influence here? It was shut down. There's probably problems with it. Hasn't been revised properly. That kind of thing. So I think it's a very hard one. I think it's very hard to price for it or sort of predict anything for it. I think that's also why the market hasn't really moved to try and price it in. Yeah. There's been chatter around gold running today during Asia being because of the government shutdown and some other bits and pieces. I don't think so, really. I think it's more just gold doing what it's been doing. It might have a minor influence, but I think it would be more a reason for people to potentially sell gold now at these tops, under the consideration that if we actually don't have things shut down, there'll be a sudden burst of like risk on activity, right? But I can't see heavy risk off flows. So you have a minor sell tendency in the dollar today. Obviously, we see dollar yen down, euro dollars come back up, pound dollars up, Aussie dollars up more for its own reasons. But yeah, I don't think the market is particularly concerned at this point.
A lot of the dollar yen move is also because of the yen. We've seen a recovery since yesterday. So that's been interesting. Actually, it was a move I missed on the euro yen as a short. But yeah, but just finishing this in here. AGR mentioned that LJ, you should learn some Portuguese because apparently there is many Portuguese and Brazilian guys in the chat in here. So, but guys, you are always welcome. Okay, and you are even welcome as well to join our own Portuguese channel later on in the afternoon. I think we are really close to 2,000 subs. So just go there, subscribe. You're going to benefit from it as well with some giveaways in there, which is great. Our room mentioned that is 25% away to pass the challenge, so that's really good. Congratulations on that. And then the few people mentioning, Kavika mentioned that he had 11%. I think the other 35, it's what is the goal until the end of the year, which is quite interesting. Okay, right. 35% in 3 months, that would be interesting. Kai mentioned that September has been good. Yeah, fantastic. I think LJ made better gains since it's LJ's. Okay, our trading strategy. That's good.
Well, hope it's helping. So there you go.
Do they also have a crash on LJ, Pedro? Who has a crash on LJ? As many people have a crash on LJ.
Butler's starting this
again. Yeah, no, it has been great. All right, so okay, what are you looking at? I was looking at oil, to be honest. We had a good kind of sell-off Friday evening until today, basically all the way back. We were kind of even talking last week to see if where it would be eventually the point where oil would move to downside after kind of a good move to the upside. I think this may be a good level to find a little bit of a long opportunity. My favorite level, I've been waiting for that for quite a while, there's been the 61 or something like that on oil, but price has been respecting this level of support for quite a while, like already with a triple bottom in here. But this was kind of a strong demand zone. Price already got really close to it, already kind of had the initial reaction. I'm going to see if there's any opportunity to look for a long in here. But for a bigger one, I actually prefer if the lows were taken and price will get to 61. I think that's going to be another OPEC meeting on Sunday, kind of to revise again what they may do or not do in maybe November in terms of production or cuts or whatever it may be. So yeah, next Sunday maybe, or this Sunday is going to be kind of an interesting moment for oil. It's interesting the way price futures just sell off completely as soon as he went slightly above this previous structure.
Yeah, we had the combination of basically the them echoing that they do want to increase supply, and then it was also on the back of the Trump talking to Netanyahu and the 20-point progress to peace with Gaza or whatever. So obviously, if you get that starts to shut down the whole Iran situation and that potentially flaring up again. So hence we saw oil drop right off because of that as well.
Yeah. Hansi is saying that reach is 6.4. This is quite tall. That's interesting. Yeah, I never met Rich in person. I mean, just from the live streams. I didn't know if that was the impression that he was tall. That's interesting.
We're the same height.
Sorry?
That's interesting. We're the same height.
Okay. All right.
Me and Rich.
So that's there you go. Like that's the benefit when eventually we do meet people in person. Kind of you okay. I thought you were kind of you looked one way, and then kind of you end up being maybe slightly different or whatever when you actually meet someone in person, which is nice. And again, that's why the 5ers needs to do eventually international meetup like he did like in 2021 or something like that. That would be awesome. I look like your college friend. Maybe I am. Maybe I just went back a few years and I'm back in college. I wish so. Yeah, that's interesting. What else? What else are you looking? What else are we looking? Let's look at the US indices. Do you think that is a double top, and you're ready to go down, or we are going to have new all-time highs as well in basically near future? What's your expectation for this week?
I think we're probably more likely to pull back a bit. The government shutdown stuff is sort of cleared. I think that's the main sort of concern holding us back just now. And then it's sort of that, because it's very much how much does that layer into the Fed and the Fed's consideration if they're not getting perfect data. Can they still make a decision? Do they still just go through with the rate cut regardless? Does it change the rhetoric that when we do have the rate announcement, how they talk about it, if they're somehow lacking some of that data still? So that's going to depend very much if, say, hypothetically, we do shut down, we're not going to get the non-farm payroll. The question is then, how long do we shut down for? Is it going to be like 5 days? This is sort of, back to normal by next week. Or is it going to, is Trump going to try and pull some extended shutdown, which then would play around with the Fed, right? At that point, you might get some general concerns. At least for a near-term dip, I don't think it's not going to change the picture of anything. But I would question the impotence to jump into longs with that backdrop right now from the market. So, yeah, I would have a slight tilt to the downside. That said, I'm also not willing to jump into shorts at the moment because I very much see that we could just unwind the whole government shutdown thing pretty quickly. So,
yeah, it's interesting. That's a good comment and actually good. I kind of agree with you. I was just then looking at the price action itself, and it's going to be interesting if we do actually kind of respect this double top or not. NASDAQ went already a little bit literally close to the extreme.
Yeah, NASDAQ, they're very, very similar. Hey, so yeah,
but NASDAQ got really close to the extreme. So basically, if I was about to look for a short between NASDAQ and S&P, I think NASDAQ, I could see the short underneath the yesterday highs, S&P, I could even see a small fake out of yesterday high, and still maybe a little bit deeper into last week's high or something like that, and then sell. Basically, I could still see a little bit of a moving to here and then maybe sell. On NASDAQ, I think at this point the top may be in place, and I'll be looking more something like that for another sell. I do like this type of mid-range that we're creating here. I think those can be quite nice for liquidity, and then price maybe just can fake out slightly and sell off. We do have a little bit of previous structure as well at around this level, which maybe eventually can be interesting as well. And it's kind of almost a round number on the S&P, kind of 6,700 somehow, which is people that do pay attention to it. Of course, NASDAQ, we're getting close, really close actually to 25, close to 24,900. But yeah, I'm going to be interested today to see what kind of a move we're going to have on NASDAQ. Anything like this, I think I'm going to be looking for a short around the US Open. That's what I'm going to be looking at in there. Because today I spent a little bit of time analyzing the Big 7. I think we had NVIDIA really close off-time highs, but it's already a little bit of a close range, a bit similar to what we had back in kind of before the sell-off in April. We have Tesla is back, but Tesla doesn't really count as much. Then you have Amazon starting to create also double top in here, not really managing to break above. Then you have Google, Google as well. No, this is Meta also respecting this double top in here, not really managing to break all-time highs. Maybe can bounce a little bit more to the downside. Alphabet as well had that spike with the earnings, and now let's see if it's going to manage or not, or if it's going to go down. And then we have Google, yes, completely broke through. So again, just looking at the 6-7 in here, some of them are literally at the edge at potential all-time highs, but it can work as a resistance. Some of them already respecting a double top, and maybe two of them with a little bit of momentum to the upside. Apple being one of them, which again, since the iPhone release, also is moving quite strongly to the upside. We may end up taking the highs, to be honest. So I was just trying to see if there is already signs of weakness in these ones as well that could affect NASDAQ.
I would have a slight tilt to the downside based on the repricing of the Fed cuts. Because I'm still of the opinion we'll just get the 2 and not 3. So we won't get a December cut. Yeah. So
I was looking at that, the odds at this point. It was... what was it? I think it was 80 something, then went to 60, now back to 70. The odds are around that.
Yeah, I think that's too much. I think the same thing with euro dollar, pound dollar, that kind of stuff up here. I think we're going to sort of start to top out somewhere here and actually rotate a good bit lower. And then same with the NASDAQ and the S&P. Obviously, Trump's shutdown thing throws a spanner in that right now, exactly how that plays out. So that's the question we've got to find out tonight.
Garu comment is quite nice. So the 5ers live stream is like a college class with many streamers taking our classes for 5 hours. It's kind of, the question is, which one of these classes are you skipping? Like, which ones do you kind of, which ones you want to miss out or kind of just go and don't even show up to the classroom? And then the second question is, if you're about to do an exam, like, which one you think would be the hardest one between the guests that you are here? But that's a nice one. Let's Motocar. Like, congrats, man! You got 18% this month, so that's in real money. That's kind of good parentheses. That's good. Yeah, that's really good, man. Congrats. That's a great month. That's a really good month. Just keep on doing. Yeah. Keep on doing that. The US indices is going to be an interesting one to see if we're going to actually. I think we can have a little bit more of a sell-off before maybe actually resuming higher. What else? Yeah, the dollar. You mentioned the dollar to downside. So we had that recovery since the FOMC. For me to be more bullish on the dollar, I would have liked to see the structure being broken. To be honest.
I'm not long term. This is just very short term, right? Very short term. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of what in terms of price action, exactly how which you prefer to see dollar breaking these highs to start maybe opening door for price to kind of navigate higher in the future. We are indeed recovering. Today we just broke that slightly this structure. It's switching in the middle. I don't know if some of you maybe use this Fibonacci to see until where dollar can retrace. This is 50% somewhere around here. Maybe we can have some reaction at around this 50%. It's kind of back into this previous level of also support. Maybe we can have some reaction in there. We'll see. But it's not exactly something that I like to trade. Personally, I like to trade more of the extremes, to be honest. And then the yen is the one that, interesting enough, good reaction since Monday. I think there were some comments, potentially increase of the interest rate, if not mistaken, on the yen again. I think maybe they are starting to talk a little bit about
again.
About that, yeah.
Every 4 weeks it comes up. And, nothing really happens, but
it's just
we're getting closer to that
market.
Point. Yeah. But it's a matter of time thing. So for sure. So this is why I'm wondering if where we are on the Dixie, how we've got this cluster. Either we need to drop down lower, come to that 50% zone, and where that trend line comes in, like you were saying, that's probably the point. Then I would see to go long the dollar near term for a slight bounce, find a point where we sort of run out of steam, and then just come right off. It's either that or we actually are getting a proper rotation higher, and then dollar keeps going from there, right? So, we're getting to some very interesting sort of pinch points where we're getting tighter and tighter and tighter, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're kind of start making decisions for the future, depending if
Starting
those levels are respected or broken. That's an interesting one. Even on the NE here, like you can see this strong trend line. Price once again kind of coming back into this. This is basically taking on the daily time frame, this is one of the most recent highs that actually hold price down. We broke this structure. It's going to be interesting for many people as well that like to pay attention if price breaks and closes above. At this point, it just slightly wicked above it, even this trend line. So it's going to be interesting to see how this daily candle basically is going to close today. It may give a little bit of a signs of a bit more of a bullish move. Again, we are still within this support level. Slightly took these lows, but you are still kind of respecting that level. This is November 2024. So it's basically 1 year of movement on the yen index. We are back at these levels. So it's going to be interesting. And because of that, then we did have the sell-off on the dollar yen, which is quite nice. Unfortunately for me, price didn't really got a little bit closer to where I wanted to short. We missed that level. And then we have also pound yen in a good move to the downside. This was kind of already something that I was looking for. We had broken this structure, price retraced, and I'm looking for price to go back or close to this. I think someone mentioned also to take a look at the pound yen. I think we can go all the way to target these lows and maybe even go to 197. Maybe from here we can have a little bit of a reaction. But I think I have a bit more bearish in here. Again, the yen is helping for that. And then this euro yen, which is such a strong kind of compression move, reacting still from that top on the left side. I could even see euro yen also going all the way. Of course, may not go in a straight line. May navigate a little bit in here, ups and downs, but I think it could eventually go there. Especially if the yen index actually wants to push a little bit higher. I think that can be quite easily done for these yen pairs. So that's a little bit of my take on the yen pairs in there, on the ones that I'm looking at. What about on the euro?
I definitely
go ahead. Sorry,
I definitely like pound yen short for sure, because I can see both the weakness in the pound, strength in the yen. Probably prefer that over even dollar yen, possibly. At least near term, because dollar yen keeps getting faked out with so much stuff. Bonds, yield differentials for bonds should say otherwise, but we're just not getting that kind of move so far. So go figure.
Gary saying he literally sleeps and eat during the streams. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. That's. I don't know if it's a compliment or if it's not a compliment towards us. If you're kind of sleeping and anything, that's good. Shen is saying that. Yeah, glad that he doesn't get any homework from us. That would be interesting, to be honest. Yeah, we even bring the markets, Kavika. All right, gold. Someone is mentioning about gold. Okay, what did Garu mention? Consistency over trades, not really, but consistency with profits on month or bi-monthly scale. Huh? What was this about? Okay, this was a comment to Kavika. What matters is consistency over trades. Not really, but consistency with profits on monthly or bi-monthly scale. Exactly. What's the comment in here? It's kind of, he wants to see kind of growth in the account and not just on taking trades.
Yeah, I think so. So like quality over quantity.
Yeah, over quantity. Okay,
right? I guess. Okay. Yeah.
Got it. What's up, 9? Welcome. Okay, Gabriel, for GJ, what could be a good entry point for short? That like the best ones kind of may have already happened, but maybe price comes back close to this level again. Maybe can find another short. Maybe again using that Fibonacci, maybe can wait for a little bit of retracement. I'm not exactly a trend continuation trader, so I'm not really telling you to just wait for some structure in here and then when price breaks, maybe to go again. Maybe that could be an approach to try to catch maybe the next leg down. I'll be a bit more of looking to see price would retrace a little bit to potentially go, and maybe this is one of the next structures that you could look for.
Yeah, I think so, because dollar yen has come down to that 114. Sorry, not 114. Numbers 147.80 level. So I think from here we could see a rebound in dollar yen, hence that lift pound yen up. You come up to one of those top points and then reverse from there. So right now I'd probably wait for a bit of a rebound. I think we've kind of had the near-term move. It's been pretty aggressive, to be fair. So I'd wait for that rebound first.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Maybe yen index could also maybe retrace back to here, and then maybe could go again, and maybe that's the moment where you can find that next short on the pound yen. Yeah, to be honest, one of the trades that I was looking for, it was actually for this move to retrace back to this level, which never happened, and price just literally took off on the yen pairs. But yeah, that would be maybe one possibility. And you can pay attention to yen index sometimes. The correlation can help actually quite nicely. Look for. 9 rematch between that happened already. That was last week. Well, there was no rematch. It was just one match. It was Anastasia like selected so nice with the timing, even postponed for the week after, and then there was no movement whatsoever. An interesting thing about my trade is actually all of them end up going to the targets that I had, but which for that hour price didn't move at all.
Yeah.
So I basically I was at break even, I think. Slightly profit with the commissions. I kind of was -5 whatever, or dollars. But actually at the end of the day, if I had just continued with the trades, all of them got to the target, which was nice. But it is what it is. It's a 1 hour competition.
So I think we need like 3 hours or something at least, right?
We need movement. Actually, the match between Derry and Carver, I think so.
Yeah, and they had news. That's not
they
even
had
fair.
news and stuff like that. Like there was movement in there. Like
I'd be cleaning
there was no
up
movement whatsoever. There was no movement.
Yeah.
At least let it gamble with some movement, or at least the US Open or something like that. Like that was well, it is what it is.
Exactly.
It is what it is. But yeah, we do have the next matches tomorrow. It's going to be Samir versus Anastasia, and then it goes against Karwa. That's correct. And then I think Thursday is the rest of the matches. I think Jonatan and Will. Jonatan, I think he doesn't really know how he's getting so far away in the competition, but but it's but it's good. Imagine that he ends up winning actually and keeping the trophy. He's going to be he's going to be talking about that forever, right?
Yeah, no, he will never stop. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, he never stop.
Yeah. He'll probably also be like, I don't know how this happened, but it just did. So, you know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, apart from that, I think where we are now, as far as the market, we're kind of waiting for this
Caro is here.
US
What's
to really
Caro?
open. To be honest.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Caro is here on the comments. So, Caro,
Yeah.
you did amazing. Like your game against Daddy was fantastic, and I actually hope you just go all the way. I hope you go all the way. To be honest, if Anastasia wins, it's going to be woman versus woman. Like it's going to be an interesting one. Like you're going to definitely have a female trader in the final. And maybe that answers the question, like who are the best traders? Are males or females? Like I think that's going to be the big question that we're going to answer with this tournament. Bear in mind
That's
that
really good. Very, very excited for the remaining contests.
Yeah.
So
it's true.
It's going to be good.
It's going to be quite interesting. I hope the times are good for some volatility.
Well, I mean, we've got a bunch going on at the minute, you know, so
yeah,
definitely.
Nine, I had my preparation already, man. If I had won that tournament, that game, I was already kind of shared to the side. I'll be doing the steal everywhere. Like I was already fully prepared. Now you need to wait. You need to wait until the next time. You need to wait until the next time, man.
That would have been incredible.
All right, gold. What's your take on gold then? It was a good recovery to the downside. It keeps on moving down, to be honest. I'm just going to wait now for price to come back to be able to.
Yeah, I did catch a short on gold earlier today. Jumped out early. Ended up going long last night as well. Held that overnight. That came through today when I woke up, so that was nice. The short I jumped out way too early through here. We just ended up running all the way, which I didn't think we'd just get a full run. So jumped out on that early, unfortunately. This is back into the general respect area that I was looking for. With these prior levels in here, that old head. You got the 200 moving average in here as well. And that's basically where we broke through. So no surprise, we basically stopped, paused at this point. So right now I'd probably be looking for some kind of move back up to about 38.30. And then I think from there we actually get further downside. So, I'm not willing to go jump in long. I'd rather wait for it to move, get the move up there and then short. Because I could also see us sort of just wander about here and then, dribble off further. Mm-hmm. So right now, waiting for that slight retrace higher, see if there's an entry point, and then probably short gold to some lower levels, about 37.50 or so from there.
What was your trigger for a short at the highs? Like, was there any... It was just looking at the extension, or there was any confirmation on the time frame that you looked for?
This was like a level I had marked out from a long time ago that I was looking at. Just based on round numbers, percentage gains, just ahead of that 3,900.
Okay.
As far as a pause point. And obviously we've had these increased runs the whole way up. So at that point, I was like, okay, 38.70. We've had a massive run today. And that makes this month the best month for gold since for 14 years. So since 2011, around the European debt crisis. I don't think we're quite at that kind of an extreme as far as concerns for the market. So based on that, it's sort of a unwind of that pricing. So yeah, again, that sort of round number level, we seem to be topping out. The ATR as far as today, as far as yesterday, the massive run up through Asia, the large run up from we go back when we actually broke 3,500. You know, if I put it on the balance of risks, do we go to 3,900 plus, or do we start to pull off? We've got the government shutdown news come through. That's going to be priced in if people are actually caring about that in the market. You've got some of the resolution stuff with Netanyahu and Trump for Gaza. You've got the Fed kind of on their path now. Plus, you've had the overextension of price as far as the technicals. We've got month end, quarter end, just all of it coalescing together. I was saying, okay, this logically would be sort of a bit of a switch point. You take some chips off the board, you cover the positions, whatever else for today. So, you know, if I was just trying to think of if I'm sitting there with a big pile into gold right now, am I going to wait the next couple of days to find out, or do you sort of make a move now at all-time highs? Balance of probability.
But then on the world time frame, was there any trigger for you to short? Like, did you wait for anything on the world time frame to
so
double top?
Lower time frame. Yeah, basically just once the momentum had stalled out around that 3870 kind of area, and we came into the end of Asia. Obviously, through Asia, we've got a bunch of the gold miners and stuff in Australia. China's the biggest producer of gold, Russia, and then Australia. So once you come through Asia, you're seeing price kind of cap out. I'd then be looking to go into London and for that to start to be reversed, right? As well as when the trading side comes into it as well. So you get the end of day wrap up, end of month, end of quarter wrap up for Asia. Then you're coming into London to then run through their piece there. So.
Okay. Yeah, I can see on the candles that there which we kind of they didn't even manage to continue. There was like 1 hour, 2 hours candles in there. That when you're looking at 5 minutes or 15 minutes, you can literally see that price was not managing to go over a certain level, and then it just sold off.
So it was once we had That's where I entered wasn't that far. It was over on this next candle here. Yeah. So once we had this failure high here, like that wick just stood out just before we came to the next bar, slight pop, end here, close, and then we just ran. So I jumped in on that just as like either
so you waited
the
for
fail
that
point
kind
over
of,
here.
Okay, you waited for price not really managing to break the high, kind of show signs of holding, and then okay, that was my actual original question, but that's really nice to listen to your thought process. How you combine everything from monthly close to quarterly close to kind of biggest monthly candle of whatever, like since we are alive.
Yeah, so that's like the backdrop. Then I was watching it here on the 1 minute, and we were sort of stalling out price through here. We had that pullback, ran up through there. So just even on a 1 minute basis, you'd probably see price pull back a touch there. And then the question is, if that starts a run and we now continue that move, we're going to come right off, right? And so otherwise you wait until you're already down at 38.60 to sort of get confirmation, or I can just take the risk here, $2 stop on gold, right? And then see if that just plays through.
Yeah. That's always the question. Like, do you wait for extra confirmation, or do you take the kind of riskier but bigger reward trade?
Yeah, and because the reason is like I've got this top level to lean on, right? So clearly, if we broke that, then we're still going higher up to like 38.80 or 38.90. So the fact that you did have that prior top was something to lean on, rather than missing out on $10 drop in gold already, then trying to pick up at the bottom on some kind of break, which could end up being, because it's gold as well, bit of a fake out. You sort of break through that level, through there, come to here, and then we just ride back up, right? So I'd prefer to lean on the top side, especially when we are in basically open air. Like there's nothing, this is all new territory, right? So
indeed. That was nice. That was exactly what I wanted to hear, kind of the thought process. It was nice how you combine absolutely everything. And that's an interesting answer actually that you gave, even in regards to how you combine kind of the fundamentals of it, and how the fundamentals are so subjective, but it's kind of, it still ends up playing somehow a role for you actually to look for an opportunity in that specific level. And then yes, you do connect the technicals to look for those confirmations. And that's why sometimes when you are indeed kind of studying the fundamentals, or trying to implement the fundamentals into your own trading strategy, it's not the same thing as doing a backtesting of a strategy just based on technicals, correct? You are not, you are not. First of all, you don't have even the data to combine all the same fundamentals into something to actually see if it works or not. It's just kind of, you try to make sense of it and what is logical.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing poker. So you're going to have some degree of statistics and knowing what cards are on the board. You can try and map that up. That's what you look at, the technicals. The macro, you're going to have some pieces, right, where you can look at past data or where you expect we're going, but there's going to be a portion that is like in the future that you have to assume. So it'll be the same as like the opposing cards players, how they're playing very aggressively, being subdued, that kind of stuff. And so that's where the market positioning comes in. How tense is the market right now per se? Because there's a lot of things where we have something going on and the market doesn't really care about, even though it should actually be something to care about. Then something else comes along and the market's freaking out over something very minor, right? And so understanding that sort of the tenseness, which often then you draw that back to actual positioning. You can look at COT data, that kind of stuff as well. But there is that degree of forward assumption. And you're just trying to look for where you think the market is pricing here. And based on your own outlook, you've priced the probabilities up here. Then you've got that gap, and that basically becomes the edge, the arbitrage. You run that over and over again. You're going to capture that gap, assuming you're right, of course.
Exactly.
The difference.
I like that approach. I like that approach. I think that's actually how it works. Eventually. Griff mentioned that he's losing his airline, maybe because of trading. Maybe the stress. I don't want to go into specifics how to show mine, but maybe that's one of the reasons. And some white hair already kind of all over. But yeah, trading does that to us. That's true.
Indeed.
All right. What else? What else are you guys looking at? What else are we looking in here? Anything else, guys, in the comments? Just share with us what other charts you want us to look at.
I did exit this Euro trade that I had once we started pausing up here, by the way, for you guys that were asking before. So I'm out of this now because after this slight pause here, we didn't manage to kick on. So we came into the 10 moving average. I've talked about this with Dirk. I often look for the extension of that. You come back to the 10, come towards to test the 50. You then need to get back above the 10 once again to confirm that the trend is still continuing. So once we failed to get a close above there, tapped out. So I'm out of that for now.
Yeah.
You actually in anything, Pedro?
No, I'm not. I'm waiting. I'm waiting on oil to see how it's going to play out. I'm waiting. What was it? I think EuroCAD was. EuroCAD is approaching an interesting level, but I'm still. I didn't really see the breakoff structure to the downside, so maybe EuroCAD just wants to continue to go slightly higher. It's one that I'm monitoring. What else? Dollar CAD, I'm waiting higher. Dollar franc Swiss as well, I wanted higher. Price never got there. It's same as dollar yen. What about Aussie? Like Aussie had the interest rate decision, correct? And they kept the
Aussie's
same.
Been great.
It's been great.
Yeah, well, last time
good current.
When Jordan was on, he had his competition. We were talking about. I was talking about because Jonatan was saying he was long pound Aussie. And I was saying, I think this thing is going to get hammered and turned around. And I think Aussie dollar is going to outperform the euro dollar and pound dollar, right? And destroyed. Exactly. Absolutely destroyed. So we got that playing out very nicely. when we were coming up through here, I was saying, I don't think we're getting up to this area at all. I think we're going to get absolutely killed here and right back down to lows. So we have had that. We've also seen Aussie dollar in general having a bit of outperformance. On a relative basis, the euro dollar and pound dollar. And yeah, it's pretty much, so we've got the commodity cycle starting to pick up again. This was the area. Sorry, I didn't realize I had that on the 5 minute. This was the area up here. I think Jonatan was looking for us to continue to, and then potentially run to new all-time highs, and then got killed. So
yeah, I was bearish. So I don't know if it was from someone on this live stream or if it was someone on the Portuguese live stream. We were kind of had spoken about the pound house as well. I was literally bearish. I think pound house had literally broken the previous low on the left. I think it was just a small retracement until eventually would resume the move to the downside, and potentially quite similar as well with the. I think I actually spoke with you as well, because we mentioned actually the pound house, it could actually have a bit more of a bearish move opposite to euro house, which may not be as negative as the pound house.
Yeah, we did. We did actually. Yeah.
I think I remember speaking with you about that. Now I actually just broke the previous low, so we'll see. We'll see if it's going to continue. If it's going to continue or not.
So overall, Australia, we got the central bank thing today. No change. We had the slightly higher inflation last time. Commodities are doing well. Job market's still good. There's no reason for them to move right now. And yeah, that commodity cycle is picking up. We're seeing gold up, copper up, iron ore up. So hence, that gives that underlying support to the Aussie dollar in general. So.
Yeah. What do you see when you're looking at the Aussie dollar? Do you expect now to go take the high again, kind of resume just the bullish move, or are you looking at anything to look for a sell still within this high, this monthly high?
So I'm looking about 66.20 for now for us to sort of cap out, based on the reasoning that one, we've got some of the headline risk as far as the government shutdown. We could see stocks come off further. Aussie dollar tends to be sensitive. If NASDAQ just, and S&P start falling out of bed, Aussie dollar is likely to run right off. We have had a pretty good move. All of that stuff I was just talking about is probably priced in roughly at this point. I am also therefore expecting euro dollar to come off from here, whether it's up at this high level, 117.70 or towards 118. At some point in this basket, I'm looking for a bit of dollar strength. Yeah, like we were talking about before. So on the back of that, I'd see Aussie dollar probably topping out for the near term. And then the question is, with the euro dollar and pound dollar today, is this the top, or are we going to get a final spurt later on and then potentially run off after that? So that's what I've got my eye on right now. Obviously, if this starts breaking down, we start accelerating, then I just jump into a trade somewhere down here and look for us to drive lower. So similar deal with the Aussie dollar. Right now, we've had another run at these tops. We're struggling to get beyond that. 66.20 was about the topping sort of point. That's up with this cluster up here. It's also been a prior level a number of times in the past.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you.
Up there.
Yeah, I think today either maybe the job openings, who knows, a bit later on, maybe can have just a little bit more of a push up before then finding those sells.
Yeah, towards the end of the year, I'm looking for 67 to 68 towards the end of the year. So I think we will get more strength later on, but just near term, I think we're probably due a bit of a pullback for the moment. So
yeah, I could see that. I could see that happening on the Aussie dollar. Eventually, yes, continue to move higher. But we do have maybe a bigger range that you can even go a little bit lower before even this 64 something, 64, I don't know, 64.5 or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, as long as we don't take that 64.2 from August 21st, I think, as long as we don't take that low, I think we can still continue to look for longs, even if we get that deep into that level. I think maybe that can still work out.
It's like if I go out to the weekly, you can see we're playing around with the 200-week moving average at the moment. So we're going to need to get a close above there on a weekly basis to run higher.
So where is that level again on the that 200 moving average?
66.75 or so right now.
Okay, so we're touching it. So basically, price just touch it. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so we touched it the other.
Okay.
Last week, right?
Yeah, with the Fed. Okay, we created that move.
So hence, at that time, just like the euro dollar trades around that 119, I was seeing these, across the board, euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar, each of these charts, we're looking sort of peak points for the near term thing. Got that drop down. We pulled back into the 10-week moving average here, which has been rising, and the 100-week right there as well. So that again was the perfect turn point for that to pull back to
good
run
reaction.
back up.
Yeah.
And then eventually I think we'll establish a hold above here and then start driving higher. But that's going to be towards the end of the year and possibly Q1. But I think we should get to somewhere, at least have another little play above that 200 moving average before end of year. So
I could agree with you. I'm looking for quite similar stuff. What about pound dollar? Someone is asking, like we have Garu and they have Ragu as well. Pound dollar view. Pound dollar is quite negative as well last week. It took an important low. I think that may still open the doors a bit more to the downside. It was interesting.
Yeah, pound dollar is one of the things that, as far as the dollar influence, that's why I think it'll be quite hard to get up there for the Aussie, because we'll constantly get pulled back by the overall larger complex from the other majors. But I can definitely see pound dollar at some point coming like right off. That's going to depend a lot on the government's fiscal front that we're dealing with right now. But yeah, at least I could see 132 once again. And then depending how bad stuff could potentially get, you go beyond that. But I don't feel like we're heading to these highs. I think we're likely to get a slight move up and then start to pull back again. So this is a daily, of course. But this area, so call that 135 to 134.70. I'm kind of seeing as a bit of a topping area and potentially reversal point to come much lower. So
yeah, I agree. We do have that clear double bottom that everyone can look at that was created with the lows in May and then in August. It's basically those two. Yeah, you can see it as well on your chart a little bit beyond the daily time frame. Last week we did manage to take that low. I think that low kind of, for me at least, I think it shows a bit more bearishness. This was just a necessary retracement after literally a sell-off for the last 10 days. And I'm looking more or less at the same range as well. We're looking at that 1.35 or something like that, kind of around there. I think we can indeed. It's either you can even respect this top where it is reacting right now, and maybe try to push, or can maybe get to that 135 and maybe then find some more bearish move on the pound. I think. Just to go for that, I think from last week when you created that move, not last week when you had the Fed like 10 days ago or almost 2 weeks ago, it respected quite nicely the top on the left side, and it can maybe create a double top for now, and maybe it can actually then end up pushing lower on the pound.
This is a very similar thing I'm seeing on euro dollar here as well. We've kind of had this push up back into the 10. I can very much see us coming right back down. Right, so drew these on the lower time frame. So if we get rid of that, a bit easier to see. But yeah, so it's a similar story. So I'm seeing the same thing lined up on both right now. So
yo, people,
there is that question. What's up, Will?
How we doing,
Rich?
How we doing, Rich? How we doing, Will?
What's up?
Good, mate. Not too bad. How's things?
Good. It's getting warmer over here.
I don't care.
I don't like it.
Man. I was about to ask you, man.
Every day the past couple of days, because all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's.
Yeah. Well, let's just put it this way. I've just put the heating on.
Yeah. Same as yesterday. That's what you said yesterday as well.
Yeah. Dude, I'm so cold.
Do you want to swap? Do you want to swap?
Mate, I would honestly swap.
God.
Let's swap.
We had some snow in Lesotho, which is an enclave country in South Africa. So it is cold right now. It's not fun.
Really?
Yeah, out of nowhere.
Because we had snow, I think, week before last, down a bit lower down in, around like Melbourne, Sydney, everywhere.
No.
In Australia.
In Australia?
Yeah, it snows here.
I've never heard that.
What do you mean? We got ski fields here.
Have you?
Yeah.
Dude, the fact that you got to call them ski fields really tells me that you don't.
It's a flat, but it's just like
literally.
Because that lower band of Australia, like and same with Tasmania, like you think how close it is to the Antarctic and everything.
I suppose. Yeah, if you think about it, Australia's pretty big as well.
Australia's huge, right? So
I'm literally I'm about to look at it on a map. So yeah, fair. No, that makes sense.
Yeah. So down there it snows, just not up here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, down by like Melbourne, mate.
Yeah. And so it's not really going to snow in like the city areas and that kind of stuff, but like
that makes sense. So like whereabouts, if you don't mind me asking, whereabouts are you? Just give me like a location. I don't want your
Brisbane.
Oh, you're Brisbane. Oh, okay, fair.
Yeah. So in Queensland, near the Gold Coast, right?
Yeah.
Actually, in Australia, Will, not Seychelles.
Shut up. I do not like you. Have I ever told you how much I actually detest you, Rich?
And yet every day you still keep on talking to me, so I don't know.
I know.
Do you love me? Is it like a love-hate relationship?
I'm either mad at you or madly in love with you.
Like diametrically opposite feelings constantly.
Hey, New South Wales. Do you have a West Wales?
Yeah, so
that'd be cool.
Just above New South Wales. So Sunshine State, or Queensland. Up here.
Yeah, I'm just looking there now. I do. That's sick. So how close are you to the coast? Are you like right on the coast in Brisbane?
No. So the coast, like for instance, like the Gold Coast would be like an hour drive.
Oh, okay.
So you can drive 40 minutes to the edge of the sort of coastline, but there's no like beach. It's kind of just the water, right? But as far as the beaches, you go to the Gold Coast a little bit further down. Plus, you go to the Sunshine Coast, which is like an hour and a half north.
Yeah, I was going to
say,
literally just further up. I'm just looking at the Sunshine Coast now. Oh, mate, that's cool.
Brisbane is like on the western end, isn't it? Like right against the ocean, or is it like a?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
but it's so large that obviously you don't have like beachfront. You have to go further south. Beachfront.
Yeah, for good beaches, put it that way. Like there's beachfront, but in terms of where like there's wave breaks and that
New
kind of
York.
Dude, you're literally the opposite side of Australia to Jordan.
Yeah.
Like literally the opposite.
Yeah, so there's like a 2-hour time difference between him and I.
Dude, that's crazy.
Because of that. So it's the same time difference between where I am and New Zealand, from me to him.
Do you know what I love about Australia? Like they call it the territory. I'm just looking at like the Northern Territory.
Yeah.
That's just the desert. Yeah, it just sounds pretty solid. Right? It just sounds like Aztec-y.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, that's super cool. I've never actually properly looked at a map of Australia. Like, I know where Australia is. Like, I could locate it. But hence why I thought, like, literally, I made that cock up that the Seychelles was so close to Australia. Yeah.
Like literally, like not. We're not even joking. This was a real.
Okay. It was a bit of a blonde moment, all right, Rich.
Man, it happens. We've all had like those little like moments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, not to be fair, I had a pretty special moment. Anyway, how's things been? How's the trading markets been? Flat? Anyone in any positions? What are we looking at?
I'm out of everything now. Today earlier has been was quite good. Got some euro dollar trades earlier, Aussie dollar with the RBA today during Asia, and then I got at least part of the gold sell off. Jumped out way too early, but
I was going to say, did anyone catch the dump on gold?
Yeah, I got in at 68, and then sold at, what was it, 40? I think it was 40. Wow. Yeah, so I missed like a huge chunk of it, but
yeah, it was the same with one of the boys in our group. He caught a really nice gold sell, and then about 15 minutes later said he should have held it. I was like, yeah, fair.
Yeah. I jumped out at 41.
Oh, okay, no.
So yeah, but
I only got
that's fine.
EU trade. That's all. GU is too consolidated for me today, so I didn't touch EU. GU, sorry.
I don't blame you. Yeah, I'm guessing it was an EU buy.
Yeah, I got a buy.
Yeah, I thought so.
Nice.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think Pedro's still waiting as well.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
What are you looking for, Pedro?
On EU, I'm waiting for price to go slightly higher, and then potentially look for a sale.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I'm waiting. This was something that actually someone from the Portuguese stream was looking for a long. If price would hold this level, yes, I think price would go higher. So we hold it, and I'm looking a little bit higher for potential shorts on euro dollar. But yeah, wait and see. Actually, I prefer maybe euro CAD or maybe some other euro pairs instead of euro dollar to try, even euro pound as well. So there are maybe other euro pairs that I'm potentially looking for shorts. They are closer to extremes. I like to trade extremes, so euro pound is one of them. At this extreme in here, I'm actually waiting for price to take the highs and then look for a short. I think we have a lot of liquidity above these levels, even though euro pound doesn't really run a highs that much. But then that's what I'm going to be waiting, and euro CAD as well. That's another one I'm looking. Price is starting to slow down a little bit, and I'm going to be looking for potential shorts.
Are you a higher time frame trader, Pedro?
I like to look for higher time frame levels, but then I go into intraday and try to find the entries on the lower time frame. And depending on the opportunity, if I do see a clear higher time frame potential move, then I may hold trade longer. If I just see a little bit of a small opportunity, I can't catch the trade in 1 hour, 2 hours, and I'm out of the trade. So I'm kind of a little bit of a mix, to be honest. Yeah. A bit of a mix.
I like a little bit of mixed trading.
Yeah. I'm like, my main focus is always trying to find what space is available for me to try to catch the trade. Sometimes it will be maybe just a short from here towards here, and that's it. If I start seeing some levels being broken, then I may try to aim for a bigger move. So I'm not going to be holding every single trade. Some trades maybe just a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. Some others may go longer. Of course, I may take partials along the way. Unfortunately, those higher time frame trades, they may not happen as frequently as because they take time to appear, kind of to play out. It's a lot of patience before that move.
Yeah, nice. Richie, how about yourself, man? You said you were in a nice EU.
Oh yeah, I should probably share.
Oh, 1 second, it's not yet ready.
Yeah, there we go. It's gone.
Okay, 1 second.
I thought it was going to be super quick, and I wasn't.
I'm just gonna bring this up a minute as well. Treat other people the way you want to be treated, but then gets mad when others do it to him. How is that for psychology? Kabika, what are you on about? Are you on about me?
I think it was when you were talking about the hate-love relationship with
Oh,
Richard.
I thought so, because I just saw little boy. I was like, bro. Chill. These are jokes. And I was like,
yeah, we're friends in real life, so it's
Kabika, relax, bro. Like, these are literally jokes. Don't worry. Like, me and Richard Butler spend every single day with each other, so it's all good, mate. We don't actually hate each other. I just thought, I'd dumb it down.
Yeah, you would really know if we didn't like
Yeah,
each
just
other.
stirring the pot.
Very
like,
little.
you would know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
It's Kabika. He's just stirring the pot. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. I was like, Kabika, don't
He
panic.
wants the tea. He's like, oh yes. Yes.
Now we. Bro's an actor,
I just marked
so you never
this.
know which character we're going
sorry.
Damn, Kavika, you've got this big wooden spoon out today, haven't you, bro? Like, relax, my man, relax.
He is definitely drawing you over his lap and giving you a bit of a wobble.
Yeah, bank me.
So I just marked this one out now as it was just before the stream started, as it was starting to make a little bit of a turn. It's going to be a short-term turn. I didn't take it. I just marked it, so it's just like visually for me to kind of have a reference point of what I would like to see and see if it actually plays out. This is the trade that I took. This morning we broke the Tokyo high. Effectively came back down to test it, started pushing up again. So it's a rally-based rally for me. And then I decided to wait for it to come and test the Tokyo high again, or at least test this 15-minute block for me. It did. It made another little 15-minute bullish candle, and then I decided to get in, and then my typical 1 to 1.5 hour trade. I'm glad I did, because then it started turning. I would have been like break even at this point now, but I don't. Those break even trades aren't the most like psychologically appealing ones, especially if you feel like, oh yeah, I could have had my full TP, or I could have had a little bit more, a little bit less, and then it goes to break even, and then it goes against you. So this was a little good one. That's the only one that I was in. Unfortunately, GU to me was just way too consolidative. I mean, you effectively have this top section that it just showed nothing. No interest trying to break it. I do have a higher point up here that's so far from it that I have no interest in GU at the moment. And I think it's going to carry on like this for possibly the rest of the day, depending on what happens in New York, obviously. But the rest of my trading day, which is just a London session. So
Do you not trade New York at all? No.
Say again.
Do you not trade New York? No.
No. In general, I don't.
Okay, fair.
Generally, New York has all of the high impact dollar news events, and the GU news days are so far spread between that I can be on EU as an example if there's news on GU or something, or I can be on gold as an example. But I trade all of the US pairs effectively, so EU, GU, and gold along with dollar. So there's less trading opportunity for me earlier in the day. And then, as well, like we're UTC +2. So it's 1 hour ahead of London. So I try and keep my trading to just the London session. And I've just found that with the New York session open and the news that usually plays off during the New York session, that first hour to 2 hours of New York, I just don't get good trades. So there's just no point in trading there. So I've limited my trading time to the end of the Tokyo session to just before the New York session opens up.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, Asian sessions have been killer lately.
Oh, they've been so good.
Yeah,
it's just
I've been typically sitting out of them, but then jumped into it recently because we've gotten that a number of times now. So I've been up for the Asian sessions. So.
Maybe I should consider that, because it's like 2 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock in the morning here by us, and generally that's like me fast asleep, snoring, little bubble by my nose, that kind of like stuff. But I mean, look how beautiful on the 15-minute it made my exact rally-based rally. Price moves up beautifully, makes a base, and then rallies again, and then just entering on the continuation looking for 15 pips as an example. Perfect. I know it's like a hindsight. Hey, there you go. There's but like that's what you do. You look at it in hindsight and you see, okay, maybe I should adjust my strategy, or not my strategy, but like my trading time and stuff like that. In that case, it would have been brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, Asia has been really nice over the past few weeks, but I mean, I have no interest in trading it. I like my sleep.
So what the actual?
I mean, that's fair.
Old.
So again.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Old.
dude, that was crazy. That was so good today.
We were streaming this morning.
I know the drop. Yeah.
I was still like, I expect gold to still try and go up. There might be a potential for a bit of a pullback, but in general, I'm expecting still some more buys.
I'm looking for a slight retracement and then more sells. So up around your whatever that red moving average is there.
Oh, this one. This is a
Yes.
100. I think.
Yeah, sort of around there. That kind of cluster.
It's 100.
So I'm sure if you put a fib on there as well, that's probably like 61.8 or in between there and the 50.
Yes.
Yeah, I reckon we'll have a little bit to go down, but I don't think we're going to go much further down. I reckon 379. I reckon we may square 800 again, but I reckon we'd be flat then. I reckon we'll start getting some more bull moves coming in.
I mean, that EMA is exactly in line with this hourly base of mine. There is a potential, like you're saying, that where it can just decide to come back a little bit to it, maybe attempt to push higher and then fail and then try to come lower. I mean, there's so much underneath that has not been tested.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now. Like what are we going to 3,900? End of month, end of quarter. I mean, if the government shutdown thing gets weird and gets wacky, and we get concerns around that, then yeah, you could get a push.
But I mean,
I feel like we're probably more likely to sort of start to be fully priced in, right? Like, look at it's the biggest move since 2011, right? In 14 years, monthly move for gold, right? And last time we had that was European debt crisis. We got a lot of reasons for gold to be hot right now, but I think this is getting a bit too hot.
Yeah. It's like stretching that elastic band, and you're just going to put a lighter under it, and just the minute it heats up too much, it's just going to snap everything back.
Yeah,
I mean, we've been in this extended range all the way from February, from August. Sorry, like like August the 22nd, where we've effectively just run within this band. But the thing is, like, this distance it's $400, almost $500 that we've climbed in the space of a month.
Yeah, it's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers.
Can you imagine that in the next like month, 2 months, 3 months? Like, I don't know if that prediction of like less or if we're not going to reach 400 is even a thing. I don't know. Like, just going on the fact that we're still within the band. Like, even this pullback is still expected. It's still within the band, or in this channel, if you consider that.
Yeah, guys, I don't think we're just going to fall out of it, but I think we're due for like, I don't know, 37.50, something like that, right? And then we see some kind of consideration from there, and then start to potentially find buying pressure, head towards 4K. Or I'm still in the band of like high 3900s. I don't know if we quite get 4K.
If we get to high 3900s, but we don't get to 4K by the end of this year, I'm going to be so sad.
That's how gold always plays out, though. It's like
it's
right by the 1Ks, right? When we were back in like 2000 and whatever, and we sort of fail 970 when we had the peak after the GFC just before 2K. It was like 19, whatever it was. It sort of has a tendency to do that. So.
What about
and the reason being, I mean, everyone's focused on that number, right? That's where you're trying to, if you're in that trade, you want to get exit liquidity, right? And people are trying to push in for that 4K, starts to turn around, people start to exit. Yeah, we'll see. It's either because the other side, I would see us either peaking in that 3900s, 39.50, 39.80, pulling back, or we just smash right through 4K and go to like 4.1, like 4.150
That's what I
or
think.
something.
I reckon we're going to 4.1 by early December.
So what you're saying is gold is either going to tease everybody by not touching 4K because everybody's expecting it. It's going to be like, no, and then just drop. Or it's going to be like exceed everybody's expectations and just run through it.
Yeah, run through it, hit stops, and, get
the
that for
ultimate
the
market edging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be my play. Wait to
Dude,
create a level of resistance at around 3,900s.
Yeah.
And then decide.
Make everyone sell in there, put stop loss above the 4K that everyone was waiting for. And then when it gets there, then you have the fake out.
Yeah, I agree.
100%. I think the minute we hit 4K, two things are going to happen. It's just going to explode to the upside, or 4K is where everyone's TPs are going to be.
Where we see it go down like $250 in a day. Absolutely.
It's just going to tank.
It's the dummy. Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it tanks after 4K. I reckon it'd be like 4K, maybe 4.5, 4.1. But the minute it gets like 4.1, I reckon it'll just tank. I reckon we'd be at 4K for a day, if that, and then we'll start selling off.
So what you're thinking? It's going to be a Bitcoin event where Bitcoin reaches all-time highs, drops 10K, climbs up to all-time high, drops 20K.
Well, maybe not that
it's going to be a longer drop.
Maybe not that extreme, but I certainly reckon it'll drop a couple of $100. Like, I don't think we're going to drop like much more than $500. I reckon it'd be like $200.
Fair.
Then
it'd be like 200.
Yeah.
Because once you get that wash, everyone's going to see it. Everyone's going to jump on it, and it just almost the same as today. Like we, washed out 70.
Yeah.
Right. So when you're running about 4K, seeing that $200 drop, not that crazy at all. So
yeah. It'll go up to 4K. TPs will be hit. People take the money out. Christmas time will come through. People want to get paid. January, February time, people are going to be thinking, right, let's get back in gold now and push this above 4K.
Pedro would be smiling.
Basically, that's like a 5% drop at that point. Right. This month, we've gone up, 12%?
Yeah. But I mean,
so when you're at extremes, to see it come off in a day, 5% is not, it's not out of the question.
It wouldn't be that unusual.
Even though historically it's like it's never had like such a massive rally and then such a massive drop followed by that rally,
Sort of. I mean, I remember because I started trading gold a lot 2013, 2014. It was one of the main things I traded. And even in that interim point, long after we had peaked at the 1900s, we had one day we hit 116.40 and then just absolutely smashed it down to 114.50. And I rode that the whole way down very early when I started trading. And that was where I cleaned up a huge amount of what I made in those early days. But it was just one day. It was like a three-day sort of trade. But that first day, bang, down 60, bang, another 60, bang, bang, right?
I mean, just here.
But that wasn't near those all-time highs. That was at that interim point. So if we're at all-time extreme highs at 4K, I think
I mean, in 2020 we dropped from 2000 to 1600 in like a space of a few months, obviously, but that was all-time highs at that time, or just by all-time highs. So we've wicked all-time highs at this point 3 times and then just broke through it and continued. So
yeah,
I agree with you, the fact that we might be very, very, very overextended on gold, and especially how quickly we've garnered this gain.
Yeah, exactly. It's more the speed, right? The fact that we're up, it makes sense. There's nothing like structurally broken or anything. It completely makes sense. It's just the speed, and it's always the speed of anything that breaks markets. The same with like stocks and that kind of thing as well. That gets that like snapback. Type situation.
Just saying, okay, guys, frame this. Gold 4K in the beginning of 2026 and 10K in 2030.
I don't think so. I think 5K 2030.
You reckon 5K? Mate, that's still
5 to 6. 5 to 6, yeah.
Given the rate that we've...
Yeah, depending on if we get like some kind of big crash, like this all ends up in like a car crash, then I could see 10K 2030, like legitimately.
Like you said, it's worrying.
It'd have to be a proper car crash.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. It's worrying what needs to happen to get gold to 10K. Yeah. Like that would really worry me on not only a fundamental, but as a human being, what we would see geopolitically and economically, what we need to witness and what we need to live through to see 10K gold.
Yeah. So I don't think that's a likely outcome, because if you run the math, I mean, that means the gold market has to expand from roughly like 20 trillion now up to 50 trillion, which means that money has to come from somewhere else, and it's clearly come from somewhere else because everything else is cooked, right? So that would be really bad. I'd say more likely you're probably likely to see like the NASDAQ and that kind of stuff, through to the moon. Rather than gold itself. I think gold will have a good climb, so I'd be more favorable of like the 5 to 6, as pretty realistic even. But
so you think that there's potentially a ceiling for gold, effectively?
Yeah, well, when you think about it, it's kind of the same thing as Bitcoin. When people talk about this Bitcoin to $1 million, like you have to do the math of like how much money has to flow in for the price to actually be at that point. Think about the market cap, like like what are people talking about? Like, dude, the money doesn't just
times $1 million.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see how Bitcoin could physically get to $1 million.
Bitcoin would have to go to $1 million right now. It would match the entire gold market, because it's roughly two and a bit trillion. So for it to go to $1 million now, it would be roughly 20, right? Plus minus $1 trillion or whatever the exact number is. But
maybe in like 50 to 100 years time.
Yeah, people aren't shifting the whole thing, and it makes sense kind of for it to be 10. Maybe eventually it becomes like 20% of the size of gold market, and I think the at the end of the day, the trouble is like I'd probably still rather buy gold, because like governments, central banks, all that kind of stuff are going to buy gold. The US just tipped over $1 trillion in gold holdings, I think, this week. They're not going to go buy Bitcoin, right?
Having said that, I know there's rumors of the pound coming out with a digital currency now. Governments are going to start coming in with some form of their own type of crypto. So
they definitely will.
Yeah. I think it's going to be the way of the future. Unfortunately, because it's frightening with what they can control. Then the freedom side of things is going to go out the window. But I think it's going to be the way forward, and that's how how it'll pan out. However, even then, gold's gold. Gold will forever be gold. It was back in post Bronze Age and all. Gold was one of the most valuable things traded, other than the valuables that caused us to, or allowed us to create weapons and create houses. And other than that, like, gold was one of the biggest valuables at the time, and it forever has been.
It's just universal. It's the only accepted universal currency essentially. Someone might be like, oh, I don't really want Bitcoin, but no one's going to be like, oh, I don't want your gold.
Literally.
That's fair enough.
We all turn into little leprechauns when it comes to gold.
I mean, if you listen to the way that Jordan talks about gold and his disdain for it, he's probably one of those few people that would not want your gold.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Jordan, I don't want to talk on his behalf, obviously, but he said in a on the LLTF one day is that gold to him is useless. He doesn't understand. It's such a pointless asset.
Yeah, but if I gave him a bullion bar, he's not going to turn it down.
No, obviously, because he's not stupid.
Yeah. There we go then. That's the point, so we all want gold.
Yeah, just meaning
that comes from that period after the GFC when it ran up. And everyone's still going crash hard on gold because, we got QE and there's all this money printing and inflation's going to go crazy. And then it ended up being completely dead for an entire decade. Rates were at zero. We pumped out a huge amount of money. They did QE1, QE2, QE3. Nothing happened. And all the gold bugs were harking on everything's going to break.
Losing their mind.
Yeah. And then it created those two camps of some people think gold is dead and useless. It's a no interest bearing asset. You got stocks ripping. other stuff going on, right? It's just one of those things that, I guess it comes in and out of favor. There'll be a time again when we hit these peaks in gold, and I wouldn't be surprised, we hit the 4.5, 5K, wherever it is, run all the way back down to 3K, and no one cares again. Because now we got AI and, the NASDAQ's going to bajillion. Apple, Google, whoever it is worth 8 trillion and they're pushing on 10 trillion and, right? And everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, gold, whatever, so yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. The way forward, we don't know. We can't predict. We can only react.
I think the point is gold always comes back, and unless someone finds a way to mine an asteroid.
Dude, could you imagine that's imagine the way, oh god, stay good. I keep knocking my standing desk and out of nowhere it'll just start rising. I'm like, no. I'm like, god damn it. Do you know how cool that would be? Especially the way Musk is going, and some of the real space race or the race to space. I'm not going to get too political with that side of things. But
race is over. It's over. Space race is over, mate. It's over. It's already done.
Okay. Dude, you imagine, instead of gold, like you said, we've got some asteroid bar, or we've got some random lunar rock. That's the only time I can see something becoming the next gold, is when we've got something more rare than gold and something potentially be of higher value due to the fact that it's out of space, or it's out of space.
Or rather the inverse, because we find a way to do that, and hence we've got the supply is massive, so therefore it pretty much goes to zero. Because
on the same,
and then that's the inference where Bitcoin or something like that does actually go all the way up, because now the commodity is worth nothing. The artificial scarcity of something like Bitcoin is everything. So
But I mean, still theoretically, there's always a ceiling to it. Like you explained with the market cap, it's the value of an asset is only as much as it's wanted.
Yeah.
So if I want Bitcoin and there's a demand for Bitcoin, it's gonna have higher value. But you can go and compare that to any other sort of crypto coin. Let's call them just a meme coin or whatever, where they talk about. I'm not going to mention any specific coins, but where they say, oh, there's 1 trillion of this coin available, and they believe that it's going to become worth $1,000 for each one of these coins. And then if you just go and do the math, you realize that it's so improbable. But the people believe, full-heartedly, that this is something that can happen. And it's just
no.
No,
and because as it goes up like that, other people cash out, because everyone's at different times in their life. A lot of people are like, cool, I made all the money, now I cash out and go do other stuff, right? So that's you have constant buyers and sellers. If everyone was the same age at the same time at the same thing with the same conditions, then yeah, sure. But people aren't. People at different ages of retirement or family, or they got taxes, or they got other stuff, and that's why the market moves around. It's not just a one-way train.
Yeah, and I mean, it is effectively a net zero arena. The money moves from one side. There has to be a winner for there to be a loser. That kind of
there's a buyer and a seller always.
Yeah, so it's net zero, unfortunately. Yeah. What's up, Griff?
How are we doing, Griff? Yeah,
I'm good. How are you guys?
Griff's just walked in. What the hell are we on about?
I don't think I noticed myself. I was there's me on the camera.
Man, I know. I was literally, so I got a vitamin drink. I don't know if you hear it's actionable. So I got a vitamin drink, and I was just there chugging on a vitamin drink. Next minute I'm on stage. I'm like, hey guys.
Just sitting in the background, just having a look at I'm researching something, and then I look, I'm like, oh, I'm on screen.
Oh, hi.
It's thank God I wouldn't pick my nose or anything, right?
It's just
changing your top.
I'm gonna have to dip out. I got some other stuff to run through, so I'll say bye to you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, and peace out. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, it goes well.
See you later,
Guys,
see you, bro.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I have to go as well. Guys, it was a pleasure again. Hey, Griff, welcome, and have a good day, guys.
Thanks,
Nice
Pedro.
one.
See you soon.
Pedro, see you later, man. See you, Pedro.
We always do this. Like whenever you and I jump in, we completely take over, and poor Pedro just sitting there.
No,
It's so unfair to him because he was probably in the middle of a conversation as well. So,
well, that was kind of the thing. Yeah, literally, because he was in the middle of talking, so I thought I'm not going to enter myself on stage here, so I'm just going to drink my Actimel. And then I was like on stage, and I was like, "Yo, yo," and then he was still talking. I was like, "Oh," and I've just interrupted him. I felt awful.
Yeah,
yeah.
You and I, we need to work on our etiquette, mate.
It is so hard on like video calls though, because I feel like there's a small delay. So
yeah, especially.
On like BBC News, it must be agonizing because the delay is like 20 seconds.
I don't know. I refuse to watch it. That's one thing I don't do.
And then they start talking.
And they turn to the camera and they go, "So I am standing over here."
Exactly. We need to get that kind of etiquette where there's just long pauses between.
Yeah, we end up having a 3-hour stream or like per person. Then you like look at the analytics of it, and turns out it's like half an hour of silence, like in between.
Cue cards, or like you place your hand up, like I want to say something. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh man, literally. That's one thing I don't do, man. I don't watch the news. I can't stand it. You know, it's too depressing. Everything's bad. Why can't they come onto the news one day and say, "Guys, guess what? Some child got some awesome results in some fantastic discipline and they did really well." You know, I would love that. I'd love to see some kid do really well, or some guy do a fantastic thing, or today's news, breaking news, some young teenage group of guys helped an elderly lady over the road. Like, give me that news. Let me see some of that.
The problem is that drama sells.
Yeah, no, I know, man. But that's
right.
right.
There's a lot more good news out there than bad news too, so that would be quite easy to do. What you just
mate, it would be, wouldn't it? That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It literally would be.
Yeah,
but
I agree. I don't like the news. It doesn't really serve me unless you're trading fundamentals.
Even if I'm trading fundamentals, man, I see it all on my trading charts. You know, I get my news to my computer screens. So I came in to the living room and we were all having dinner and all. So I was chatting with my parents and all, and me and my brother were just chatting about, and we were in a meeting. So we were in a meeting, came out of my office, and then there's the news on. Instantly, just like, nope, going back in my office. I just refuse to watch the news. It's just, I don't need that negativity. And it's quite funny. So I was sitting down having lunch out and about one day in a cafe. And my dad was like, "Why don't you watch the news then? You know, fundamentals. I thought the news would have been right up your street." I said, I do watch the news. I watch the news every single day for a good amount of time as well. I'll read the news. I'll watch the news. I'll see what's coming out. I'll see who's speaking. He goes, "Oh, then why don't you watch the news in the evening?" I was like, "Because I already know what's going to be said by all things political, like all things fundamental that will affect me, except I don't get all the garbage, depressing stuff that's going to, mentally break me down." I get all the news I need without all the garbage fluff in between.
This is all the news that I really have a look at, and even this to me is too much.
Yeah. What was the other one that I used? There was a really good news fundamental. I'll try and find it to you. I'll link it in chat. It's fantastic.
It's this.
I know there's a good one called Financial Juice. I don't know if you've heard of that.
No, I've not heard of that.
LJ's got it right. News isn't news; it's entertainment.
Facts. Yeah, LJ, rate that, mate.
Says the fundamental trader.
Yeah. Yeah, you know not to bother watching the news when a fundamental trader says the news isn't the news.
LJ's got a funny profile pic.
Sorry, Griff. Go ahead.
I said LJ's got a funny profile picture.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost as if it's not him.
Is that Mike?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
I thought it was. I just looked at it. I was like, oh yeah. I've never
known
known
he had such nice glasses.
Yeah,
it's really funny. So
Bloomberg, yeah, I do watch Bloomberg. Yeah, to be fair, I do have a Bloomberg, the Bloomberg channel. I do watch that. To be fair, that's probably the only news I will watch on TV.
The tournament's going well for you, Will?
Yeah, man, I got lucky with LJ. I'll fully put my hand up, and I'll quite happily admit when luck struck over a little bit more than talent. And LJ, to be fair, I got lucky. But yeah, I mean, hey, look, winning's winning, inch or a mile, So I'll take
luck is a part of the game.
Too right, mate. Yeah, too right. So I'll take the W, mate. So I got Jonatan Thursday, 11:30. So till 12:30. That's gonna be great fun. I'm really looking forward to that.
We've got Samir and Anastasia tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
So whomever beats whom there is going to go up against Carla, goddess who trades, or this goddess trades, who's been like let's say she's the dark horse on this whole competition.
No, I kind of like Carla. I love you and all, but I kind of hope someone knocks Carla out because I saw the results.
Trade, Will. It's going to be very interesting. Personally, I want to see Anastasia beat Samir. Not because I don't like Samir, but like female representation on the bottom, and then the male representation on the top, so we can be guaranteed man versus woman to find out who's the best trader. Guaranteed.
Interesting.
That's what I want.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm looking forward to seeing Will v Jonatan because
I'm looking forward to that.
just because Will beat me, so then like I don't mind losing to the person who comes second or first, like because then
I see what you mean. Like you don't mind
this.
being knocked out in round one if the person who knocked you out in round one goes
ends
to go
up
on
winning
and
the
win.
whole thing. Yeah, exactly.
Not
So
fair.
you better win the whole thing, Will. You better.
Well, you've got one backer. So.
Griff's gonna be there in his cheerleading costume, like go well.
With my snacks, like come on.
Do you know which one was the biggest, like, whoa one for me? Was Rich versus Jonatan.
How come?
Yeah, how come?
Because of the way that Jonatan hyped up Rich, and because of how I know Rich trades, and he's a brilliant trader, brilliant. And Jonatan kind of has this like aloofness to his trades, or on stage. He's a great trader as well. But my money was on Rich, and I was like, oh, I'm so backing Rich, and then Jonatan just edged that one out, and I couldn't believe it. I was inconsolable almost. I was like, no, Rich, no.
I was kind of hoping Rich was going to win just on the basis of the fact that I know Rich's habits. I know him inside out. I know how he trades. I know how he thinks. Me and Rich have been friends for quite some time, and we've streamed together for quite some time. So, like, I would have been pretty confident going up against Rich. Whereas Jonatan, I'm like, I don't know how he I've seen him trade, but I've not seen him trade. Yeah, I've not seen him trade enough. I've not streamed with him enough. And when I do stream with him, usually we get so sidetracked just talking and chatting that, I forget to actually watch his trading.
I feel like he's got a lot of different tricks up his sleeve. Like
I think he's a very sort of like
big
multi-trader. Yeah, he's like he's like a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, exactly.
He's literally
a Swedish
Army knife.
The Swedish equivalent, like an IKEA
knife. No, don't say he's an IKEA knife because like it's gonna be flat pack and it's gonna break in a month.
Well, there's more where that came from. He's always got another cabinet that he can build. He's always got another shelf that he can put up.
This metaphor's gone deep.
Oh, yeah.
Keep layering it on.
Yeah, Marina, hello. How you doing? Kavika, that's Mike. Yeah, no, I know. Hello, guys. What's good, man? How you doing? Will beat LJ. Interesting. Kavika, you don't like me, do you?
Well, I wonder if it's Will beat LJ or did LJ lose purposefully? Maybe he was also fearing going up against Jonatan.
You don't lose on purpose. Why? You may as well just lose against Jonatan at that point.
Okay, but hold on. You're going up against Jonatan now, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to be happy if you lose to Jonatan? Think about your reputation.
I mean, technically, it's the big big boss. You know, it's the top man of the streams. It's the main host. So kind of feel like I must lose against him. So
I'm not bashing on Jonatan at all. I'm not like even remotely. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like Jonatan is the underdog, and he even himself has mentioned that he's the biggest underdog. And as a very competitive person, would you be okay losing to the underdog?
Dude, I'm not gonna be okay losing against anyone. I'm not gonna lose, dude. I'm winning this thing. I don't know where you're coming from, so I don't even speak your language. No, there is no hypotheticals. Rich, hang on a minute.
Let's just surmise.
That's so much better.
That's better. There we go.
The quality of the stream picked up there.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, what time is the competition tomorrow? I think tomorrow it's 10:30 Central European Standard Time is when it starts. The Wednesday one.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I know that Will is somebody that is competitive himself, so he's not going to be happy losing.
I am quite competitive, to be fair.
Yeah.
I feel like Jonatan is as well, though.
But like losing trades, that's no problem. But losing to a trader,
yeah, 100%. It was like with Derry, like I was sitting there watching Derry trade because I was like, nah, Derry's got to go, man. Like, yeah, I can't have another Welshman. It's like West versus South as well. Like it's proper. We're like Welsh rivals as well. So it's like watching him trade. I was like, I low-key want him to go through so I can beat him, but then I low-key don't want him to go through so I can just not even have to worry about beating another Welshman.
Don't you want the highest quality of competition?
Like, dude, I literally have. I've gone up against Griff. I've gone up against LJ. Now I'm going up against Jonatan. Like, as far as I'm aware, I've had some heavy punches.
No, but fair. I'm just saying, like, from a competitive standpoint, like, you want to be up against the best, so there's no question.
100%. Like, if there was someone I wanted to avoid, it would be Jonatan, LJ. And that's probably the big ones. Maybe I wouldn't want to. Had I not known Rich, I wouldn't have wanted to go up against Rich because I know how he trades. He's a very good trader, but I know him inside out. So like, I'd be like, nah, I got this.
Griff, how do you feel about the fact that Will just excluded your name from that list?
No, but I don't know how he
know of my achievements, so I don't blame him.
No, but I don't know how he trades as much as like. I only fear LJ and Jonatan out of the social side that they've been given. Everyone's really bigged them up. Whereas, like, I know that I'm going to beat everyone. I'm the best trader I know.
Well, Kavika, technically, Carla made profit. You're correct. But Will made profit. Samir made profit. Derry also made profit in his first one. Jonatan, I don't think... I can't remember if he did or not.
Just in the trading goddess come in. You are cheeky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am cheeky. What can I say? I'm a cheeky monkey. Yeah, Carl. I don't want to go up against you, girl. I want to. I saw the amount of profit you made, and damn, like that was, dude. Hats off to you. Like that was nuts. I was going to say, what do you mean only Carla made profit? We all.
He missed a few of the live streams, so.
Oh, I see. Okay, fair. I was going to say it was only the last stream that I didn't make profit, which I was gutted about. But every stream, every competition, I made profit.
Mm.
I actually made. I was going to say, I don't know about you guys yesterday. I don't know if you saw. I actually made $400 yesterday live on stream as well. So. Yeah.
Are you intending on trading your account today again? Live?
Yeah. I got it here. I got it here ready. In fact, if I go to yesterday's account history,
let's say drop it up for us. But who actually blew the account? I believe LJ blew his account.
No, I think he got close. I don't think he actually blew it, or did he actually blow it?
Stop out levels, like for the day, like daily pause.
Oh, he did. Oh, so he did hit the daily pause.
I hit daily pause. He hit daily pause, and I think Derry also hit daily pause. But correct me if I'm wrong.
I think Derry hit daily pause.
But
I think he just got it wrong on the news, though.
In the context of a competition, that's completely fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
UK Swing Trader was asking how much of your result is related to skill versus trading process matching market conditions at that time. It's a competition. Like, if you're not used to trading within that specific 1 hour, as an example, or in like, let's take Griff as an example, who only trades the hourly, completely out of his comfort zone. It's like it's not normal trading conditions for Griff, as an example.
I'm gambling, basically trading a lower time.
Yeah, fair. No, 100%. You can tell the people who are used to our trading live and the people who are a little bit more like they take their own sort of time with their trading. Like Griff, for example, you're a longer term trader, whereas me, I've traded and live streamed for the past year and a half, 2 years. To the point where I actually hooked a lot of my accounts up to a trade copier for my stream account, just because it got to the point where I was very profitable, almost equally profitable on my stream account as I was off stream. And that was like 1.5 hours, 2 hour trading. So I know, and not only that, on a Friday, every single Friday since like March, April onwards, we did like Friday competitions where within like an hour, 2 hours, we'd have to compete 1v1 or 2v2 on trading profit. So it's something that I'm super comfortable with. So I knew that I had it in the bag. So I was like, yeah, look, you're now in my sort of town, you're in my sort of realm of capabilities. So it's something that I've tested a little bit on. So I do feel sorry for those who are a little bit more longer term trader, rather than those who can go down to a scalping time frame. Then it's like, oh, okay, now this is going to be interesting because I'm not a scalper, but I can in and out of trades pretty quick.
I think Jonatan spoke about having a longer term tournament at some point, but that may not make for the best entertainment.
Yeah, fair. Also, I'm seeing this. The Goddess trades Forex. I think we should boycott Well. Carl, what do you want about? What do you mean you should boycott? Shh.
We're ignoring you from now on.
Yeah, just boycott Well.
You're back, LJ.
What do you mean? What is this?
So Carl is just trying to boycott me now.
We're starting up some Springboks Wallabies thing here. What are we doing, huh?
Who, me? I mean, yeah. I mean, what was you guys' performance this weekend?
Did you see that, ref? Did you watch that, ref?
Oh, that try that was given to them. Oh, mate, like, okay, I was livid on behalf of Australia, the whole of Australia, for that yellow card. That what's his name?
Yeah,
Pollock.
They got in the final 10 minutes. Yeah, one, that's ridiculous. Two, the prior 4 penalties for that
spear tackle.
And then calling stuff late with like when a rock or maul is formed, and then he says like no, hasn't formed, and then just blows the whistle, changes mind. Everyone's going like,
what's going on?
So even the New Zealand players kind of going like, what?
It's one of the few times where I would say the ref was definitely like not up to standard.
Yeah, I hate that ref. I forget his name every time I've watched him ref a game.
He's an Italian ref. Can't remember his name either. I just know that
I hate him.
I'm big into rugby. You Rich?
South Africa is a massive like rugby loving country.
Like, by default, you just
being South African, I have to love everything South African. Proud patriot.
Yeah, I rate that. Yeah. That's fair. That's what I love about being Welsh. The English really care about their football, whereas us Welsh, we fully admit that our football game is just not okay. Whereas our rugby game, I haven't said that. I'm going to eat my words in a minute. Our rugby game's pretty good, but I mean, not recently. It hasn't been. But
there was a time where Wales was definitely like a top 6 team.
Dude, top 6. There was a time where Wales was the best.
I know about the best,
but no, there was a time that I would have, Wales would have gone up against the All Blacks, and we would have been like, yeah, we've got this. Now we go up against Italy, worried.
You would have been competitive. I don't know about got this, but
competitive. I like that. Yes, you guys would have been competitive, but when it comes to rugby, Southern Hemisphere, mate.
I mean, look, I can't disagree with that. You know,
the redeemer we did get, Rich. So the under-18s Australian team played New Zealand as well. We beat them 81-48.
Whoa!
So that's good prospects for the future of the Wallabies.
I was about to say that is like it's like the NFL where they prospect like the university QBs or like running backs or stuff like that. Yeah. You know that if you have like quality of that level for the next 5, 6, 8 years, pristine.
Yeah, and coming up to Rugby World Cup 2027, 2 years from now, which is going to be here, which is going to be awesome.
Are you going to go see every match?
Of course. I'm going to go to everything.
That'd be sick. You'd have to. It would be almost illegal not to go watch it. It's like I'm in Hong Kong during Hong Kong Sevens. I best believe I'm going to watch it.
Yeah. That's another thing. I love the Sevens as well. So
Sevens is great.
Love Sevens rugby. Love 15-a-side rugby. I love American football as well. I just like oval-shaped ball sports.
Yeah. Because I played Sevens for a bit as well, and my cousin refed for the Sevens in China in the Chinese Olympics.
Oh, nice!
Back in 2000. What was that, 2004 or something, or 2008? Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
way back when.
Yeah, ages ago now, but
he must be an old man by this stage.
Yeah, I guess by now. Yeah, but brought back a jersey for me.
That's awesome.
Gave me his ref jersey, and I was like, oh yeah, awesome. I've got it here somewhere.
That was super cool.
Yeah, you guys have the Sydney Sevens. Part of the rotation, and we've got Cape Town Sevens.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Yeah. But anyway, I just jumped back in for a second. Okay, guys. Bye, guys. Again, I'm gonna actually have my dinner now. So, actually, no, I'm gonna go to the gym first, probably.
What day is it today?
Peace. What I have today? I got back day.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was gonna do back today. I should have done chest yesterday, but I skipped it. So I'm gonna do chest today, back tomorrow.
Yeah, I had chest yesterday, so back today, then shoulders, and then legs after that.
So what is your rotation, LJ, before you go? Like, what is your gym rotation?
Upper body, shoulders, back.
Front, back.
front, back.
So are you going to do upper body, back? So
front,
that would
back, bottom, top.
That would be like upper back, and then lower back would be hamstrings, calves, and then front, bottom would be legs and cardio as an example, and then front forward front top would then be like bicep.
I've never heard anyone categorize it like that before.
Yeah, I've never known someone to train hamstrings and say I'm training lower back.
So normally lower bottom.
Yeah, front bottom.
Front bottom.
Yeah. What are you training today? I'm doing my front bottom.
That is how he rotated. So he would do chest, stomach, biceps, let's say Monday, and then he would go opposite on the quadrant. So he would go hamstrings, glutes, calves the next day, and then he would go again to the top and then to the front. Like he will do cardio and then squats and stuff like that. With just he jumps across. I just wondered what your
UK swing trader does head, shoulders, knees and toes.
Knees and toes.
Yeah, normally I'll go. My typical thing, it's slightly off-centered this week, but at the moment I normally go shoulders and then some portion of legs. So that'll be like glutes, calves, something like that. And then I'll go back, then chest, then full legs. And so full legs will be like hammies, quads, that kind of thing. And then depending on the day or where I am or whatever, I'll do either some cardio and like a general day and with like deadlifts and that kind of stuff as well. So, yeah.
Nice.
Good luck.
All right, go and enjoy your back exercises.
Peace. See you guys.
See you later, man. Have a good one. Love a bit of gym talk.
Top back and lower back.
Top back, lower back.
and front forward.
That's quality.
It's confusing. You've confused me now, Richard.
It's just a different way of looking at it because
that is a very different way of looking at it. I'll give you that.
The way that this guy, and he was quite fit. Like I'm not gonna lie, he was a incredibly fit guy, and he just had a very weird way of looking at it, and it always stuck when he spoke about it. So the way that he would literally cut his body in half and then cut it like vertically and horizontally in half, and then he would work in quadrants. It was kind of cool.
The way you said that, then I'm imagining like the chest is going to work over there and the legs are going to work over there. You know, you've literally cut your body into quadrants, and they can go separately to different corners of the gym to work out.
Can you imagine min-maxing? Like you had the ability to just split them and say, okay, chest, go do your exercises, legs, go do your exercises, done.
And then you as the head.
So much easier. Like you could do a whole gym week in a day.
Yeah.
I'd love that.
But then you'd be so tired.
Yeah.
They'd need to have you in a cast, like with a drip in your arm, just laying there, can't move.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Well, you were going to tell us about $400 profit you made yesterday, I think.
Was that?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, you were. Indeed, then I can do that thing. So there we go. So 357, 349 net, 400 on gold, minus 45 on EU. Let's actually get the gold trade up, shall we? So I've just marked this up now. So I've marked the area that's come back into. Really nice area on the 5 minute. And then current high, current low, currently in this range at the moment. If we can see a break and close above, something a little bit like that. Even if we get the breakout, that would be pretty nice. Maybe if we can get like a break and retest. Now we missed the break and retest yesterday, which I will show you, which was a shame, but nonetheless, and something a little bit like that. So that's what I want to see on gold now. Okay, we haven't been tapped into anything just yet. I'm trying to put that down. Excuse-moi. There we go. So my $900 TP was like around here somewhere. It was super nice. So it would have been tagged in before then hitting stop loss. So my entry was just over here. Stop loss was at the very low. Targeting a 1-to-1. Well, initially targeting technically a 2.5, something like that. Up here, and then I thought price is slowing down, so I was like, okay, I'm just going to target a 1-to-1. Came up, and then we closed manually to just over a 1-to-1, so $400. I was risking about $350. So technically, even with the $45 loss and the $8 commission, I still bagged a 1-to-1 risk reward on that trade yesterday. So that was super nice. And then, price followed through in the end and then completely reversed. It reversed for my trade, but it did come back, fill out some lower price action or some premium price action before continuing in that bull direction. Now, we've got similar price action today, where hopefully we can see a nice break and close above, a little bit of a pullback, break and retest, and then a continuation up. So that'd be pretty cool. Euro USD, something very similar, but on the opposite side. Hopefully we can come back into this area here. We've broken closed under this sort of consolidation. And then if we can, in fact, this is on the 15. If I can jump down to the 5, it may look a little bit clearer. Yes, it does. So, so there we go. So we've got this sort of consolidation area, got this break and close below the low. So nice break and retest, hopefully. Tag me in, and then it may take a little bit of heat on this. Hopefully we won't. But we may want to come up to here, so we may take a little bit of heat. Risking about $400. Yeah, $408. So what are we? $2. Okay, so technically $412 with commissions, I think. No, sorry, it would be $416. So $416.
$8 per lot. $4 per lot.
Yeah, $4 per lot. So 2 lots is $8. So plus 408. So that's $416 total loss if we do take the highs. And then going to try and target these lows, but depending on internal price structure, like I said, it is a live stream trade. So there's a good chance I'm going to be sort of scalping this. I'm going to be scalping it and taking the lower time frame sort of analysis. Same goes with GU. GU's actually looking a little bit more valid than EU. Again, got 2 lots on this, risking about $318. So plus 8. So that's going to be up this area here at this sort of break and retest. We are currently in the fair value gap for those who trade fair value gaps. But I'm looking for this consolidation break and retest. So really nice break and close below. A lot of confidence on these 2 candles on the 5, giving me 10 minutes of real confident candles. If we can come up, tag myself in. Don't want to take much heat on this. I don't see much validity for heat other than what's going to happen in this grey box. If we do break and close above the grey box, I'm going to get a little bit nervous because that's max where I want us to be. So hopefully we drop. And again, chase the low. It's going to be about $402 reward. But again, depending on price action, low-hanging fruit is going to be down at this low here. So yeah. Oh, in fact, there we go. Just been tagged on euro.
Nice.
Yeah, so super nice. Going to expect a little bit of heat on this while we wait for GU to push up. Once we tag in on GU, hopefully they'll both start melting together. Gold doing what gold's doing. Still according to the plan, so that's really nice. Yeah.
I like the look of those setups. I trade continuations myself, and they look pretty good. It's nice to see them on the lower time frame.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, fair. Yeah, so that's what I'm hoping.
I'm saying, see, you can do it.
Yeah.
To Griff. Yeah. The lower time frame.
I just like my high.
The quadrant approach allows you to go heavier without causing significant fatigue. You recover faster. Yes and yeah. Of course it does, 100%. But
obviously, it's not training advice.
Yeah,
it was more just a talking
if my
point.
brother wasn't in a meeting right now, I'd get him in because he's a qualified personal trainer, and we'll do chest. So that'll be like, we'll absolutely hammer all things chest related. So top, center, bottom, chest, all parts of the chest muscle. And then we'll also do tries. So chest and tries. And then the next day we'll do legs. So that'd be like legs and shoulders, for example. Or the next day we'll do cardio. So try and break it up a little bit. So like Monday will be chest. Tuesday it'll be like boxing or karate or something. Wednesday will be back day, so back and buys. So we'll do the whole back, top to bottom, Rich, even the lower back. We'll also do our biceps, and then we'll also do leg day the next day then as well. So then, like Thursday will be boxing or karate, and then Friday will be leg day, and that's where we absolutely obliterate the legs. So that's glutes, hamstrings. We do a lot of compound lifts with legs, so leg day can be a little bit quicker. You don't need a massive leg day because a lot of the muscles, even though they're some of the biggest muscles, through compound lifts they can be targeted quite easily. So we'll do like squats, for example, which is a compound lift, maybe RDLs, again a compound lift, and then we will target a little bit more with like your quads and your hamstrings. So yeah, that's how we do it. We definitely focus different groups of the body. There we go. So we just got to break and close now on. I'm gonna put half a lot. There we go, half a lot, and I'm gonna drag my stops down. So this is for the continuation. Risking about $800. There we go.
Nice, looks good.
Hoping for a pull back up towards all-time highs again, yeah?
Yes, depending on the momentum. Yes, so this is going to be
2,000 something dollars.
2,700. But I will consider adding in if we pull back. Euro looks okay. GU's not tagged me in just yet. Gold's looking nice. Cool. So I'm in 2 out of 3 positions at the moment.
Nice. I had a trade on AU yesterday, and it tagged me out by... How much did it tag me out by? I think literally like half a pip, and right now it would be running at like 5% profit, which is a classic scenario. I'm sure you guys have been there before where, maybe it just misses your TP, or, it tags you out by a fraction of a pip and then goes flying. And yeah, I had one of them yesterday, unfortunately.
It's happened to me before, where it either I get wicked out 1 or 2 pipettes, and then it just flies towards my TP, or the opposite, where it just missed my TP by 1 to 3 pipettes, and then just plummets. So,
guys, just let me know. Tag me in.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in all of them now.
Yeah, I'm in all now. So yeah,
exciting.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Carry on.
No, that was it. That was the extent.
Yeah,
I think with those kind of scenarios, I feel like over the years I've become somewhat immune to them because I've experienced just the most ridiculous of those kind of like events. Like there have been times where, you know, maybe I'm on a losing streak and then like I'm in a trade and it tags me up by a pip and then that trade goes on to pass a challenge. And then, you know, maybe the following day there's another trade where it goes, you know, it's just when they're like stacked on top of each other, they just get so much more intense. So I feel like I've been through some pretty crazy times where I've just experienced all of these like BS moments consecutively. And I think if you can survive like consecutive BS moments like we're describing, then you kind of become immune to the individual ones. And it's quite uncommon for you to experience them consecutively. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It feels like it's an isolated event where it happens, but you notice it when it happens, and it feels like it's happening all the time, and it's not. In reality, it's not happening all the time.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm trying to recall some of these. Like there have been times where I've had them like stacked on top of each other, and they literally congeal into this one massive BS moment. Like all these little BS moments make this one big one, like thing where, you know, like these like 3 or 4 consecutive like close calls, and each one, the total contribution means like instead of like getting like a 10k payout, you end up like failing a challenge. You know what I mean? Whereas like cumulatively, like if this hit me by a pip, if this didn't hit me by a pip, and like all in all there's like 4 or 5 pips in it, and that's the difference for that. They can make such a huge difference, you know. So I was thinking about that recently because of what happened last night. I was like, don't even care.
Yeah.
I'm over it. Screw it. I'm done.
Being in South Africa, we have quite a bit of latency between putting in a trade and that trade actually going through the ECN. So, like for arguments, I can see Will has got 20 milliseconds, where mine is 171 milliseconds. Now, under normal circumstances, that would mean slippage of maybe 3 pipettes max. All right. But during higher volatility moments or sudden volatility spikes, that one, like let's say that 150 millisecond difference between Will's entry point and mine could be 1 to 1.5 pips as an example. And this has happened to me a fair few times where I'm the moment the candle ticks, I'm in. And then I look at the chart and then it enters and I'm like, oh, mate. And then the exact same thing, it goes up 1 or 2 pipettes away from my take profit and just plummets.
Oh, that's so annoying. So it's literally because of the latency.
It's literally a latency issue. And then obviously you go and you think about, okay, maybe I should reduce my take profit a little bit, or in events where that happens, just adjust your take profit ever so slightly. If it was going to be 15 pips, drop it to 14.5 or 14 or something like that. So those are changes that I've made since then, especially if I notice like, okay, no, there was a bit of a delay. And it happens. I'm sure there are some traders out there that have experienced something to that extent as well, depending on how far you are from the brokerage itself. So it does happen. It's one of those things.
Yeah, I think I've experienced that kind of thing, not in terms of latency, but in terms of slippage, or not slippage, spread. So, you know, I often use pending orders, and I set I used to just set my pending order at like the previous swing high, but these days I set my pending order 1 to 2 pips above the previous swing high just to make sure that I'm accounting for spreads. And the reason I started doing that was because there were times where on TradingView, in my MetaTrader, it would tap that level, but then because of spreads, I wouldn't be tagged into the trade. And the reason that's tricky is because in your backtesting, like in your data set, that would be a part of your data. So it would be a part of your edge. Whereas in the live markets, you're not able to get involved in that because of, because of the market conditions. So to make sure that I'm 100% getting the edge that I've like designed off of my backtesting data, like you have to account for spreads somewhat in the backtesting or in the live markets, So yeah, now I set my order like 1 to 2 pips above. I extended my stop loss by 1 to 2 pips as well, just to make sure that the live market data I'm getting is exactly the same as the backtesting data I collected.
Yeah, and like my brother MGN Thalantir in chat, he makes his own EAs, and he's recently come to realize the difference between backtesting and actual market data. So in the backtest, the EA takes the trade. When in the live market, the latency played a role, and then it didn't take the trade, or for argument's sake, it slipped or something like that. And that's the problem. That's the thing. It's just like your expectancy based on your backtested results is not necessarily going to be the actual result that you're going to get while trading the live market. And that's why I think that curbing your expectancy is very important when it comes to backtesting. Especially you do backtesting and then do a forward test and see if it is replicatable with your backtested and if there's any differences. It's exactly like you said. Like I can't add on to what you've said. It's definitely one of the best things to do.
Yeah, and it feels difficult because it feels like, am I following my plan by having this compensation? Like, am I doing this out of emotion because I've not been tagged into a trade, or am I doing it like I had to think about it for a while. Like, is this the right thing to do? Am I doing this because I'm missing trades, because I'm getting tagged out where I normally wouldn't because of spreads, or am I doing it because now my live trading isn't the same as my backtesting data? And yeah, I determined that it was worth adding a couple of pips to my stop loss, adding a couple of pips to my entry, just to make sure that everything is exactly the same as the edge that I've designed. So yeah, I
the
think
expected edge that you have. Yeah,
exactly, because otherwise it's not playing out as intended, and you're not going to be getting the same results.
And do you feel like you, let's not say suffered, but it affected you mentally? Did you start questioning whether or not your strategy or your edge or whatnot is still valid? Or were you a bit more, let's say, less emotional about it and a little bit more logical about like what you
when making the decision to widen these things? Yeah, I thought about it for a long time, and I debated about it because it kind of comes with pros and cons as well, because by having a larger stop loss, it also means less profit overall. So I was thinking, like, this 20% increase in my stop loss means 20% less profit on a larger scale, and I had to kind of compare, am I making, by having this wider stop loss, I'm staying in more trades as I would be in my backtesting data. By staying in these trades, am I making more profit than I am losing from widening the stop loss, if that makes sense? I think it makes more sense with the explanation of having a few pips on the buffer. So by keeping the same size stop loss, adding to the buffer, there are going to be times when I'm tagged in more often, but there are also going to be times where the net win is going to be smaller because of that buffer I'm adding. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but just I had to compare, like, are the 5% winners that I'm missing out on, do they equate to the slightly smaller trades I'm going to be taking on the larger sample size? And in the end, I was like, yeah, there are actually a lot of trades I'm missing out on because of spread, and that ended up being a lot more than what I would be losing out on from having a larger stop loss.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, it's a pretty complicated. It's difficult to explain without drawing it all visually. You know what I mean?
It made sense. It definitely made sense. And the thing is, like you thought about it incredibly logically. You didn't allow your emotion to
Not at all. Yeah.
overrule what was logically the right answer.
Yeah, completely data driven. I just looked at all of the numbers and I was like, yeah, I'm not making this decision emotionally anymore. Like I could be sure of that because it's difficult to know in the moment. Like, am I being honest with myself? Am I doing this because it's painful, or am I doing it because it's more profitable? And the best way to kind of prove that to yourself is just by looking at the numbers and being like, yeah, no, this is the right thing to do, emotionally in the end, and in terms of profitability and like being consistent.
Yeah, no, 100%. I know. I fully agree with your statement there. 100%.
Good.
You're not alone.
Good to hear. Yeah, it was a long debate I had. We've got a couple of comments. There's a little debate about whether or not EAs work. What do you guys think about that? Do EAs work or do they not work?
I wonder how long it's going to take him. Shall we do a 1-0? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, mate.
Fair.
For Griff and Rich, 0 for Will.
Yeah, fair. I think EAs definitely work based on the fact that, you know, they're not just a plug and play. I think if you're going to try and design an EA that you can turn on, leave it forever and a day, and it's going to just print you money, then I don't think EAs work. But if you're willing to design an EA that you're able to manage and understand, then yeah, I think EAs are the way forward. You know, I really do. I think EAs is automated trading is something that I'm going to venture down through, but that it's not going to be. I'm going to press go at the start of the week and walk away and do nothing for. It's going to be more something that, you know, I'll press play, keep an eye on it. You know, if there's news, turn it off. You know, if I can, you know, I'm not a programmer, so it's, you know, I don't know the ins and outs of designing an EA. However, it'll be something that I'll want to manage and risk myself and be able to control how much exposure we have, whether it's high risk, low risk. I'll want to journal everything that it has taken, reasons why it hasn't taken. You know, I think automated trading is going to be a skill in itself, and I definitely think they work. I think the reason they don't work is because so many people think it's just plug, play, and walk away.
Agreed. I think EAs are. I started off with EAs, and I quickly learned. Like I purchased like really high quality tick data so I could backtest over a large sample size, and it was really interesting because the EA I designed, it worked for 2 years, didn't work for 2 years, worked for 2 years, didn't work for 2 years. So initially I was like, wow, I've created a great EA because I'd only backtested the most recent 2 years, and then I purchased this tick data and backtested 10 years, and I was like, wow, in 10 years I made zero, break even, didn't win, didn't lose. It was completely net zero. And that's when I learned about different market phases and seasonality. And yeah, I think if you're an EA trader, it's very important to have an understanding of the markets enough so that you can disable it at the right time and enable it at the right time. And based on that logic, I was like, I'm just going to learn to trade manually because I didn't know how to identify the right market conditions when I was trading EAs. But now I do. So I think it's better to learn to trade manually and then move into EAs rather than the other way around like I did.
My stance, my brother is a coder. He actually has got a few comments in now in the last 2 minutes or whatever. And if you can just pull them up, MGN Thalantier. My stance on EAs are very clear. Being an EA coder, running them live, I can see the results. And then it followed up by the technicalities behind it is much more complicated than just they work or they don't work. It's very nuanced. And the way that I see it is that an EA is a tool. It is not the be-all, end-all of trading. It is a tool that can be utilized, but with every tool, it's like an indicator on a chart. There's times when it works, there's times when it doesn't. And it's not a fail-safe means to trade. I agree 100% with both Will and with Griff in the sense that there are times when it's going to work because it's a seasonality thing. The market adapts, the market changes. And it also depends what kind of EA it is that you've made. Like for argument's sake, let's say it is a EA that it works on breakouts and very deep pullbacks. If you're during a market phase where you're having incredibly shallow pullbacks, your EA is probably not going to get your entry points, as an example. So it is a very nuanced, very it's on a scale. Like it's black to white. It's on that scale somewhere. It's going to work for certain things. It's not going to work for others, and then it's going to flip again and not work anymore. So I agree. I don't think that it is a thing of it works or / it doesn't work. I think it's gray. It's a scale.
It's always gray. When it comes to trading, it's always a scale.
Nothing's black or white. They're all it's all gray areas and shaded, and it's multicolored. And dude, I was $168 up. I'm now 170, 180 bucks down.
Have you taken some different directions? So you're long on gold and short
long
on
gold and
UGU.
short UGU. Yeah.
Nice. What do you think about currency correlation, Will?
UGU,
it's like hedging, or
I don't hedge really. I have hedged, but I believe in currency correlation between EU and GU. I do like to trade them sort of side by side to each other. Usually, more times than not, I find that they do. That one may be lagging, one may not lag, one may move quicker or more with more volatility. However, they have a tendency to move in a pretty similar direction, or in the same direction but at a similar rate. So that's why usually I'll trade the both of them. Gold doesn't, I don't think, correlate with EU nor GU. I trade gold as a complete separate entity in itself and give it the respect it deserves on its own accord. I do believe in a currency correlation, and there are currencies out there that you can trade with each other.
Yeah, I agree with currency correlation. I think one thing, an early lesson I had to learn was, sometimes you'll get a beautiful buy setup on EU and a beautiful sell setup on GU. And I had this debate on whether you should be choosing which one to take. But in the end, I settled on taking both. And that way they're kind of acting as a hedge against each other. So you don't have to choose the right direction and by choosing the right trade to take, because if they both fit your plan, you should just take both. So yeah, I think, but I understand gold doesn't really correlate to GU and EU, despite it having like USD as a quote currency. Mm-hmm. You've not noticed any correlation, I guess. If the dollar drops really heavily.
Having said that though, I don't really trade gold. I do test it in its own right. I have got tested data with gold, but I've never noticed much of a correlation.
Yeah.
I think the same.
That they'll go in opposite directions anyway. To be honest, you'll normally get setups in the same direction when they've got the same currencies in the pair.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just to give an example, like normally EU and GU is quite correlated. So let's say above 90%. I'm just grabbing.
I think it's about 80. It's between 80 and 83%, or 80 and 88% correlation rate. I think it is.
All right, fair. So let's say midpoint 85%. So the 85% correlated. Today is one of those days where it's just not correlating. GU is.
Don't say that. I'm in them.
No, I mean was like in the beginning of the
second. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, certainly.
EU was a lot more ranging, had a top and a bottom that it kept testing, where EU was actually making those slightly higher highs, higher lows. So there are segments when they are very correlated where they just run like a synchronized swimming team, and then there's days where the one is a diver and the other one is a paddleboarder. It's just it's all over the place. And I found that if I do get my entry points on both, there would be days, as an example, where pound would go to 2.5 R, where euro in the same direction just goes 1 to 1.5 R. Even though they have the same correlated direction and same correlated move, the discrepancy was like how much of that move was correlated itself, like how much in pips the difference was. So, I do trade correlated pairs, EU and GU specifically. Gold, same. I don't see a correlation with GU and EU all that much, or at least not enough that I would say, yes, while I'm taking a GU long, I'm going to take a gold long as well at the same time. So
I think with gold, gold moves the charts more than the dollar of the quote currency involved, if that makes sense. So like the XAU is the main driver of the market movement rather than the dollar. I imagine if the dollar dropped really heavily, that they kind of balance each other out, don't they? I don't know if you really see the dollar movements reflected too heavily on the gold charts. It's mainly
not really, no.
I mean, you can go ahead and have a look, and you can have a look at like the DXY or the NAS or the S&P, and you can see all those ones, how they relate to gold as an example.
Yeah. I'll tell you what is a good indicator, and Kavika pointed out really well. Euro GBP is a good indicator of strength if you're only trading EU and GU. So I used to do the same. I don't know if you guys do it. If I couldn't decide whether to trade, so like if there's a bit of an offset with EU and GU, and I'm like, okay, this clearly, it's not correlating today. It's not wanting to do what I want it to do. I'll actually look at it and think, right, okay, which one do I want to trade? And I would use Euro Pound as an indicator to see which one's stronger and a better mover.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at EG right now, there is more of the Euro strength.
So just to let you know as well, guys, I've closed out of my Euro and Pound trades just because if we go back onto them, they're starting to consolidate. Like, look at that. That's just, it's wicking up and it's wicking down. We're very indecisive at the moment. Again, wicking up, wicking down. So I'm umming and ahhing. Gold, I'm... Depending on how this candle closes now, we've got 2 minutes to this candle closes. If it closes where it's at now, I'll try and take a little bit of profit, but then I'll close out and hopefully close in some good profit. If we close nice and high, like a real strong bull candle now, I'll probably hold this and see if I can try and bag 1%. But we'll see. We'll see. This will be a very, very negative risk to reward trade if I close this soon. Just because it'll be I'll call it a break even on my trade. This will be a break even trade, even if I bag $400.
Nice. It's interesting. It's something that I learned from you in the competition was, you got to open and close trades a lot more quickly on the lower time frame when you're scalping. Like I was opening a position and then like riding it out, which is definitely not a lower time frame approach, but it's interesting. You'll cut your losses very quickly, which is very important on the lower time frames, I think.
Yeah, well, it goes to show, I've cut my position now real quick, and boom, we're in some pretty significant drawdown now.
It was worth doing,
or we would have been in some pretty significant drawdown. So it's definitely worth the cut. And that's what I mean. When I say I'm a discretionary trader, this is peak discretion. This is exactly what I'm on about. It's the ability that, oh God, no, what have I done? There we go. It's the ability to be able to understand what the market's about to do through experience.
Yeah.
So that's what's just happened.
Reading price action a little bit.
Okay, there we go. So we've just had that candle close now. So it's the 1 p.m. candle's just come out. Gold has just come out with that candle. I feel like it's going to just consolidate around a little bit. I'm actually going to zoom in a bit now for you. There we go. Hopefully we can take these highs. And if it moves lower, so be it. But hopefully we can take the highs before it moves lower. I'm going to just move this up here. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is now I'm just going to move my TP up to about there. And then same goes with this. Move TP up to about there. Hopefully now we can just quick wick up, take me out. And then that'll be about $270 profit, something like that.
So Will, walk us through why you added a second position to gold as an example.
So yeah, that was a break and retest. So 2 different strategies, got a breakout and then got a break and retest. So again, if I zoom in, no, don't go down. Oh God, no, don't go back. There we go. So as we can see, price came up and then I should have opened directly here, but price moved up a little bit quicker than I thought. So I opened a half position and then I wanted the break and retest of this level here. So we broke this level, came back, retested it, and then I got entered in. So again, I got entered in a little bit higher than I wanted to, just purely because the price moved a little bit quicker. I should have put a pending. So that's the reason I'm in a whole order, but divided it by 2. So 2 half orders, one on the breakout instantly, the break and close. The other one is on the break and retest.
So one is effectively the actual price that you wanted to be on.
Yes, theoretically.
The secondary,
I mean, they're both the price that I wanted to be on, but one's just at a better price
level,
I suppose. Yeah, it's a better price.
So you're
level.
still backing your analysis, but just at a better price.
Yeah, quite literally that. Yeah.
Are you guys staying on much longer? Because I have to shoot off now. I don't know if anyone and either of you are leaving at 1 p.m. Same as me.
I think Victor's in now. I'll wait. Speak of the devil, he shows up.
Hi, Victor.
What's good?
Hello. How are you guys doing? I heard someone call my name and I said I had to come up, see what's going on. Will, first question.
Yo.
Which of you are we talking to today?
Is it Will, William, or Willie?
I think it's definitely Will today. You know, I'm not feeling super professional, and I'm certainly not in boyfriend mode. So,
how is the rest of you gentlemen doing today?
Yeah, all good. Feeling hungry. Gonna go pop off and grab some lunch and watch the rest of the stream. I'll be in the chat. How are you doing, Victor?
I'm doing fine. It's any day I can trade, I feel happy. I don't know about you, but I get excited. Even if I lose, because obviously we do have losing days. And I say plural. Will, you're contagious. Sometimes I have losing days as well. But it's a process, and it's in the end, it's the process that you need to look like a bigger time frame, right? Stepping back and seeing that yes, there are dips, but eventually the curve is upwards sloping. So I'm happy. I'm even when I lose, I know it's a process. What can I say? I'm in a happy mode basically all the time.
That's fantastic. Well, you can trade 7 days a week, so I hope you're happy 7 days a week, and I hope you're happy for the rest of the afternoon. And I'll say bye to you all now. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you, Griff.
Have a good one, mate.
See you soon. Have a good afternoon.
See you later, man.
Will, are you ready to go against who's your next contender?
I'm up against Jonatan on Thursday.
Oh, Jonatan. Jonatan is a fierce trader.
Mate, he is.
Are you ready to face him?
Dude, I think so. Mate, I'm gassed. I'm super excited. Mate, he's like posting on his Instagram as well. Like, guys, I don't know if you follow Jonatan on Instagram, but he was posting on his Insta, like, being like, Will, are you ready? And just every now and then, I'll just see, like, Instagram notification, Jonatan has mentioned you in a story. I'm like, oh, he's just goading me in. But nah, dude, I'm ready. Like, I'm ready for him. He hasn't met an opponent like me yet.
Yeah, I'm sure all of you.
Oh yeah, mate, all 6 of me, like.
Jonathan's got his work cut out for him. He's going up against 6 Wills.
Yeah, I haven't decided whether it's William, or William the Account Conqueror yet. So hopefully it's William the Account Conqueror, not William the Account Buster. So we'll see.
No, Jonatan has a vast experience, and he's very competitive, and he will find ways to win when there is none. You gotta be on your toes with Jonatan. He can totally win this game. I'm not gonna say that your probabilities aren't high, but I mean he's a good contender. You gotta be very prepared for him.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely preparing myself, mentally and physically, trying to psych myself out to get ready for him.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I wasn't bashing on Jonatan earlier. It was.
Yeah, he was. He was slagging Jonatan off, guys.
No, it wasn't.
For anyone that doesn't,
I wanted to see Will the competitor's opinion. So I wasn't bashing on him.
No, he was bashing. He was slagging him right off. Jonatan, I don't know if you're in the back end right now, but mate, he was just ripping you apart.
Back to
he's such a bad guy, such a bad friend.
Victor, there's somebody in chat about
Really?
34 minutes ago, Peter, that had something very lovely to say about you.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Let me go check what Peter has to say. Or had
That's
to
good.
say.
35 minutes ago.
30 minutes ago, you said?
35.
Oh, yeah, that's true, actually.
35.
Yeah, let me try.
Okay.
Let me try
All right. Peter. Yeah, I see Peter here.
Let me find that so quick.
No, okay. I found him.
Oh,
Shall I put it on the screen or shall I
yeah,
just
let's
read
bring
it
that
here?
up, dude. Like,
Okay, all right. Is this the one? I'm not sure. I haven't read it first.
Yeah, I think you guys. I think you guys have no idea how brilliant Victor is as a trader. His real accounts are normally floating with 30k US dollar in P&L, and no one can convince me otherwise. Ask yourself why he wears a mask.
No comments.
No,
Bro is killing the markets.
This person, I likes anonymity. Bro is killing the markets.
100%.
Peter is. I gotta check my contacts. Who's leaking information here because he's well connected. I don't know how he got the information, but I'm trying my best not so any information leaks away, as you can see. But apparently it's not waterproof, my system.
I was about to say, you like anonymity? I couldn't tell.
I'm an open book with a mask.
Your language is braille.
Dude, I was literally about to say, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say, he's a very open book, free to the public, as long as you understand Braille.
But Peter, thank you for your kind words. I will not deny or confirm anything. I'm just gonna say you're well connected. I don't know how you got those information, but you're well connected. That's the only thing I have to say. But thank you for joining us, and I hope you're in the chat and you keep on visiting us in our stream, because that's what we do. We try to connect with you, each one of you watching us right now or listening in, whichever you do. So, William, you have a position on because it says will screen, and you are a bit of offside, but that's normal. I mean, it happens to all of us. It's nothing to be to worry, right? As long as you're following the process, it's okay.
So I bagged about 82 bucks net profit. Take away the 16, gross profit. So take away the $16 commission. So I closed out at 66 bucks profit on EU and GU. That wasn't too bad. Gold, I got a full position in on gold, so that's pretty cool. It's starting to slightly invalidate now, even though we are still on a pullback, and this could still really go my way. However, I'm just thinking, you know what? I've got a full position in on this, so I've lowered my TP down just to get myself out of the trade and just be flat. Just because I'm going off now for the rest of the day, I'm not going to be able to manage and sort of keep an eye on my trades. So if this does shoot all the way up, it'll be a little bit gutting, given that I could bank 4% on this account. But there's another day tomorrow. There's another week next week. There's another year next year. Hopefully. So I'm just gonna close out, be done with it, and hopefully take out some nice profits and walk away. Just chuck it straight in my journal, follow the process, and in fact, we're starting to come back to break even now. There you go. So if we can take TP just before I leave, that would be absolutely incredible. We've just got a really nice bull candle close. We'll see how this goes.
And this is a scalping strategy by the looks of it. It's you're only taking a little slice, which is the definition of scalping, and you have you're trading a negative risk reward ratio. Is this the way you trade normally, or is this a bit more?
This is how I trade on stream
for general public.
Yes, this is my general public strategy. This is how I trade on it. It's very similar to how I trade normally, but it's a little bit different as well. This is like sort of my live stream trading strategy. So it's very much it's in, it's out. Unless we got some real bull momentum. Like if we were up here by now, then I'd be staying in the trade, and I'd probably hold this as high as we can, and then I'd trail my stop loss. However, though, and that's how I trade normally. However, though, because this isn't, it's consolidating a little bit, and we have got news out in about 39 minutes.
That's right.
And that's President Lagarde speaking, I believe, for the euro. So that's why that is why I've taken out of my EU GU. However, I would have actually hit stop loss or nearly hit stop loss. So it's probably a good thing as well that I saw that invalidation coming through. So we'll see how this gold goes. If it hits stop, it hits stop. If it doesn't, then we'll hit a TP and it'd be a nice TP.
Perfect. I love that. Yes, Lagarde. Typically, when Lagarde speaks, it's not a huge market mover. However, it has that potential. We have seen it. I think it was about a year ago that it was tagged as a orange folder news. Lagarde came in, and the market, I believe, it went down. It tanked like, I don't know, 60 pips in no time. And so we have to be careful, especially you with your scalping targets. You don't want to be in that position. It doesn't make sense for you. I mean, the wide stop isn't to actually go into deep drawdown. It's just safety there in case it gives you flexibility to give it a little bit more room if it needs to. But that's not the intention. You're not. The idea is not to hold it until stop loss, right?
100%. Yeah, I'm not planning on holding this to a stop loss. This is going to be like if there's a massive oh shit moment, as I call it, like there's a big market move to the downside that I couldn't catch and get out quick enough. That's why the TPs. That's why the stop loss is there. It's to sort of protect myself and protect my capital.
Yeah, I totally see that. Awesome. So, Richard, are you also in any trade currently?
No, I'm not in a trade. I was in a trade this morning with an EU buy, and I just marked up a EU sell just as we entered the stream, just for the sake of looking at something.
Okay.
But I haven't entered anything since we started streaming.
Perfect. I see. I'm watching the market. Gold has been had a very nice topping action. What do you guys say? Is it all for gold for now, or is this just a little step back before we continue on the trend? Basically, what do you guys say?
I think this is there's still more to be had, but not necessarily this today or even this week. But okay. I don't think that the upside is 4K though, just yet.
You don't think so? Okay.
Not today,
I don't think so. I don't think so just yet. Okay. But I also don't think that it's going to start tanking now either. We're still running within a bit of a band still, and I still think that if things keep going the way that it's been going, there's going to be small little pullbacks, maybe 1 or 2 days of pullback, and then a potential taking the new all-time highs again. But how high we're going to go for the rest of the year, I don't think 4K. I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, 4K is... do we have a screen on gold? That's not the same, is it? It is.
Yeah,
but that's of course on the lower time frame, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, this is on the. If I can jump up onto the 4.
And why where is 4,000 not within reach? Do you think, Richard? Because I mean, gold has been expanding its range this year, where I didn't expect it, to be honest. I didn't expect gold to be at where it is right now. And it is over delivering basically on our expectation. We all knew it's going to go, have an expansion on the upside, but not as much. It's already the range of this year has already surpassed the one of last year by, I believe, I don't know, like 50%, something like that, 40%, 45%. So when we have these overextensions, it's quite difficult to know, does it have another 20% to go, another 30% to go, or is this the top? It's like the falling knife kind of the opposite. This is the flying knife, but
a rocket.
It's
the Boeing.
Yeah. So where do you get the 4,000 not possible, or at least not likely? What is it based on?
I wouldn't say that it's not likely. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm one of those people that I do believe that anything is possible, but the probability of it is the thing that's in question. We've been super extended. Like you just mentioned it yourself. The expectation, gold far exceeded that expectation. It's been moving a lot more strongly. It has been months upon months of just rally upon rally upon rally, and then when it does pull back, it doesn't pull back that deeply. It's very shallow pullbacks, and then it just continues. I just fear the possibility of it being overextended, or the move has been so volumetric towards the upside that people are going to wonder, okay, maybe we've extended too much. I want to start taking my profits and start de-investing, as an example. So I'm not saying it's not impossible. By the contrary, I do think that 4K is definitely within reach. For me, the question is rather how volatile, or how much volatility are we going to have up until that 4K, and what is going to happen just after we hit 4K? Because 4K is technically that psychological level. It's a level where everybody's talking about, are we going to hit 4K? Are we going to hit 4K? And the question is, who's on the other side of that 4K? Who's on the other side of that that conversation, who says, I want to see 4K hit, and then I'm going to start selling? Because if everybody is on the one side saying, I'm going to buy up until 4K and I wanted to push through 4K, there's going to be somebody on the other side that's going to say, I have the capital and I have the amount of buying or selling power, in this case, to push it lower. And it's a hypothetical. It's completely hypothetical for me at this point in time, because I just don't know if it's going to reach 4K, break through it. Is it going to reach 4K and then rebound off of it? But my standpoint is still of the sense that I feel like we've been incredibly overbought pretty much on gold, especially the expectation of it. We far exceeded the expectation. And I just feel like we're how can I say this? I feel like we're in for either amazing results in it going much higher, or we're in for a crash. And
a crash.
The duality that I'm sitting with at the moment, and I just don't know. And if I don't know, I'll rather just say maybe.
Thank you for your input, Richard. I'm gonna put it all into perspective in a little while, but we have Samir with us. How are you doing, Samir?
Right. Meanwhile,
Hey
guys. Samir, I'm gonna love you and leave you.
I was listening to you. Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna love you and leave you guys. I've got to shoot out. So guys, thank you so much again for having us in, and thank you so much for joining me and Richie B chat all sorts of garbage and value, of course. But guys, thank you so much for joining us. And we shall see you tomorrow.
Take care, bro.
Look after Samir. And Samir,
I have to jump out as well quickly. We've got a meeting now, but I will definitely listen to what Victor has to say on this subject. But I won't be doing it on stream, so I have to go off this morning.
Take it,
Samir. It's great seeing you again.
Take care, bro. Thank you, and yeah, same here. You're going.
So Victor,
anyways,
to what you have to say.
You can watch the recap.
Yeah, I'll do the recap. All right, guys.
All right.
I'm gonna
take care, bro.
Goodbye.
Take care, Richard. See you soon again.
Thank you.
All right, Samir, and then it was the two of us.
Yeah, seems like a long time.
It seems. Are you ready for your challenge tomorrow against?
Yeah, definitely.
You are. Good.
Let's see.
Good. I like that.
How it goes.
You have it is on your your facial expression. You are excited. I can see it in your eyes.
Definitely.
You're ready.
These challenges, yeah, they are really good. You also like learn about yourself, like in these kind of situations. Win or lose, doesn't matter, but it really is good to be a part of this kind of competition. I'm sick, by the way. So yeah.
You are. I can't see that, but hope you get
my voice is a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. That's indeed.
So you was discussing about this gold thing. It is just moving very aggressively.
Yes, and the more it extends within each time period, and that's why I wanted to talk about it, because whenever it keeps on going higher, any asset, but gold is very good at this because it's very popular. People want to see gold. It has it. When people say euro dollar, they don't have an image, right? It's just money. But when you think about gold, they actually have like gold bars as an image, right? It's much more.
Exactly.
It incites or it's visually more. It. How do you say that? It stimulates it stimulates your mind a little bit more than just any other asset. So what I was gonna say is on the back of what we discussed with Richard, about whether or not the 4K is in the cards, and the reality is I don't know, and I think no one really knows, right? You can only infer probabilities because looking at certain things, and you can make, and I'm gonna make like a little statement, or based on what we've seen so far, how likely it is to happen within a certain period, that it will hit it someday in the future, right? If you just extend it indefinitely, yes, I'm totally sure it will hit it, someday, because of just inflation. But the obvious relevant question is that the next step? Because that's the question, really. Soon, of course, it will reach it someday, but is it the next step? So if I look at this, and if this is the monthly time frame, of course, if we look at the current level or the current candle, the current candle says 434. If you can't see this, then maybe you're on the phone. Zoom in and you'll see $434. That's the growth, or the amount that it has traveled upwards, gold, that is, this month. And we are at the end of this month, so it is the whole month. But if you look at it, 434, what is the ATR? What is the one of the metrics of what is normal, what is average currently? And if you look down, I have the ATR as an indicator below here, and you can, if we hover over the candle, you can read below, and under the lower left corner you can see what the average is for that particular candle, and now it's 213. So the average monthly range, up or down, is 213, while this month is 434. That's over 200% what it normally does. That should give you an idea of how not just extended but overextended we are to compared to what we normally have. So that's one thing. And just to put it in perspective, we are, from the high from which we reached very late, very not long ago, we only have 128 to go to reach that 400K, or 4K level. Not a lot. So if you look at this month, it's not going to happen. That's way too much for just the rest of this day. That's unlikely to happen. That's the chances that it will hit it today is very, very slim. But it is well within reach. If the last month was 434, 1, 2, or 3 months for another 128, I would say it's quite likely to reach it, right? Just in considering how expensive the gold has been as an asset. And we can actually also look at the last quarter, right? The 3 months time frame. And if we measure that, you can get also an idea. 600 is what we travel next time. We extend it. And the ATR is at 282 for the quarter, meaning it's way more than just double. And that gives you the perspective that, we have the same period that we had before, meaning this, right? This is 3 months, and that's what's left for this year. So we have the same amount of time that was able to create this movement ahead of us before the end of the year. So I would say that this level, just looking at the ranges and how far it's still, what needs to be what distance needs to be overcome to reach it, I would say it's well within reach soon. How soon, I don't know, but I think in the next 3 months is, I mean, obviously this could be the top and it never comes back. Not never, but for many months, that's also possible. But I think, it is well within reach. It is quite reasonable to expect that it can travel another $128 and reach that 4,000 mark. So that's based on the ranges. And so far, what we have seen, and it looks toppy when you look at the lower time frames, right? The H4, for example, we had a quite big reaction here. Sellers really coming in, or buyers getting out of the market. Whichever was the cause, it's the same thing, right? In order to close your buy position, you have to sell, right? You have to close the position. That's a sell. So that's the same thing as new fresh sellers coming in. So we have this, and it looks, promising for a top. But if we zoom out, it's nothing. This is just still firmly bullish, hasn't broken anything. It hasn't even retraced the previous candle, which is, it will have to
Gold
close.
is being good to breakout traders only, like
Yes.
retest pullback traders. Like, I don't think so. We got a lot of opportunities on this run.
Exactly. Yeah. It's been going up basically all the time, breaking up.
So
and
these are the
continuing.
market conditions. It's good for breakout traders. So it will be good for pullback traders also. But maybe this is not the market condition right now for those kind of traders. So yeah, we're gonna wait for our thing and we will take action.
Exactly. All right. So let's take a look at. Are you in any trade currently, Samir?
I am not in any trade right now. I will be placing trades today on maybe last 100, or let's see if gold prints anything today. Yeah. Did you change the screen, I think?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do that?
Yeah.
My bad.
All right. I was seeing RSI when he was discussing about how high gold is. I was finding some kind of divergence, if there is any. So definitely we are kind of losing momentum here also. And I do see a pullback incoming. Maybe not today, not tomorrow, but yeah, I do see a pullback. And then, of course, we can see 4,000 also. As a just normal, price action. Not super complicated thing that I'm doing here. I'm just following higher highs and higher lows. I will expect some kind of higher low to be for gold to make the higher low, and then definitely 4,000 can be there. But as of now, it's really in a very risky area. We don't know if it is going to just continue or pull back. Of course, you can take some sales, but for that, again, some kind of price action needs to print, some kind of structure shift. And yeah, yesterday I think William took a buy here, maybe. I didn't remember. But as a liquidity strategy also, I discussed about the setup that I trade. I took one loss yesterday, and after that, it was a win. I took 2 trades yesterday. Okay, I think we was trading here, yeah, at that particular point of time. So as we was having no highs, so I marked this high as my recent liquidity point. So I just simply waited for that FVG and shift, and then I just placed the entry. This was okay. I took my first entry here at this small FVG close, which was a stop loss, as you can see. Then I gave it another chance. I'm not sure. Okay. I'll give it another chance at this small FVG, which was here. Because I only can give 2 chances to one trade idea. So that was my last chance for the day. And gladly, I secured 1 to 2 on this one. So this was the yesterday's trade, and today's today also I'm gonna be waiting for some kind of same kind of thing. So I will be looking for buys if we take out this low.
You're not going to be looking for buys?
I will be looking for buys if we take out this low, because this is the only liquidity point for buys. And for sells, we don't really have anything. Like, I don't think so. We're going to go all the way up in this particular session. Of course, if there is any, I don't know, some uncertain news, it can happen, but it is way too far now. Like 500, almost 600 pips. So yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, I will be looking for buys only on this one. And as for the longer time frame, the things that you was discussing, and definitely 4,000 can be there, but I am expecting for some kind of pause before that push, because we are already in a push phase. Some kind of pause is needed so that it can fuel another push, like a pause like this, some kind of pause is needed, I think.
Yeah, I understand your point, and that's the logical thing to expect, right? That the market has impulses, consolidates before it has another push, another
exactly.
Impulse, and the only thing is it's difficult to know when the impulse stops, right? Because so far now today we did have a huge H4 candle short on gold, but it's only one sign. It is on a significant time frame for the day traders. H4 is king in day trading, but it's only one candle. It set the tone for today, but is it going to have follow through going forward? That's the question we don't have. Not only that, the market came back, and where did it stop? Just short of that broken level to the left. Maybe you can show that
exactly.
on there. Exactly. What does that tell us? Yes, the impulse was very bearish. Yes, it was very enticing for sellers, but has it really broken any structures yet? I don't see that. Not only that, it is, for a buyer, for bulls, this is the area you might expect, another consolidation before another push, because that's exactly what it does, right? It breaks, retests, and has not always, but it could have a continuation. And this area doesn't prove anything yet for the sellers, although the momentum is very interesting. And we have Lagarde speaking in about, 17, 16 minutes on euro. Of course, that shouldn't be necessarily very impactful for gold, because it's euro. Gold is typically denominated in dollars. But it could give maybe some stance in central bankers' position, or shifting of that position. But what we do have in news is we have job opening jolts, and that can be an issue. That can be not an issue. That can be a driver for risk on, risk off. Right? Is the market cooling off, or is it heating up? And that, what will that mean for the interest rate decision coming, the policy for the coming weeks and months? And that is one of the driver of gold price. What is the Fed going to do? And the job opening is one of those things that can shift the perception of risk and opportunity for the market. So today we could still see some fireworks, so to speak, in this asset. And I know it looks very, as I said, it looks very enticing for sellers to start looking for sales, but I'm not convinced yet. I'm following my structure, and to me, the H4, we only have one bearish order block, but that's it. We don't have anything else. The daily isn't at all. If you could go to the daily time frame, I don't see any bearishness in here. Yes.
It is in a very big impulsive phase right now.
Exactly. Look, the only thing I see here is a broken bearish order block on the daily time frame, right? That's exactly there. That's a break of that's Jack is very melodic today. The break of the break of the bearish order block, that's a bullish sign. Yes, within the intraday, it looks ominous, but on the daily time frame, there's nothing happening yet. That's just a little pullback, a little push down. and waiting for the next fuel to continue higher, perhaps. So I'm not too convinced that this is the top. I haven't seen that blow off top action at all. So whoever wants to sell this, make sure that you're following something you've tested before and not just going on hunches. Otherwise, you might be burned in the process trying to catch the top. It's the same thing as catching the low or the bottom. It can still go another bit more, exaggerate, take out liquidity, squeeze down, or in this case, squeeze up.
It really can burn your account. I've been there also, like trying to chase, trying to sell this. Of course, if there is any price action, you can do that according to your strategy. And just wait for your setup. That is it. Even if it's for sales on gold, whatever you're planning, just stick to your plan. That is it.
Kunj Solanki, a ICT follower, so it seems from his profile, asking if you're from from India.
Kunj, I am from India. You're right. Do we have any questions? Let's see.
Open the good. This is Dirk. Incoming in 1 minute, is it? I thought it was in. Maybe
no, I don't think so.
No, it is in about. It's still an hour and 20 minutes away, 20 some minutes. So it is. At some point, it will be within 1 minute. In the future, sometimes. Let's see.
It is 7:30, my time zone, which is still we have.
This comment I like. Giancarlo is talking about how not common this candle is, and that is something to consider. You can apply this or this realization to many moments or many instances in trading. The market can do things even if it isn't common or average, right? It will, the most of the time, it will do the average stuff, meaning in terms of ranges, candle sizes, or even impulses. They'll be average compared to the same situation in the past. But there's always that chance that the market will do the unexpected. And that's why you need to have good risk management, because the unexpected is bound to happen. Will not happen too often, but it will only need to happen once and caught you off guard to do you some serious pain. So that's good observation there by Jean. Let's see what who we have in the chat. All right.
I think this push run that we are on, it is about to end. Like we can see history also. After probably 1,000 days or something, we have seen some kind of bearishness. This push was also this was 600 days. And this push was almost 1,000 days. So this push is also happening from like 1,000 days or something. So we can.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So I do think that some kind of this price action can come in future.
That would be a
this kind of market condition.
correction.
Yeah, because the previous few runs was also near about 1,000 days. So this run is also almost like it has actually surpassed that 1,000 mark. So yeah, definitely this kind of correction we can see on the larger time frame.
Interesting. I like those time cycles analysis. Dirk corrected himself. It's not 4 p.m. but 2:30. I didn't see that before. And let's see what else. Who else we have in the Gabriel? Maybe we can look at Gabriel's request. Do you mind watching GJ Samir checking if it has that opportunity to hit his TP at 199.6.6? If that's something you think is probable, likely, reasonable, or maybe not.
Let's see. I think you're in buy is okay. So we have taken this high out. We're going to do the top-down analysis. I'm trying to be like Victor here from monthly. So we took this high, and it was a very good area, very good order block or supply zone. I see charts like this. So price tapped that, and amazing reaction. Of course, we didn't shift the structure yet on the monthly time frame, so it is still bullish. So we just rejected from this area, went to the weekly. Weekly is also bullish. We never broke this, and kind of a higher low, higher high, higher low. So definitely we can see bullish price action still based on the weekly structure. So going to the daily now. Daily, we have taken this high out, and we can use this as liquidity. We are already seeing the push to the downside from this area. Actually, I have marked this low as a liquidity point for me. I think your target is here. Yeah. Right now, I don't really see any bullish reaction from this area. We might can use this area. This is much more better actually. So I would really like to see a pullback and a push down. I'm sorry, who was that?
Gabriel.
Gabriel. I'm sorry, but I do see things like this. So I don't think that, of course, there is a very good supply area. We might can pull back, but you are trying to, I don't know what your strategy is, but this is the way I'm seeing the charts. So I'm seeing a pullback and a push down, and if I have to buy, I will consider this liquidity point because this was the last low which made this break. So definitely I can use this as a liquidity move. And of course, then we need to wait for some structure shift, some FEGs to take the entries. So that is how I'm looking at this particular pair, GBP, JPY. I think you took some impulse decision, Gabriel. I don't know. So yeah, if I'm wrong, you can definitely say in the chat.
Thank you, Samir. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna break it down through the eyes of Victor, whoever he might be.
Yeah.
So let's look at GJ, right? In through the through the lenses of order blocks and quasis, right? They tell us what is the market. If it's a fresh order block, it will tell you what is likely to happen. You have that typical retest and then continuation or follow through. And then you have these more elaborate quasis structures which indicate a possible reversal, right? If you look at the monthly time frame, we have this month for the first time since a long time, right? Let's measure it from the beginning of the creation of that order block. This is the 14th bar. So it's not fresh, but nonetheless, it's a monthly structure that is being retested for the first time. So bear in mind that this is the monthly, so it may not be give you a definitive answer for your intraday trade. I know that, but keep in mind that whenever we get into these areas for the first time, even if they're weekly or even monthly, anytime that push can come, and that push can be quite strong. It could be like multiple days going in one direction very impulsively, and you scratch your head thinking, oh, why did that happen? That came out of nowhere. Yes and no. It didn't come out of nowhere because we do have this structure here where higher monthly time frame traders will be ready to sell that area. So that's one thing to consider, right? We have it's not fresh, sorry. We have a first retest of a non-fresh order block, still an order block that can push price even a little bit, but still this is the monthly, so a little bit for the monthly is a lot for the daily. So you have that on the weekly time frame. We don't have anything else. We do have a right here, we do have a break of the structure, meaning that the markets have broken the structure enough for us to consider that there is that this is a quasi, meaning this is then the quasi right here. Let me mark it like that. That's the head, possible head, the break of that neckline, and then it comes back there is nothing in here to trade, but you can understand that it's coming back for perhaps that continuation to the back, right? You have that little break of structure on the weekly time frame. It's far away, I know, but that's how the anatomy of these reversal structures or patterns are being created. Not only that, you can see already from this time frame, what do we see here? You have a monthly. I haven't gone to the hourly yet, and I already see what the market is trying, who's winning the battle here, right? Just look at this. You have the monthly. We talked about it already. You have the monthly that is a couple of weeks ago for the first time, but in this month was retested, right? We tapped into it. What was the reaction of the market as we tapped into it? Was it bullish? Was it bearish? Was it none of them? Was it just just going slowly in one direction or the other? As you can see, it's a bearish reaction. Look at that. That's a bearish engulfing. So the market gets to that supply area. Does it follow the script of that supply area? Does it react bearishly to a bearish structure? And it did. Right? That's a sign. Maybe this structure is going to push price. That's the first thing the market needs to react to it. The second thing is, does it have follow through? Right? We're on the weekly. I haven't gone to the daily yet. So what do we have here? We have a weekly order block being created. Yes, also a bullish. We'll come into that later. We have a bearish order block. So we have the monthly first supply zone. We get into it. Creates a bearish weekly order block. How does it handle that order block? Does it follow the script? Does it follow what you expect, where it comes back to the order block and then moves away? Let's check. Let's zoom this in. All of this just looking at the weekly. I haven't gone to the daily. So we have the bearish weekly order block being created here. This is the move that creates the order block. That's the up move. And then the candle that closes, that creates the order block. And what does it do? Does it go the other way, invalidating the order block? No, it doesn't. It comes back to retest it. And so far today, this week's candle hasn't closed. Well, we're still early in the week. Everything can change. But the way it's looking right now is that it had its follow through. Creates the order block, comes back for the retest right here, and it reacts as it should if it is following the bearish order flow. Meaning that on the higher time frame, the more likely place it's going to go next is to the downside. It's already telling us that it has, so it seems it hasn't closed yet, but if it closes anywhere near where it is now, you should expect this kind of movement to happen. It's not a prediction, but as long as it's following, that's the next, as long as it doesn't change anything in its pattern, you should expect price to go that direction. So that's the weekly, that's the monthly, weekly, both of telling me that shorts are the way to go. Let's go to the daily. And what do we have here? We have a on the daily time frame, there is a quasi, at least in my perspective, but that quasi isn't exactly completely matured yet. So this is the quasi. This is the quasi, in my opinion, right? So you have an established uptrend, but the neckline for that is only being broken just now. Now, that gives me a little bit of an opening to expect some kind of a reaction to an entry order block before it continues. And yes, there is not one, but two, right? So basically, I'm going to add them to each other, making them overlap, and they're going to be entry order blocks on the daily. So if the market comes back to this order block, that's the best area you want, even though it's wide, I know, but that's the best way to get in a short on this movement. After it's shown its hand on the weekly, and the monthly isn't that conclusive, but it's having its reaction. But the weekly, especially the daily, is showing a daily quasi just now today. And if it were to come back, that's where I would want to be selling it. But your question, Gabriel, is more, is it going to go up? That's difficult for me to answer, because everything that I just spoke is telling me that I just said tells me that it's having success going down. And yes, there is this push possible before it continues, but I wouldn't bet on it right? When I have the quasis, right? The quasi is based on as a reversal pattern, right? The quasi is basically, this is the movement, right? The quasi is based on the fact that when it gets back here, that's where I want to be entering, because I'm very close to the invalidation of the pattern, and I'm with the direction of the impulses. However, the quasi does not help me to indicate whether or not this leg is going to happen, meaning coming to the entry order block. I need it to happen, but a lot of the times price just continues without coming back all up, right? If there's a lot of impulse, it doesn't have to come back all the way up. I don't get into those trades, but the market tanks nonetheless. So I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's going to be hit or not. What I am able to tell you is that the monthly, the weekly, and the daily are supporting lower prices in the near future. That's what I can tell. And maybe you will get a chance to get back to get your TP, right? So your TP is around here. Yeah, I can see it happening. But everything is pointing to south, basically, meaning the easy way to go for price going forward is lower. That said, however, this week we have NFP, right? That can change everything. We have on tomorrow, we have ADP, non-farm employment change. So who knows? Maybe things will change, and GJ being very volatile, we get that push up, and maybe you get your target, your TP, before presumably it continues lower. Hopefully that helps you a little bit, Gabriel. Thank you for putting in your very brave of you to putting in, and I support that. That you actually, I want to invite more people to do the same, right? Expose yourself. I know it's a little bit, scary. You putting yourself out there for others to help you, or maybe give you some constructive criticism. But that's how we grow. We don't grow by staying in our comfort zone. We grow by testing, by trying things out, exposing ourselves, and have someone help us, or at least share their thoughts, and maybe we can learn something from them. I like that. Someone saying here that the Congress is voting for a shutdown. That's something that happens quite a lot. But I don't know if that's. Do you have any information? Have you read anything, Samir, that the Congress is?
No, I have zero idea. Okay. Congress votes shutdown. What it is actually? I'm sure you know something about it. Let me know, please.
Yeah, the Congress. What I know is, I'm supposed that this is what our viewer is talking about. It's the Congress needs the U.S. government has to vote for budget extension, right? Once they because they are running deficit, they need to expand they don't have enough income to pay everything, all the costs, the expenses. So they have to when they go over the budget, they need to ask Congress for permission to to keep on spending. And if they don't get permission from the Congress, if it's not approved, they can't pay salaries, and different many things stop. So that's the shutdown. When many non-essential departments of the government shut down, and that's a big thing. It moves the market as well. So
exactly.
America being
by the
a
things
powerhouse.
you're telling.
Yeah. So I don't know if the vote is coming in, but apparently it is, according to Calming the Mind. Thank you for that information. Garu is asking, when's the phase reveal? I don't know. You tell me. I'm not planning any. I don't know if there's going to be any ever, but who knows? We'll see in the future. I'm not Philippine or Filipino, as far as I know. I'm not, but a special greetings to everyone from the Philippines. I haven't been to the country, but I plan on going not too far in the future.
Are you a traveler kind of guy?
I do like to travel. Yes, I want to explore as much as I can. Obviously, you can't go everywhere, but if I have the chance, I'll gladly go. I'll look for any excuse to just travel and go there.
I like the destination. I don't like the traveling part.
That's true. That's true. I see it as an
Yeah.
adventure, right? Always when I get obviously you plan things out in advance. You know what you want to be doing, not to waste time and things like that. But there's a part of me that just wants to get, kind of get lost in a big city, unknown, and find your way around. There's a challenge there. There's a, you never know what you're gonna be encountering, and that part of traveling I like as well. All right. The chat being very, very active. I like that. Love it. Samir, how is Jack doing?
Jack is really good, man.
Is it
Whenever
Jack or Jackie?
Jackie, you can call him Jack also, it's fine. So whenever I goes to him, he gets excited. No matter it can be after 10 minutes, it can be after 10 hours. He still have the same energy. I like it,
Yeah, that's
He's
what
a small dog, and he's a kind of small breed kind of dog. So I like it. You just get excited even after 5 minutes. Even after like, if I come downstairs, go up, and he gets the same energy. Amazing. I don't know. God made these creatures and put this energy in them. It's really good, actually. You don't have dog, right?
I don't. I used to one time, but not anymore.
Okay.
But they are, their affection is unconditional, right? It doesn't matter, if you ignore them for some time. Whenever you see them, they like forget everything, and they're all there with you, and that's beautiful to see. Stars Movies Gallery is asking about a price action on the D time frame. 1 hour bearish. We have a fair value gap. 1 hour. Change of character on the 50-minute is bullish, but I'm not sure if what passed it. Is it are we talking about GJ? Are we talking about gold? I don't know yet. So
type it
not
again.
sure. Yeah.
Do you believe in negative risk reward type of trading, but having a high win rate?
Yes.
Okay.
It does not matter. At least that's my opinion. It does not matter what your risk reward ratio is. Although that's a bold statement. Of course, it is important. Of course, it is something you need to know. But that's not the deciding factor whether you're gonna be profitable or not, because you can be profitable at any just about any risk reward ratio. It's about in my opinion, what kind of move do you want to catch? What is the intention of the strategy? And depending on the intention, you could capture that with negative risk reward just as fine. And other times, for example, like a trade, like a trend following, you can catch that with negative risk reward perfectly. There's no problem doing that. Obviously, you will tend to see that trend followers, they lend themselves well to strategies for higher risk reward ratio, because it's a trend and price needs can move on and on and on. But there's nothing stopping you from taking for example, a negative risk reward ratio strategy, being and put it on a trend following. What we'll find is, you get your TP hit quite easily, quite quickly. And the other thing is, there's more to it than just the risk reward ratio, in my opinion. So, and if you ask me if I believe it, hell yes. I have one strategy. I'm very, very profitable, and it's negative. I will not stand on the how do you say that, on the roofs of the building screaming it out. But I mean, it is what it is. It's negative. So who am I to argue against that? It's very profitable, so I'm not going to stop that. But my main strategy is not negative. I mean, it's
okay.
it's on the other spectrum. I get tight stops in, and I let it try to catch 1 to 10, 1 to 50, 1 to 20, and they both have their cons and pros. It's whichever floats your boat, I would say. Whatever makes you profitable, whichever allows you to thrive as a trader, that's your sweet spot, and that can be different for everyone. At least that's my point, my idea.
I really like the point of view, like you are open to things, the way you are explaining things. Like,
I think it's a useful, it's a useful trait to have, that being open
yeah, we
for
should
new
not be
stuff.
that, stubborn or stuck at, one thing only.
You never
We
know
should
what
be
you're
open.
missing.
Yeah.
Garu 2.0. Yes, I will be there in about an hour and 44 minutes, and we're talking about the Discord server. The 5ers has the best prop firm out there, by the way. The 5ers has a server on Discord where we meet, where we keep positive tone. We try to help each other. We keep each other company, and we have a week on every weekday we have streams where we in a small group talk about anything related to trading. Not necessarily very scripted, but that's the beauty of it. You never know where the conversation will go. And today is I'm scheduled to be there, and as I said, in about 1 hour, a little less than 2 hours, and it's going to be fun as always. I really enjoy those Discord sessions as well. It's different than YouTube, but they are just as enjoyable. Wise Wolf has a interesting question. What do you think, Samir? Actually, before we continue, what do you think of negative? Because you asked me that. What do you think of negative risk reward ratio strategies?
Actually, yesterday I was having a conversation with my friend. He's trading with he's trading futures actually. So he's following that system. So he has a data of 2 years in an Excel sheet. So I was fascinating with that thing. So I was like, okay, let me, I haven't really dive too deep in that, but the way he explained me, the way he told me the things, and he's doing good with that, with the negative history. It's like 0.3 R, risking 1 hour for 0.3 R. It's really good. So that's why I asked you. And by seeing the data, I do believe in it. And not many people will be. It's like same thing only. In trading in general, many people don't follow the things in a right way, so they don't succeed. So doesn't matter which strategy it is. It can be negative risk to reward. Still, if you're not following your plan or improving with time, so still it is not going to give you the results. So similar to the normal risk to reward 1 to 2, 1 to 1s, or maybe high risk to reward 1 to 3s, 1 to 10s. So I think the foundation, the root of profitability is the same for everything, for every system. But coming to the strategy part, definitely by seeing the data and by seeing the people doing it, and it is really good. I might can, buy an account to test it. Let's see.
Okay. Yeah, I think you mentioned all the essential stuff right here. It does not matter how it looks, how the strategy looks in because there is no one single answer to profitability. What is important is that that you have the data, that it's validated correctly, that you have enough data, that it's not something like a conclusion you draw from 10, 20, 50 trades, which is not enough. You have like at least a couple of hundreds in a long period that represents multiple market cycles. And whatever the data says that is optimal, whether that be negative or positive, highly negative, highly positive, doesn't really matter what exactly it is, as long as it is based on the data. That's the main takeaway here, I think.
Yeah.
And as long as you do that and you follow the plan, obviously you have to follow it. If you're not going to follow it, then no plan is going to be good, no matter how good it is. So once you have these two things, you have a good validated data and you're able to follow that well. I think there's obviously things can still go wrong. You can still miss and lose because maybe the market changed, or maybe the strategy wasn't backtested for a long period, in a long enough period. But you're putting yourself in the best position to be actually consistent, profitable. And probably there will be periods you haven't seen in the past where you will be not profitable, but you're more likely to be profitable, having roughly the same what you backtested, with some deviation, obviously. We have EU right here, and there is a nice area here we had on. Perhaps I should do the analysis, right? So we have on the monthly time frame. Let's see. We have a. Maybe I should do the complete breakdown of the market. Let's take a look. So we have a quasi on the monthly time frame. It's a gigantic quasi, breaking that neckline, and it goes all the way up to one of the two entry order blocks. We have one here, which we haven't tapped into yet, so it's not relevant for us, but this is the next one. So we have another two valid entry order blocks, and what these are places where on this time frame where sellers could potentially come in and push price lower to perhaps either tap one of these lows or just have a push, which on the monthly means a lot of pips to be caught on the lower time frames, the weekly, the dailies, etc. So we have that area. It makes sense for sellers to come in, right? Even though there's no definitive, not in this time frame yet, no definitive evidence that the sellers have come to the market. But it makes sense because of that. On the weekly time frame, if we look at it, we do have a strong reaction. Let's take a look. We do have a strong reaction from right here. Look at that big pin we see here. That's not a coincidence. That is the reaction of the market from that monthly area. However, the pin is big, right? It's large compared to the rest of it's almost the whole range. And we not only that, we did have follow through the next day. Look at that engulfing that form. That's follow through. That's market, favoring sellers to the market. And now we are on this candle, on our current candle, we are seeing price is retesting the freshly created weekly order block. Let me highlight it. That's the order block created by the engulfing. And what do we do next? Same thing happens all the time. Same thing I was talking about on GJ. Market creates this is the move up, right? So this is the move, the buyers that got overruled or overcome by the sellers. And what is the market going? Is going back to retest it as it moves lower. At least on the weekly, that's what we see, right? We'll still have to wait for those weekly candle to close, because if it closes higher than this candle, then it looks for buyers' strength, meaning that what I just explained is not actually occurring, because this is a moving candle. We have to wait for it to close in order to conclude anything definitively. But that's the possible scenario that I see, right? Price retesting and pushing lower. Let's see on the daily if we see the same thing. Yes, we do see the impulsive move, impulsive retrace, impulsive move, retrace, and likely the continuation of that impulsive move. We don't know yet. This last leg is speculative because it hasn't happened yet. Basically, this is all we have. So yes, we do see that, but there's on the daily time frame, there is no quasi, there is no bearish quasi, and no fresh order block to be used. If we go to the H4, what do we see? So do we have there is an order block here which has been invalidated already. That's why I made it shorter than usual, because it's no longer relevant. Price has already closed above it. What we're seeing here is that the market bounced off of this daily entry order block on the quasi. It's a quasi entry daily on the daily quasi, which is strong. And there is on the daily time frame, this is the next structure, right? If we bounce, doesn't have to happen all the time, right? We bounce off of the daily entry order block. What daily structure do we have above us that could stop us, right? We have one is the weekly, which is higher than the daily. So that's something that could stop price. That's indicate where that is. That is this level. All right. So that's possible area that price could have after hitting this daily area. And that area is, I don't see it right here, but anyways, it's this one right here, this level. Okay. So price came into the entry order block on the daily, and there are two possible areas of, likely areas where it could be pushed back to short. One is this area that I just indicated, and a fresh order block we left behind. So what is the price doing so far? We don't know which of the two or any of them will be used for the continuation down, I mean. But what we do see is that the market, after reaching the lower border of this bearish weekly structure, is having some difficulty to continue. Why do I say that? Right. So far, we had some very nice, after we got into the daily order block, we had a nice reaction. Let me use the other tool, right? We had a nice reaction, nice V-shape reaction out of it. But so far, we are not struggling. I wouldn't say struggling, but it's not as impulsive anymore. Let's go look deeply or zoom in to show you what I mean, right? If you go see, as soon as we got back to this level, this is the level of the weekly, right? As soon as we got in, you can see that the sellers are not completely taking over, but they are coming to the market to defend their turf, even though they're not winning yet. The buyers are winning. Look at that bullish H4 order block. Price creates it, comes back, pushes away. Buyers order flow, right? Bullish order flow. And we are seeing the same thing again. H4 order block creates by this impulsive move, price comes back, presumably for a move out, right? So far, that's the more likely scenario. Anything can happen. Let's do the H2, I mean. Do we have an H2 reason to get in? We don't. Do we have an H1? Yes, we do. And that's this area. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful reaction right there. Let's look if there is an actual entry. Ooh, that's beautiful. Let me get my account ready in the background, just in case. All right, so we have this. This is the area. So we have, let me mark it. So one is this is the lower border of the area, fishing area, I would like to call it. And then you have on the 1 hour, you have this as there we go. That's the area we want to be looking for possible reversal. That area, right? That's the overlap of the two order blocks, and we just had a tap. So the next thing to do is to go to the 5 minutes. I'm spilling all the beans on my strategy, I know. Let's see. Let me take this out. So let's look for that quasi. If there is one, I'm pretty sure there is one. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying this, take the button you see that indicates like, click it. If you don't know what it doesn't matter, just click it. It'll be fine. There's no entry here, not in this time frame. Nope. So let's take a look on another time frame. Nothing here. That's surprising. I would have expected something else. So there's one here, another there, 2, 3. So actually, you have one entry here. All right, so there is one here, and it looks quite tight. Beautiful. That would be the H3. And you can see the reaction. Then we have the initial reaction from that order block. Trying to find if it's still valid, because we do have 1, 2. That makes this a 3. Okay, so that is an entry for sure, or I mean an entry order block. Yeah, those are okay. That's okay. I like that. And on the 2, I'm pretty sure I already know that there's not going to be anything on the 2. because of how big the structure is. And the other, that's one entry. So you can take an entry based on this order block. That's this tiny, tiny order block of only 6 pipette wide. So that is already a good answer or a good opportunity. Let me do something here. Okay, so that's one thing. And the other is, that's C, right? So you can get an entry from the structure. If this structure is going to be, right? These are the two lines where you want to be entering, right? This is the area. From here till there, right? In there, that's where you want to have the reaction. And we did have one tip there, and you can see that first reaction. It's not enough to be completely confident, but it is something that could trigger if you are, depends on your trigger. So that's one thing. And the other one is, so either from you get an entry from the left, which I have here. You can also check the 15-minute, and the 15-minute also concurs. Look at that. So we have a beautiful, actually you have a much bigger here, but that's an invalid order block, so I'm not going to be using that. Let me clean this up there. I like to have things tidy up. Okay, so you wouldn't say looking at the chart, I know. Okay, so that's the entry order block on the 50-minute. And look at that wick, right? I don't say that it is going to, that's all it's going to do and then shoot up, although it could. But this is the task. This is the area, one of the areas where price, if it is going to reverse, it's going to do it from areas like this, the 3-minute, the 50-minute, and to the degree it respects and reacts bullishly to this area, you get your sign, your setup, your confirmation. All right, so let's go to, so that's one thing. So you can use one is the, let me mark this well. You can use the quasi, which is this, right? That's basically the quasi, goes up and comes back to some areas to the left, or in here it can do this, a new quasi, and then move out, and that can happen here. That can happen here, and it can even happen while squeezing it. As long as it doesn't close on the hourlies below this area, it's all game to be taken. So you can, for another one, you could go to the lower time frames and mark the necklines, right? So this is currently the necklines is all the way up here on the 1 minute. Let me get here. Remember, on the lower time frame, on the higher time frame, a move lower makes sense, right? So don't marry this trade. Doesn't mean there is an opportunity you have to go long, and no matter what it does, you're going long and only long. If it is going to have a reversal, these are great areas to be looking for that possible reversal coming in. But as soon as it does not confirm, you take your loss, or maybe you never got in, and that would be the perfect scenario. This is on the 1 minute, so we want to have the 1 minute quasi, which is that, right? Currently, that's the area, but as soon as we take,
do you considering like entering trades near news? As I think there is news.
There is news on in 40 minutes. That's enough for me to take it. I can still take it. 40 minutes is plenty of time for the market to move away from the level, because that is what needs to happen before the news. So, on about 10 minutes before the news, I need to start thinking, okay, do I have enough room between current level and my stop loss to allow me, or to permit me to hold it? And if I have, then I will hold it, and otherwise I'll just take it. Even if it's a little loss, a little win, I'll just close it and not run the risk, because I'm not here to gamble.
Okay.
So currently there is the move is these two areas that I just indicated. Where did the 50-minute go? There. These two areas are great entry areas, but you have to wait for them to be on the 15. It hasn't had any reaction yet, so you just can't take a trade because of there's an order there. And on the 3-minute, we did have an initial reaction. So if we do have this move up, one of the signs would be, yes, we did have the reaction, and that you could consider as a signal or as a confirmation. That's up to you. But that's what you need to be looking for. If it goes and closes below the 3-minute order block, then it means that there's nothing there anymore to be taken, and you just walk away, take your loss, don't think over it. Then don't it's spilled milk. Don't look back, just look for your next opportunity. And the 15-minute is right here, but it hasn't done anything yet. So I think there's plenty of opportunity here. And indeed, take into account that there's news in 40 minutes, 38 to be exact. And act accordingly, knowing that you might want to wait for the higher impact news to go before you put any risk on, or you abort before the news. That is also possible if you're comfortable doing that. All right, that's EU. I had a trade on GU before, and it hit TP. That was quite nice. Doesn't always happen like this, but it was.
I was having
nice.
Bearish bias on this one.
Okay.
It played well, but I didn't execute it. As I don't trade
EU?
Forex a lot, so yeah. This GU
EU,
only.
you mean, right?
GU and EU don't like both.
Okay. I had this trade on same thing, very simple. You have an H4 order block, an H1 order block, and you wait for price to come in, get your signal, and you go in, you put your stop below the structure where it invalidates the structure, and target at the top or something near the top of, depending on what the bias is. The bias is on the high time frame is to the downside, so you don't want to be expecting the top to be taken out, or it to extend. So you need to be a little bit more conservative on taking any structure here below the top, and it actually hit it nicely before coming back and go the other way. So this is exactly the kind of trades that I enjoy taking. All right,
that's
so
nice.
that's yeah, it's nice when it works out like that. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
It feels good when it's a win.
Certainly. So that's EU. We can come back to this conversation or this pair soon. You can see how weak the market is, right? The quasi is up here, right? This is what needs to be taken out, right? This is the neckline. Everything it does here, as long as it doesn't do anything, is not a reversal yet. It's not a quasi yet. You might get a signal from structures to the left, but the current price action is not telling us that it's ready to break, to reverse. If anything, it's ready to break down. Let me check the chat to see what we're doing. Bulls FX. Hello, Victor. What is your view on GU heading to 1.3350? All right, we can certainly. All right, so before we go to GU, we were just about to talk about systematic trading. What is your view, Samir? I'm interested in seeing, how do you trade? Is it systematic? Is it discretionary?
I think at first when I was building data, it was purely mechanical or systematic. I was waiting for an A move, and then I was taking the entry. But then slowly, as I was taking few losses, I was, getting experience with the systematic thing. So I incorporated few things. So like removing few things and adding few things. Removing few things can be I trade less on Tuesdays, and adding things can be second FVGs works good for my strategy, I'm telling. So definitely FVGs, fair value gaps.
Yeah,
like
second.
Yeah. This I'm not anyways.
Hold on. You mean not the first but the second one, or you mean on the second time frame?
The second fair value gap, when the price closed below or above the second fair value gap, I didn't.
Okay.
I don't mean. Can you switch to my screen? I can explain it with the
Sure.
some kind of drawing tool, maybe.
Please do.
Okay. So what do I mean by second is this is the first liquidity point, and we have one fair value gap, and then I wait for another liquidity, and then we have second fair value gap. This type of area works good. I just incorporated this thing, but at first I started with the systematic or mechanical way only. So definitely it works. But slowly you get experience, and you can add or subtract few things here and there, and you can make it more better. So definitely it works.
But even would you even this if the rule is wait for the second FVG, that can be systematic as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't have to be necessarily because do you take all second fair value gap? Or do you
It
also take the
still
first
has
one
some kind
sometimes
of
and the third one?
it still needs to fit some criteria. For an example, I have mentioned like this very small FVG doesn't really, give me that much confidence. For an example, if this decent size fair value gap was there and there was volume, then definitely this would have caught my attention. So still there are few small things that we do have to keep in check. I just shared one thing. So when it comes to systematic thing, you really need to have the things really sorted up in a very right manner. So you can't afford to make mistake on your part or your system. In a discussionary, some kind of experiences there. You have seen this kind of move, for an example, this kind of pattern. Okay, it is printing. Then you get some, what do we call that? Some inner voice. I am not really getting the term for that. So that thing can be eliminated with having few certain rules. And when you're following the system, when you're building it, then you have to form some rules. Like in my case, I have seen these small kind of fair value gaps. It doesn't really works well. So this kind of decent size volume fair value gaps, this works well in my case. So again, it is not a very hard rule. Like this FVG needs to be like this points, this much pips. So it still will be some percent discretionary. I believe, little bit.
Have you collected data where everything remains equal? Like you don't change anything about your trade plan. The only thing you score of all your entries is what the size of the fair value gap was in pips or in percentage of its ATR of that time frame. And have you, because I think that could give you some insight if you, let's say, you stratify that into fair value gaps that are below 4%, 4 pips, let's say, between 4 and 8, between 8 and 10 or 15. You group them into equal groups, and then gather information, stats on each group, and saying, let's say, fair value gap that are between 1 and 4 pips, they have a certain expectancy. Like if you take 100 trades, you get so many R multiples, and then you do that for the fair value gaps that are between 4 and 8, and so on and so on, and you can then compare which sizes of fair value gap are most profitable. And even if you have to trade all of them, maybe all of them are okay, but maybe you will see that between 0 or between 1 and 8, those are not so profitable, and between, I don't know, between 8 and 20, or it doesn't matter what size, those are most valuable. And you say, all right, so I'm gonna be only trading, once you have that information, I'm gonna only be trading the fair value gaps that are at least 8 pips, because that could be
you just
inside information.
You just added a very crucial information when I look at charts or when I look at fair value gaps. So definitely it should not be like so much small. I don't really have really have, done a research or built a data around it. I think my experience is allowing me to, do the calculations or whatever in the back of my mind, because I've been trading for 6 years. So, of course, if I was a beginner, then this thing was it was very important for me, or for anyone who is new. But as I have seen charts enough, so I do have some kind of intuition. Yeah, now I got the word, that intuition. You build that with time. So I think now I don't need that data, because my intuition, my chart time, my experience, it kind of give me that confidence. So if I don't feel like it, I don't take it. And definitely, as you mentioned, certain point values like 8 to 20 pips, and I do look at that, but I have not really noticed it, or in that deep manner. But my subconscious mind or my experience, of course, they all look for the thing that you just mentioned in one statement. So definitely, I look for this thing, but I haven't really built data around it. I was just moving blindly in my journey, and the things that I learned are linked with the things that you just mentioned. And of course, if you want to shorten your learning curve, the things Victor just mentioned, you can just take that, build data around it, and it will be more beneficial for you. And coming back to the systematic thing, Victor mentioned a very crucial point, which is get data around almost everything. You just mentioned few points here and there. FVG needs to be this points, that points. So of course, if you have that, then your learning curve, your journey can be a little bit smooth. I was not having that. I didn't did that much, deep analysis on this kind of thing. But as I was, doing wrong, right things in my journey, I build that confidence, build that intuition, build that mindset. Now my eyes just, they just catch a pattern that I'm used to automatically. So, of course, coming back to that systematic thing, once you have traded enough that particular system, then you don't even need to, build, just pick up your maybe a notebook to see this was the thing. Okay, maybe an Excel sheet that you used to prepare. So yeah, it's just experience and building data. That is it. And you just mentioned a very crucial point. If you are a beginner, then of course you need to have every set of things aligned.
Yeah, it's I think it's very important in as a system building skill to look critical to every aspect of your system. Meaning, for example, let's say what I just mentioned, right? The size of the fair value gap, does it matter? Maybe it doesn't, or maybe it does. Maybe there are things you can do. There are filters you can. There is the rule can be improved by not only saying there needs to be, I need to trade and wait for the second fair value gap, but I need to wait for the second, plus it needs to be at least this amount, or at most this amount, right? And if you have the data to back that up, you can increase the expectancy of an already profitable system, and you can, you can grow, you can. And if you apply this to every aspect, I know it takes a lot of time, but I mean, good stuff require time and effort. When you do that with every aspect of your system, you can imagine that you will be how much better it would be than just going, without knowing. And so that's a fine advice. You don't have to measure it. You can just use experience, or intuition, as you called it, Samir, because that's what intuition, right? Intuition is, you can put your finger on it, you can say for sure what the percentages is that this will work, but you just have seen it so many times that there's that gut feeling, there's that inner voice, there's that feeling you have that
Exactly.
this is, I've seen this so many times, I know that has a good chance of working. That's my intuition. But that intuition is not, um at least in my
Built
mind,
overnight,
yes, it's not something
maybe.
that comes, it's not based because the food you just ate, that's the gut feeling. It is based on many many hours, thousands of hours watching and being wrong, being right, and you start seeing a pattern, even though you don't know all the data or the percentages, the probabilities. You know how it looks. It gives you the same feeling. You recognize it, and you say, "This is what I've taken so many times, and I know that more often than not, this will work out in my favor." So that's it's basically intuition in my mind is also based on previous and past experience, and past
Yeah,
experience
exactly.
may not be like hard data in the sense that you know exactly what the average is and the expectancy, but it's also data, right? It's just a little bit fuzzy, but it's still data, experience that is, which you are basing on, your feelings are based on. So in the end, it's all data. We have 25 minutes in our stream still to go, and I would like to check.
Are you in any trade right now? I think you was interested in euro dollar. So are
Yes.
you in it?
No, I haven't taken the trade, but I am
Let's
watching.
see.
Yes, I'm gonna mark the area. Let's see. I'm gonna show you guys on the 5 minute. Yeah, that's the reaction so far. On the 15 minute, it hasn't given me the indication yet that this has been taken over by the buyers. Let me mark it correctly. But there's still 8 minutes for the close, so that's one thing. But the other thing is I don't trade the 50-minute entry order block on the quasi. You could, but I just don't. And on the 5 minute, there isn't anything here. There was a 3 minute, but that 3 minute has been invalidated with all these close above below it. That area has been already invalidated without confirming a entry here. So I'm waiting for that, for the reversal. Let's look on the 1 minute to see if we have an entry. Let's take a look. We have plenty of yes, I see the quasi already. I hope you guys can see it. Actually, it is on. I think Jackie is having some great dreams. We have on the that's the 3 minute quasi. That's what I was thinking, but there's no entry.
That volume is looking
quasi.
good.
The volume, yes, indeed. On the H2, you have on the 2 minute, you have a quasi as well. So I'm going to leave that on, but there's no entry order block. So this wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to be triggered unless it goes much higher and it comes back to that ear. But so far there is no entry order block. That's why I haven't entered anything there. It needs to be below this ear, below that 50% retracement, for me to be interested. But basically on the 15 minute, we can see it still has plenty of time to 6 minutes before the close, and depending on your criteria of what consists, what is the buyers taking control, how you define that, you may or may not have an entry on the 15 minute. The 1 minute, there wasn't anything from the left, so it needs to come from structures from current market structure. And in my case, the 1 minute is still here. The 1 minute quasi is still neckline is still there. Those are the rules. This is not valid for me on the 1 minute in any case. And on the 2, there is no entry. Right, there's no entry here. There's just this, but it's not. It's not. It needs to be below this line in there, and then this order block is above it. So that's something I don't. Market is not positioning for me to get in, and I just follow the rules, and they're there for a reason, right? I've backed. They're created. They're created by. They're created by they're created by the the data that I've collected on the quasi. So let's see what else do we have.
I think I have better noise. I'll just mute.
No problem. Let's see. We have that would be the 3 minute, or actually the 2 minute on although this is the trade that already already hit TP. That's on GU. I got confused with the EU. I thought it was the 3 minute entry order block. This is let's see. We have to wait for the 50-minute to close and see there's going to be forming a new 50-minute entry order, or not an entry, a fresh order block there. And on the 5, there isn't anything. Let's see if I can get on the 5-minute. No, 5-minute isn't ready either. To me, the quasi neckline is all the way up here. So I don't consider this to be on the 5-minute. And there isn't anything here. So to me, the market is still positioning for continuation to the downside until it breaks that level. And then I will have to wait for it to come back and then for the move out. I hope that my scribbles are visible for everyone, or not visible. They're clear to everyone to understand what I'm dealing with, or what I'm waiting for. There is an order block here, but that's the one that is not deep enough for me. It needs to be deep, otherwise I cannot mark it as an entry order block. It will be just a regular, not a possible, just a regular entry, right? A regular 3-minute order block. So let's mark it like that. Save it as well. I don't have to save it right now. Let's just leave it like that. All right. So we have 18 minutes till the news, the job opening. Let's check the chat to see how are our viewers doing. Hello, Mon. What assets do we usually trade? I trade EU and GU predominantly. Sometimes I dab into a little of gold, and I will take a trades on any other pair, but they're not consistently, meaning not all the time. I may have, if I see everything lined up, I might take a trade on, Aussie dollar, yen, or whatever. I don't limit myself, but EU and GU are the go-to pairs for me. What about you, Samir? What assets do you trade?
At this point of time, I'm big into indices. In past, I have traded almost everything. And if you ask me now, the results that I'm getting, it is from majority of the results are from indices, NAS 100, and sometimes gold also I have added actually. So you can say NAS 100 and gold. HK118. Hi HK118. How are you?
Yes, we have. I remember HK118.
Yeah.
I remember him or her. We don't know yet. Awesome for
My
you
spelling
to join
is,
us.
Oh yeah, now you are right. I was gonna correct him for the spellings, my name spellings.
Yeah, no problem. I understand. We understand that. HK, don't worry about it. All right. Let's take a look at. I think we had a couple of comments in the chat. Some I feel if this makes me feel warm inside when I get these feedback. We get them in the Discord community as well. People come to us either in the stream or afterwards or in DM telling us, how our, things we share and techniques and tactics have helped them in passing challenges, getting payouts. And there's no greater reward for me when I hear and I read this kind of feedback. It makes me really warm and fuzzy inside when I read this. Thank you for these messages. They are very nice. Let's see. The Sage is taking notes. I think is taking notes from what you were talking
from
about.
point of interest.
I think it's
second
taking notes
FVG.
from. Yeah, the one what you're talking about. Love it when you guys are paying attention and
it's really
a
very, very small detail, but can really give you good results in trading.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, Guru has negative risk reward. Has a little joke in there. But in reality, he likes high risk reward setups, usually around 1 to 5. What about you, Samir? What is your typical risk reward you're
I like
going
1 to
to?
2s, 1 to 2s, 1 to 1.5s. That is it.
Okay.
I don't like to hold more. But of course, if there is any very good, once in a while it happens, not every day. Let's just consider 1 to 2s, 1 to 1.5s. That is it. Once in a while, if I'm in good profits, if let's say I'm up 3-4% for a week or for 2 weeks, I might can just move my SL to break even and just ride the wave. Previously,
Indeed.
I wanted to break a barrier of 10K. So
10K?
I was like, let's just 10K a trade, or you can say 10K, whatever you want to say. 10R, it's kind of it's a dollar amount I'm saying. I don't know if I should say it or not.
Oh, 10K, 10K, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to break that barrier for a very long time. I was not able to break it. So I'm like, let's just do it this time. So I just put in the stop loss to break even. And there are some days, when this thing happens. You can't do it every day. So normally just 1 to 2s, 1 to 1.5s, that is it.
But did I understand you correctly? You're talking about the dollar amount of the profit on one trade?
Not one trade, a whole account. Or maybe one payout, you can say.
Okay, one payout. I understand. Lovely, lovely. It's good to, even though we try to make.
I'm not that kind of trader who likes to make 10% for one payout. But for sometimes, I do like to play with these numbers. From the day one, I haven't been this kind of trader, so I don't like this approach. My personality is not like this. So from day one, I'm that kind of trader who likes to make 2%, 5% here and there, and just wait for the withdrawal. Even 1%. If I make 1%, I'm happy with it. But now I think I do feel I do have to break this barrier. Of course, there will be some days which will allow me to break this barrier. I cannot do it. I cannot force it actually. So yeah, and of course, if I have one account, then this approach will never work. So you have to have some kind of cushion. You cannot say, like Samir is saying this on the stream, he wants to be at 10%. I should do the same thing. It doesn't really work like that. The thing that I'm telling is, if I have the cushion, then yeah, one account I might can risk more and just try to squeeze some more money out of it. So when I am in that phase, then definitely I do like to approach this 10% thing. Only nowadays I've started to do this. From the day one, these profitable years, profitable months, I haven't been that kind of trader who just want to make big money in just one trade or maybe in one payout. From the day when I've been like 2-3% I made, okay, let's just wait for the withdrawal. But now I am shifting my mindset. First, I will try to build some cushion. Then definitely, I do want to get a little bit more risky because I have received this amount of payouts. So yeah, now that phase is there, I think. I don't know.
Why do you, how would this change you, do you think, if it even changes you? Was this just a little challenge you put for yourself? I want to be able to reach a 10K payout just for my growth, for pushing my limits, or is this your new normal, do you think? It was just a one-off thing to just prove that to yourself? Or is it, or are you, do you want to get comfortable to do this more often?
I do like the question. I do like to include one thing. I see people who has achieved really well in 6 years. I have been trading for 6 years. In my circle also, they have really done well. Of course, if I see myself, I have done well also. I have freedom. I can go wherever I want to go. I can even settle wherever I want to go, only because of this trading thing. But I also see people who has done almost 10x in these 6 years. So I also want to be there. I also want to be that kind of guy who just be top 5%, let's say. I'm not even saying 1%, top 5% of that particular game. So I just want to be that now. So that's why I'm trying to break the barrier. Of course, I was not having this mindset when I started. I just wanted to build saving. I was having zero on my name, $0 or 0 rupees if you're from India, to my name. So first 2-3 years, I built my savings and all. Then I think with time you get this kind of mindset. Now I do want to achieve great heights and all. I think playing a little bit safe is not going to get me there. So I do have to take some risks. It doesn't really mean I have to take risks on this trading thing, account thing. It can be in every aspect. I was not a risky guy. I am still not, but I'm trying to unlock that area. I am. I have been conservative from day one. So now I think I do have to, break the barrier. That's how I think now.
Understood. So basically, you're using it as it was like a practice to expand your limits.
Yeah.
So what is the ceiling for you now? Is it still 10K, or do you feel like 10K is, you've proved your point, you can do more than that?
As I mentioned, I do have made 10Ks in payouts from multiple accounts, but I have not been that kind of guy who just want to make 10% on one account. So it is just 1% of the things that I want to do. I just mentioned on the stream because we are all are traders. So our viewers do like to, listen about trading thing. So yeah, definitely making 10% or it's just doubling the account. I just want to test it, Of course, it is not going to happen every here and there, like every time. I am aware of that. And I do want to do that more often. And how can I do that? I'm trying to figure that out. How often can I do that? Like, I want to do it more, in a frequent way. So, of course, there are traders who are really top 1% who can do it more frequently than all of us or all the profitable traders. I want to unlock that area. How can I do that? What mindset shift I can make? And yeah, I just want to unlock that thing now. At first, I think it is not going to happen. It is not the right way, but I'm just sharing the things, the phase that I am on in my life. So I do have received a couple of decent amount of payouts. So now I think what's next? Do I want to continue this, or do I want to break the barrier in trading itself and other things also?
Interesting, very interesting, Samir. Let me understand your experience to maybe perhaps for the viewers as well. When you say 10K payout, are you referring to the maximum of all your payouts in 1 month, or are you referring to specifically one account that you want to reach this number?
One account only.
One account only. Okay. So basically, and
You
so
can
how
say
do you?
let's say it percent wise. I'm not even saying 10Ks. If I have more funding, then of course it will be more. So let's say I want to make maybe 10% more offer. I was happy with making 2, 3, 4% here and there, but now I do want to do that thing, like making 10% more often. Of course, in this run, I am gonna blow accounts and all. I'm gonna pass challenges here and there. I'm aware of that, but at the same time, I want to make 10% more often.
And how do you plan on doing that? Is it, or do you have any idea? Are you going to take more trades? Are you going to change your risk reward ratio, or are you going to be trading more pairs?
I am not going to be trading pairs. I'm just going to be taking high probability setups. In my eyes, what I have seen from my experience, what are the high probability setups? I will be taking that only. That is the only way I think which can get me there. And of course, few practices can be discipline. I should be very aware of the risk risk parameters, I shouldn't risk a lot. That I don't even have the margin for the next trade. So I should be aware about that also. And the same time, I should be aware about the high probability setups. What I have learned from all these years. So only high probability setups and building some habits can be risk management habits. Only these two things can get me there. That I believe.
Awesome. Well, keep us posted on your experience, Samir, because that's what the viewers want to see. They want to see the
I have
whole
made
journey.
5%, like 3-4 times in past in previous month only. So 10% a month I have done actually, but now let's just push it more. Let's see how well I can perform. I have done 5%
Interesting.
bi-weekly. So let's just push it more. Let's just do it 10% bi-weekly.
You're ambitious, Samir.
Yeah, I have savings. It's okay. But if viewers, you are on the same path, you are gonna run out of savings. So yeah, just be like me. First 2-3 years, if you started the taste of the payouts, build the savings, and then yeah, you can just do the same thing that I'm doing. So yeah,
I think that's very wise to build up a cushion before, trying and testing and pushing your limits or yourself to the maximum. I think
yeah,
it's very
exactly.
important to do it wisely, right? Taking risk, but do it in a calculated way. Not only that, have some testing. Test your idea. I'm not talking about you necessarily, Samir, because you have, enough experience. You know what you're doing. But I mean, all those viewers out there, and they're hearing Samir saying, I'm trying to push myself to reach 10% in a day, in a week, in a month. I'm sorry, which is a lot, right?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
it's not for everyone. It's high risk, and for the majority, it depends on your risk appetite as well. If you're sitting on a large cushion, maybe you can afford yourself and see it as some kind of an exercise. What can I learn from this experience? And maybe it's something you want to do more often, or maybe
Yeah.
not. Maybe it's not for you. You have too much stress or too much. It's too big of a
Yeah.
of jump each time. In general, as long as you're collecting data, as long as you're journaling about it, I think it can be very helpful, no matter what the result is, what the outcome is. And if you see it as something and you reflect upon it, you journal upon it, you observe from a third person what you're actually doing and see if it's beneficial or not for you. Get all the data. Is it better expectancy? How much time does it take you to perform this way? And see in the end, after a month or two, if it makes sense or not to be trading this way, whether that be more conservative, more aggressive, it doesn't matter, as long as you're journaling, collecting data, and learning from it, because we're all here in a learning process. No, it doesn't matter if you're being here 10 years, 20 years, you're still learning.
Well, with time, I think the risk appetite also increased. There was one point of time, 10K's challenge was also involved a lot of emotions for me. Like a lot of emotion. My emotions was invested in that. Like that equity curve was causing some mental stress in my mind. Now think slowly, I got to 20Ks, I got comfortable with it. I got to 50Ks, I got comfortable with it. I got 100Ks, I got comfortable with it. So I think slowly risk appetite also increase. And the thing that I'm talking about, making 10% bi-weekly or monthly, if I try to do that on $10,000 account, my emotions, I'm not going to feel anything. I'm going to have zero emotions attached to it. So for some viewers, maybe it is a significant, or maybe their emotions are emotions are invested in that particular account, 10K's account, that particular number, that $1,000 number, or maybe $1,000 trades here and there. But I am numb to it now. I don't feel anything, to be honest. So I'm not saying I haven't unlocked that portion also, where I'm seeing the 15,000 floating, 10,000 floating, and I haven't unlocked that. That I want to unlock now. That I'm talking about.
Yes, and it's all about doing it wisely. And as we're talking about this, the EU is the news is out. We had a very nice reaction. Look at that, how it reacts to the already broken 3-minute order block. Look at that. Look at that. It's not coincidence. Price, it's already took it away, so it's not something that I normally trade. I don't once it's broken, I don't trade it anymore. But price went down there and there. Look at that wick. That's not a coincidence. It's because of that order block, and that's at least how I think. Yes, coming back to your what you're talking about, Samir. Yes, that's the natural progression of a trader. You have to
Yeah.
desensitize yourself from these numbers. You have to detach yourself from the P&L, from the what it means to you to earn or to see
Yeah.
floating numbers like 1,000, 5, 10,
And with
50,
time, I think
etc.
it is gonna happen anyway once you move to that profitability path. I'm just sharing my experience right now. You can learn from my experience that, okay, he was there first and now he's here. Now, what he is trying to do or what he's thinking. So I'm just sharing my experience. Right now, I'm at this phase. So, yeah, once you're in the path of that profitability, these are the things that will happen to you also. Once you break the 1,000 mark, then 10,000, then 100,000, and so on, you get lumped to this. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, you that numbness, that process of numbness doesn't end with 100K. Sooner,
Yeah, exactly.
if you keep following it, 500 K is not gonna be making you feel anything, and
Yeah.
going to 1 mil is not gonna make at a certain moment you're gonna be numb to that as well. So it's very beautiful to
Yeah.
see that in you.
If you are in that path of growth, if you have that hunger in you, then I think this is the same path for you as well, for our viewers as well, if you have that same feeling inside you. So you will get to numb to numbers slowly. You are just moving up, 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 So yeah, that's how it is going to be.
Perfect.
For
Samir.
old me, oh yeah, we are at the 7:30 mark, my time zone. So yeah, the stream is about to end. It was very lovely stream and very lovely analysis by Victor. I love your analysis. Sometimes I also, back of the mind when I'm doing analysis in my home, I'm like, okay, Victor just said this, it is bullish from this quasi. I'm like, okay, let's see bullishness also, bullish price action only.
Good stuff, Samir. Thank you for everything you just shared, Samir. It's always a pleasure of mine to be spending time with you and
Yeah, same for me.
scratching the surface, have a good conversation, share some kind of a little bit of intimate information, right? Like payouts. These are things not everyone is willing to talk about, because we're not here to flex. We're here to share our experience, to
Yeah,
help
exactly.
as much as possible. It's not about the numbers, it's about the process, about the experience, about the lessons behind these experiences. So I would like to invite everyone to join us in the Discord session we will be holding in about 40 some minutes. Samir, thank you for your presence and your wise words, your experience, and everything you bring to the table. Any last words?
Last words will be last words. I'm just thinking about it. I think the journey, the path that you are on, it leads to one thing only, that is success. Just keep going. Never let the negativity take over you. It will try. 100 times, 1,000 times. But I think the next day, maybe for someone it can take a week. Maybe for someone it can take a day to get over that. Just be that kind of guy. I want you guys to be that kind of guy who don't let negativity take over you. Okay? Can be a loss, can be relationship, whatever. Just be on the path of growth. That's it, man. I am
Yes.
big believer in that. If you are on the same path, then I think we will be friends forever.
You have there are many in the audience who share the feeling of Solanke. Here I'm one of them. I
Solanke, yeah.
admire you for your positiveness, Samir. I have a lot of respect
That's
for
it,
you. All
man.
right,
Thank you. And
audience, go ahead.
yeah, that's it. I was gonna say that's it. Take care. It was very lovely stream. And tomorrow also, let's keep the same energy. And yeah, let's grind. That is it. We have only one option. Do or die. That's it. Do it. You don't have any other option, man. You have to do it anyway. Actually, one thing is there. You have to suffer anyway. So choose your suffer wisely. How you want to suffer, you know?
All right.
So
On that being said, see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
take care, guys.